Queen of Frost and Ice. Written by Aisha Urooj. Narrated by Walter Ford. Copyright Aisha Urooj, 2023. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or used in any manner without written permission of the copyright owner, except for the use of quotations in a book review. Chapter 1. Fire and Ash. Ash and Fire. Dreams to Hope. Hope and Desire. Jade's house was different from the neighbors in two ways. First, it was more run down than the others, holding its shape by a miracle. And second, Kia had painted a sunflower on their front door, sunflowers being her favorite. Her little sister Kia loved gardening and adored her flowers. It didn't matter to her that they didn't survive long. Jade, however, watched with despair when the flowers wilted with the extreme changes in weather. Their bright, colorful petals grayed with the cold, or blackened to nothing with the heat. All except the sunflowers in Kia's small garden. As on cue, the flowers swayed gently with the breeze, bringing a rare smile to Jade's face. Such an odd flower, Jade thought with amusement. So resilient and cheery with their yellow-crowned heads. Maybe my little sister is right to love them. These flowers were nature's finest apocalypse preppers. Maybe if we all dig our roots as deep, we might stand a chance. We might win against the constant onslaught of drought, heat, and the cold. She sighed. Who was she fooling? It was too late for the rest of them. The world she was in was taking its final breaths. How many tears to fill an ocean? How many sighs to form a hurricane? How many screams for the earth to shake? Just enough, Jade thought, and we reached that point long ago. Our world is dying. The Great War threatens to kill us all. The human world will crumble under the two titans of fire and ice. There is nothing the rest of us can do to stop them, Jade thought. So there was no point in trying. Even if her heart pleaded to do something, anything. But Jade pushed the thought away once more. She stopped being affected by it all. It was smoky that day. Jade wrapped the piece of cloth tighter around her face to stop the smoke from reaching her lungs. The small forest around her little village burned brighter and closer every day. If it keeps up, it won't be long before it reaches our home, Jade thought. We would have to move again. Jade normally didn't leave the village unless she was getting food for her family, so they wouldn't starve. But it was Kia's birthday. She would risk going into the forest to get her little sister a present. She ignored the warning in her head and put her hiking shoes on. At the break of dawn, Jade tiptoed out of the house. No one else was awake at that hour, and she hadn't heard any birds singing in months. She prayed a silent prayer that she wouldn't hear them today. If I am lucky, Jade thought, I could get Kia's present before she wakes up. If I am really lucky, I wouldn't run into any trouble while doing so. But she wasn't counting on that much luck, especially when danger lurked around every corner. Her shoes crunched on the pebbles of the uneven path. Jade kept a steady pace and reached the outskirts of the forest in an hour. Her instincts warned her again to stay away, but she shook her fears and stepped inside. It was misty. The deeper Jade went into the forest, the harder it was to see in the thick fog. After another hour of hiking, she finally reached the spot she was searching for, but her heart sank. Jade couldn't see any mushrooms, no umbrella caps anywhere in sight, not a single one. For her, risking to venture outside of the village. The mushrooms are here, Jade mumbled to herself as she searched the tree roots. They have to be. I am sure of it. Jade could always count on Kia's favorite mushrooms to be here. She thought about going further in the forest, where she hadn't been before, but her steps faltered and her pulse quickened at the thought. It is for Kia's birthday, Jade told herself. I can't leave without getting her something. Jade kept her ears and eyes open for any signs of trouble, but it was quiet in the forest. Too quiet. The eerie silence weighed like a thick blanket on all her senses, making her feel dull and lethargic. Jade felt a strange, prickling sensation at the back of her neck. Moments later, she heard a small snapping sound. She quickly took out her knife from her sheath tied to her leg. If she came across a frost soldier or one from the fire realm, her knife would be a pitiful weapon. But Jade was better trained than most. Her heart was beating fast as she waited. She felt her adrenaline rising. An animal shot past her, bumping hard into her shoulder as it did, and nearly knocked her to the ground. Jade swore at the pain, but the animal kept running. What spooked it? Jade wondered, rubbing her shoulder. That is when she first noticed the crackling sound. Jade looked up to see the tree across from her engulfed entirely in flames. She hadn't had a chance to react when one branch came crashing down on her. The branch must have knocked Jade unconscious, because when she woke up, flames surrounded her. She coughed at the thick smoke, sweat beating down her body at the intense heat. It is too hot, I can't breathe. Jade took off the cloth from her face and blindly stuffed it in her jeans pocket. I have to get out of here or the fire will burn me alive, Jade thought. She got up on her feet and nearly stumbled with dizziness. The branch hit her head hard, but thankfully, it didn't kill her. Jade was having a hard time seeing clearly. She was sure she had a bump on her head. Jade touched the back of her head gingerly, and it felt sore. When she looked at her hand, there was blood on the fingertips. Not good. She would assess her injury later, but first, she had to make it out of the forest. I have to keep moving, Jade thought. I can't linger here much longer. Jade could barely see the path in front of her. All she could hear, see, and feel was the fire. The flames danced like little devilish imps all around her, trying to lick her hands and nip at her feet. Jade stopped when she heard an animal cry somewhere to her right. Despite the danger, her feet automatically turned towards the sound of despair. It was the same deer that had bumped into her before. The poor animal was trapped in a hunter's net, crying helplessly. Someone must have set up the trap earlier, Jade thought. It was dangerous to hunt large animals. The fire realm gave those caught the penalty of death. Only the royal family could hunt for sport. She doubted they needed it for food. The hunter must be desperate, Jade thought. She knew the pangs of hunger well. The animal cried out once more. It was a beautiful animal who looked at her with fearful eyes. I won't hurt you, Jade said softly to the deer. She hardly saw deers anymore. It was the first one she came across in years. You and I are the same, Jade whispered. We are both creatures from the old world, she thought. One without power or magic. We are both part of a dying species. She used her knife to cut the ropes and set the animal free. It took a few moments for the deer to realize it had been freed before it dashed off frantically. Jade hoped that the deer would make it to safety. She hoped the same for herself. Jade tried to find her path, but she was hopelessly lost. She coughed at the thick smoke. Embers floated lazily in front of her face. The winds were picking up, blowing more hot ash and floating embers in her direction. Her eyes were burning, making it hard to see clearly, and the heat had parched her throat dry. Jade was trying not to panic. She tried to calm her breathing. The worst thing now would be to have a panic attack, but it was getting harder not to. She didn't know the way out. She had to remain confident if she wanted to survive. Think, Jade, think. She fought to keep control of her thoughts. Perhaps she could find the lake that was nearby. It was large enough that she couldn't miss it. She stumbled, fire blazing all around her. Jade reached the edge of a cliff and felt relief. The lake was just below, she remembered. It is okay, I will be safe in the water. She peered over the edge, her eyes searching for the cool water. What she saw, however, made her heart falter. The lake wasn't there anymore. It was gone. There was a depression where the lake used to be. She could still see steam rising from the ground, not a drop of water anywhere. She stumbled backwards. The water simply evaporated? Jade thought, stunned. How was that even possible? I am going to die here, Jade thought with despair, as more trees burned and crashed around her. Jade looked for a boulder, anything that could shield her from the fire's intense heat, but found nothing. She couldn't breathe in the smoke, even when she covered her mouth with the cloth. Her throat was burning. She could barely see anymore. Her tears were blurring her sight. This was it for her. Jade fell helplessly to her knees. This could be her last moments, and all she could think about was how she let her family down. A single tear escaped her eyes and fell to her hand. She could clearly see her younger sister's sweet face, the way Kia lit up whenever she called her name. Jade saw her grandma, the laugh lines around her wise and kind eyes. Jade didn't think about her parents. She would see them soon enough. Jade wiped her cheek. She promised herself she wouldn't cry when she faced death. She had a lot of questions to ask, a lot of grievances to share before death's angel could claim her soul. She saw something from the corner of her eyes, a shadow that moved like a wraith in the burning forest. Jade instinctively looked towards it to make sure. There was a hooded stranger, meters away, walking towards the edge of the cliff. Was she imagining him? He was like an apparition in the smoke. The forest rumbled deep with the sound of thunder, and a lightning storm erupted in the sky. The earth seemed to shake. Another lightning strike erupted a nearby tree to fire and splinters. Jade covered her ears, trying to mute the chaos. Her senses were in a frenzy. All she could hear was the crackling of fire and boom of thunder and the pounding of her heart. Time slowed and stretched on endlessly as she watched the surrounding destruction, unable to do anything to save herself. The hooded figure was still there, unaffected. He reached out his hand to take his hood down. Jade could see his face now. The stranger was hauntingly beautiful. He was around her age, with startling dark hair and dark eyes. What was he doing here? To her surprise, he brought out a violin and started playing it. The music. Oh, the music. It was such a haunting melody. It brought a sharp pain to her heart. The music was her sorrow. It wasn't the constant dull ache she felt daily, but something intensified. As the world burned around her, the music became her hope. It made her feel something for the first time in years, where she had only been numb before. A tear fell down her cheek, but soon more drops started falling on her hand. It's raining, she realized. The clouds had opened up above, and droplets were falling like tears from the sky. Was this the music's effect? A haunting melody with the power to soothe raging fires? The boy stopped playing the violin and faced the sky, letting the rain fall down on his face. Some drops clung to his dark eyelashes. Don't stop playing, Jade thought. Jade wanted him to play the violin again. She could listen to him playing the music forever. But before she could call out to him, the boy disappeared like smoke in front of her. Jade remained still, stunned by what had just happened. Who was he? Jade wondered. Why was he playing that haunting music? Did his music cause it to rain and save her? Jade's worst fear was that she had lost her mind and that she had imagined it all, but no. How did the fire start in the first place? And how did it spread so fast? Jade wondered. She couldn't have passed out for more than a few minutes. Did someone from the fire realm start the fire? Jade heard recent reports of their erratic behaviors. That could explain the sudden nature of it, she thought. Jade had her doubts. If someone from the fire realm lost control, they could burn a tree or two, but not an entire forest. Not that quickly. The entire lake had also evaporated, leaving behind a steaming pit. What if it was someone stronger? She heard legends of the old fire kings and how they destroyed entire cities. Jade's thoughts wandered back to the lone shadowy figure that was with her in the forest. How did he disappear like that? The entire situation was so puzzling that Jade thought her head would explode. The heavy rain had died down to a drizzle and most of the fire was out, but she couldn't risk staying there. The trees are unstable and could fall again. She no longer heard the crackling of fire, but a steady hissing sound as the rain put out the remaining flames. Jade walked out of the forest in a daze, not paying attention to the path in front of her. She stumbled onto a wayward branch and crashed towards the ground. She braced her hands for the impact. There Jade was on the ground, again. Her knees were inches in the dirt, her hands scraped by the small sharp pebbles on the ground. Jade cursed out loud. She had had just about enough of today. When she looked up from the forest floor, the day finally got better, as standing inches away from her was a little wild rose tree. Jade couldn't believe her luck. The rose tree was small, scrawny, and had no blooms, but it was the perfect gift for Kia. It was even better than the mushrooms she came for. Jade dug up around the rose tree with her fingertips, being careful not to damage the roots. She took the cloth that she had and placed the plant in the center. Once she secured her little sister's birthday gift, Jade walked out of the forest, not looking back. It was pure luck that she had survived the forest today, but she wasn't going to press her luck much more. The mysterious stranger wasn't there anymore to lure her with his haunting melody, but whoever started the fire could still be around. It was a long way back to the village, and Jade wasn't out of danger until she reached home. Chapter 2. Jade got out of her room just as Kia woke up. She looked over her cuts and bruises, took a quick shower to scrub herself off the soot and dirt from the forest, when she heard her little sister's voice in the kitchen. "Where's Jade, Grandma?" Kia asked. Grandma smiled. "Aren't you going to get your birthday hug first?" Kia rushed in her arms, and Grandma hugged her tight. "Oh, my dear child, I wish your parents were here to see you. They wouldn't have missed today for the world." "I know, Grandma," Kia said in a small voice. Jade's heart ached after hearing the sadness in her sister's voice. She stood in the doorway of their small kitchen. "Is the hug only for Grandma, or will I get one too?" Jade asked in a bright voice. "Jade!" Kia said. Her face lit up seeing her older sister. Sometimes Jade wondered if Kia worried about her leaving. Every night Kia clung to her arm while she slept, as if she was afraid Jade might disappear. "Come here," Jade said, spreading her arms wide for a hug. When she wrapped her little sister tightly around her arm, she said, "Happy birthday, Kia. You are a whole decade old today." Kia giggled. "Aren't you going to ask me what I got you for your birthday?" "What did you get me?" Kia said eagerly. "Close your eyes first. No peeking." Kia did what her older sister told her to do, and squeezed her eyes shut. Jade got the bundle from the other room and placed it on the kitchen table. "You can open your eyes now," she said. Kia's eyes went wide looking at her present. They were like two round moons. "Is that a rose tree?" Kia squealed. "Is that dirt all over my table?" Grandma grumbled. "I will clean it up, Grandma," Kia said. "Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, Jade." It was so worth it, Jade thought. Seeing Kia's mirth made her forget the entire ordeal in the forest. "I will plant it right away," Kia said. She didn't wait for a reply as she disappeared in a flash towards their backyard. Her exuberance made both Grandma and Jade smile. Only now did Jade feel her bruises and injuries. She heaved a sigh and sat on the kitchen chair. "Is everything all right, dear?" Grandma asked. "You look so tired." "I am okay, Grandma," Jade said. I just miss them." "I know, dear. You are doing so good looking after us, protecting both your sister and me," Grandma said, tearing up. "So much responsibility at such a young age. Your parents would be so proud of the woman you have become." Jade tried not to cry. Most days she felt close to breaking down completely. She quickly changed the topic before it made her heart ache even more. "What's for breakfast?" Jade asked. "I am starving." "Kia gave me potatoes from her garden," Grandma said, pointing to the basket on the kitchen counter. Jade looked at the old basket and estimated there to be at least a few kilos of the brown vegetables. Kia got her green thumb from Grandma. Jade was glad that at least one of them did. "I made hash browns," Grandma said, quietly slipping a plate in front of her. Jade's breakfast smelled heavenly, making her empty stomach rumble loudly. "Thanks, Grandma." Jade blinked back her tears as she dug into her breakfast. Her mom used to make them on Kia's birthday, on what seemed like ages ago. It was not long after that Jade heard birds singing. By that time, Kia had planted her birthday present and finished her breakfast, and had been playing in the living room. Kia trembled when she heard the sound. "Jade, is that... Are those birds?" "Yes, get in the hiding spot quickly," her older sister said. Jade was quick on her feet. She lifted the small wooden latch behind the sofa and helped Kia get in. She saw her emergency bag all packed and ready in the corner, in case they needed to escape. Jade closed the latch behind Kia, slid the threadbare carpet on top. She didn't go in with her. She needed a different vantage point to see what was going on. Jade slipped the knife in her hand from the sheath in her leg. Someone was knocking loudly on their front door. Her grandma looked at her terrified, but Jade gave her a small, encouraging nod before she hid behind the false wall. From there, she could see the entire room. As her grandma opened the door, Jade saw a glimpse of black uniforms. They were soldiers from the fire realm, all with the insignia of the golden blazing sun on their arms. What were they doing in her village? Jade wondered. "Yes?" She heard her grandma's voice. It was shaking slightly. "We are soldiers of His Majesty, King Cyrus. We are looking for a wanted fugitive," one soldier said. "Have you come across any strangers lately? A boy in his late teens, dark hair, dark eyes." "No, I have seen no one else other than the people of this village," Grandma replied calmly. "Old woman, if you are harboring a fugitive, you should know the punishment is death," the soldier said harshly. "You are free to check my house. It's very small, so it won't take you long," Grandma replied, standing slightly apart from the door. "But you won't find anyone. I live alone, you see." As the soldier stepped in, the floors creaked loudly. His eyes scanned the small room. Jade held her breath and prayed that Kia remained silent too. The soldier glanced at the roof, which had large cracks that threatened to collapse at any moment. He shook his head disapprovingly. He came close to where Jade was hiding and stood still, listening. Jade's heart was beating wildly. She wondered if he could hear her heartbeats. The soldier moved again, this time standing on top of the carpet where Kia was. "If he even looks where Kia is, I will kill him," Jade thought violently. "Then what?" "We will run until we are safe again," she promised herself. She gripped the knife handle until her knuckles were white. "That is not how you hold a knife. You are holding it too tight." Jade heard her father's voice in her head. She loosened the grip on her knife slightly. Jade was relieved when the soldier moved again. The soldier searched the other rooms quickly and returned to the front door to Grandma. He nodded to his other companions. "We will take your word for it today," he said. "There are still many houses that we have to search. It is urgent that we find this dangerous fugitive. If you see him, let us know immediately. We will reward you handsomely for any information that leads to his capture." "I will let you know, son," Grandma said in a frail voice. The soldier almost looked sorry, but then he hardened his features. "The Fire King does not tolerate traitors. Remember that before you do anything foolish, old woman," he said. "Forget it at your own peril." "I won't forget," Grandma said. "I will never forget." When the soldiers left, Grandma stood there for a long time. She closed her eyes, most likely lost in a memory. "She must be thinking about Father," Jade thought with sadness. Grandma finally closed the front door, and then closed the window curtains. Jade got out from behind the false wall and got Kia out of the hiding spot. "Jade, are we bad people?" Kia asked in a small voice. "Were they looking for us?" "No, Kia," Jade answered, surprised. "But they must not find out that we are here. It is not safe for us. They will take you and me away from Grandma." Kia nodded, frightened. "Who were they looking for?" she asked. "Good question. Were they looking for the mysterious boy she saw earlier?" Jade wondered. "Grandma, are you okay?" Kia asked, jolting Jade out of her reverie. "I am fine, dear, as long as I have you two," Grandma said, smiling. "Do you think they will come back?" Kia asked, worried. "Our neighbors are good people," Grandma said. "We can trust them to keep our secret." Jade hoped that she was right. She didn't want to move again. It got to late afternoon, but the birds were still singing, leaving Kia silent and tense. When the birds finally stopped, she was soon smiling and playing again. Jade wasn't as carefree. Her mind was alert to any new sounds in her surroundings. Now that the fan was off, she could even hear a pin drop. The fire soldiers cut off the electricity in her village, likely as a retaliation for the villagers being uncooperative. She sighed. It would take a few days to repair the wires again. Jade heard a scraping noise coming from the backyard. It could be the Fire Realm soldiers sneaking behind and trying to find them, she thought. Jade got up and quickly went through the back door. She said nothing to Kia or Grandma. She didn't want to alarm them. She needed to handle the situation on her own. There was a person creeping at the back, but it wasn't any of the soldiers she saw earlier. This guy was wearing a dark hood. He was tall and well-built and looked intimidating. He doesn't know he is messing with the wrong house, she thought. It is time he found out. Jade stepped closer, her steps silent as a cat. She swiftly tackled the person from behind and placed her knife on his neck. "What do you want?" she raged. "Why are you here?" "Is this how you greet an old friend?" he replied, choking on his words. "Jade, I came to see you." Jade knew that voice anywhere. It was her best friend Kyle. She hadn't seen him for over a year. Not since he joined the rebels. "Kyle? Kyle Kingsbury?" Jade said as she tackled him this time with a hug. "Ouch!" Kyle protested. "How are you, Jade?" "What are you doing here?" Jade asked. "I was around the neighborhood when I heard the alarms go off," Kyle said. "I thought I would check up on you three." The birds were an alarm system designed to set off whenever a soldier of the Fire Realm or Frost Army was nearby. It worked by sensing body heat signatures. The alarms brought them precious minutes in which they could run or hide. "I guess I have the rebels to thank for it," Jade thought. "It might have been Father's invention," said a small voice in her head. Her father, Chase Everest, was a man of many talents. Genius inventor, rebel of the North, traitor to the Fire Realm. "There is no way that you were near the neighborhood," Jade said, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. She poked at Kyle's rib. "Spill, why are you really here?" Kyle ruffled his hair. His hair was longer. He looks different, Jade realized with a jolt. The last time she saw him, he was slim. Now he has gained 20 pounds of muscle. He also had a deeper tan than before. Kyle still had the same blonde hair and light brown eyes, and the same dimples when he smiled. Kyle caught her looking at him. "You approve?" he asked with a grin, flexing his muscles. "Do you need approval?" Jade asked, raising an eyebrow. "You know how I feel about you, Jade," Kyle replied. How could she forget? It was the last argument they had before Kyle left to join the rebels. "I was hoping you were past that by now," Jade replied. "I will never be past that," Kyle said. "Why are you here, Kyle?" Jade asked, getting irritated. "I came here to give you these," Kyle said, reaching into his hoodie's pocket. He pressed the documents into Jade's hands. They were fake IDs, both for her and for Kia. Fake identification documents for the Fire Realm. There were no forged documents for her for the Ice Realm. Jade could not stay there unless she had ice abilities. The Frost soldiers captured those from the Fire Realm for leverage and killed any humans that crossed their borders. Being a human in the Fire Realm meant losing your freedom, but being a human in the Ice Realm meant losing your life. The world was small and suffocating for those who were humans, and becoming even more so as the Ice and Fire Realms expanded their borders. "Why are you giving me these?" Jade asked, surprised. "Because you will turn 18 soon, and you will need them," Kyle said, worried. "It will buy you some time in case a fire soldier spots you." "You think I would need it? I'm not leaving the village unless I have to." "I hope you don't, but the war is intensifying, and the Fire Realms need more soldiers," Kyle said. "If they find out who you are, they will come looking for you." Jade silently mulled over the news. She knew it was true. The war was getting worse. She felt the winds of war here, even in her remote village. "Come join the rebels, Jade. You will need to, eventually." "I don't need to join anything," Jade said stubbornly. "That is not how it goes. You know that," Kyle said. "You need to choose a path, or someone else will choose it for you." Jade couldn't be angry with him. Kyle meant well. He was only looking out for her. "Have you decided, Jade?" Jade knew what he was asking. Will she choose the rebels or be forced to become a soldier or servant for the Fire Realm? Her father chose rebellion and ended up dead. Her mother chose a different path and ended the same. You know what your father would say, Kyle said. You know he chose the rebels' mission as his own. He is not here, Jade replied. Even if he was still alive, I would choose my family above everything else. I am not like him. My purpose is to protect my family, not to save the world. Pretty soon that will be the only option left if you want to protect your family, Kyle said. Think over it, Jade, please. Jade ignored his request. Are you just here to annoy me, or did you come to wish Kia... Wish Kia for what? Kyle asked, confused. It's her birthday, Jade said. I thought that was why you came today. Kyle laughed. Nope, definitely a coincidence. I don't remember my own birthday on most days. Where is little Kay? How old is she today? 10, Jade replied. In the double digits now, huh? Kyle said, smiling. Probably more mature than her older sister. Maybe, Jade laughed and gave him a shove. Stop standing outside like an idiot and go inside. They were talking so loud that Kia heard their voices. She peeked out the back door and screamed with delight when she saw Kyle. The two greeted one another with glee. Big K! Little K! Ouch! Kyle said as she tackled him with a hug. Both sisters are the same. You remembered my birthday, Kia said with excitement. Wouldn't forget it for the world, Kyle said, giving Jade a wink. Kyle's lie made Jade roll her eyes. So what did you get me for my present? Kia asked. Kyle hesitated. Jade quickly jumped in and tried to save him from embarrassment. Kia, isn't it wonderful Kyle came to see you on your birthday? Yes, Kia replied. Thank you, Kyle. Jade's heart swelled with pride. Of course I couldn't come on your birthday without bringing you something, little Kay, Kyle said, smiling. He reached into his pocket and brought out a yellow piece of paper. Jade peeked at it and saw that it was a birthday card. Kyle had drawn a smiling sunflower on the front which said, Happy birthday, Kia. Kia carefully looked over the card in her hands. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else, Kyle said apologetically. I love it, Kia beamed. She gave him a quick hug before announcing proudly that she was going to show the card to Grandma. Jade watched her little sister run back to the house. I thought you said you didn't remember, Jade said, raising an eyebrow. I might have remembered at the last moment, Kyle said, grinning. Hence the rudimentary gift. Kia loved it, Jade said, smiling. Thank you. Kyle smiled and tried to shrug it off, but the tips of his ears were red, a dead giveaway that he was pleased. I've got something for you, too, he said. Don't look so horrified, Jade. It's not a love letter. Kyle handed her a map. He marked it with directions on how to get to the rebel base. Jade noticed the burning sun emblem on the west, pointing towards the Fire Kingdom, and the crown of ice to the east, where the Ice Realm was. The rebel base was north, between the two kingdoms. The base was an excellent strategic location to infiltrate both realms, Jade thought. However, if they were discovered and both sides attacked, they were sitting ducks. Kyle came a long way to see them, Jade realized from looking at the map. She was infuriated with Kyle for taking such a risk and angrier still at the rebels for sending him. Jade, I have to go now, Kyle said in a low voice. Take care of yourselves, okay? I will come see you all again. Before Jade could say a word, Kyle took long strides and went off into the distance. It took Jade a moment to recover. Tell your leader to stop risking your life to convince me, Jade yelled at the retreating figure. It won't work. I won't join. Won't promise that, Belle, Kyle replied. Jade was momentarily speechless. I am not Belle, Jade yelled when she regained her composure. To me, you are and always will be, Kyle said and gave a sad smile. Jade was again stunned into silence. Kyle did a small wave before disappearing around the corner. Belle? When they were kids, she and Kyle pretended they were Beauty and the Beast. She still thought they were best friends, but Kyle didn't. His feelings changed, but hers remained the same. I am no Belle, Jade thought. My life will be anything but a fairy tale. I will consider myself lucky if I survive my 18th birthday. Jade wished she still lived in a world of make-believe, rather than the stark reality she was in. Most of all, she missed having a best friend. Jade wished Kyle had stayed. Chapter 3. Winter arrived early. The rose tree that Jade found for Kia's birthday lay buried under a heap of snow. The soldiers of the Fire Realm returned a few times after Kyle left, but since then, the birds had been silent. Perhaps they found who they were looking for, Jade thought. Or perhaps, she secretly hoped, he got away. Just look at all that snow, Grandma said. The weather is getting more unpredictable, Jade said glumly, looking at the heavy flurries outside her kitchen window. When I was little, our world used to have clearly defined seasons. They transitioned gradually from one to the next, Grandma said, surprising Jade. What do you mean, Grandma? Jade asked. We had seasons that would last for several months, not just weeks, Grandma said with a sigh as she resumed repairing Kia's torn winter jacket. I have never known such a world, Jade thought. Our seasons are at the whim and mercy of the ruling Titan. 1 month encased in ice, and the other searing with blistering heat. Now they are even changing weekly, a grim reminder of the rising chaos that was tearing their world apart. Grandma expertly sewed a patch on the tear in Kia's jacket. It looked almost good as new. It looks great, Grandma, Jade said, but Kia will need a new jacket soon. We will make do with what we have. Don't you worry, dear, Grandma said kindly. She went to find Kia to give her jacket back, leaving Jade alone in the kitchen with her thoughts. Kia is growing taller. She will definitely need a new jacket soon, Jade thought. But where will she find one? There were very few travelers or traders coming into their village, and the villagers didn't have extra jackets she could bargain for. Jade found that very few people ventured out of their own villages and towns nowadays. Maybe Kyle was right that the war was escalating, Jade thought. But even she didn't need to hear it from his lips to know it. The Fire King raged across the western lands, his wrath spreading like a disease, scorching the grounds, devouring all that stood in his path in his relentless fury. Then there was the Ice Queen's brutal control of the eastern side of the world. The lands turned to a barren, frozen tundra, as cold as her spite, and as deadly as the venom in her heart. Then there are those few patches of lands remaining like ours, Jade thought. Those lands not yet gripped in a fiery hell of the Fire King, or the freezing grip of the Ice Queen. Our world wasn't always like this, Jade thought with a sigh. The two rival rulers kept to their lands, leaving us to fend, forage, and fight for our survival in relative peace. Something changed. Their powers grew, as did their hatred for one another, Jade thought. The war has been going on as long as there has been someone to claim the fire and ice thrones. Now the world threatens to split in two, with nothing but despair and death on either side. The fire burns hotter, and the cold grips at the world with its icy claws. Their war will only end until one consumes the other, or consumes us all, Jade thought with despair. Perhaps Kyle is right, Jade thought out loud. I am running out of time. I need to choose now before all options are taken away from me, Jade thought. Despite what her instincts told her to do, Jade couldn't decide, until it was too late. A drastic event turns her life upside down, forcing her to choose at last. December was the cruelest month. December 21st, the cruelest day. It was the month that Jade dreaded the most. It was the time when the Ice Queen stole a child, usually one girl. What happened to the child? No one knew. But their families never saw the missing child again. What a life we have, what few choices, Jade thought. Stolen by the Ice Queen as a child, or drafted into the Fire Army at 18. If you survive until then, that is. The Fire Realm was drafting at an even earlier age, now that they were running out of soldiers. When Jade was younger, she hoped the Queen would take her away. Even now, in her darkest hours, she still wished for it. To be far away from her reality, her pain, her hungry stomach, even for a moment, felt like a dream. Away to a place where she would be safe, where every minute wasn't a struggle for survival. Now that her little sister Kia turned 10, Jade was terrified. What if the Ice Queen comes for her sister? It was too horrific to even imagine. Jade didn't share her fears with anyone else. It was much better to keep busy than to let her fears take hold. On that cold winter morning, Jade went ice fishing in the nearby pond. She would have foraged for food in the forest, but the pond was closer. She felt a strange need to be close to the village today. Jade wasn't fond of fish or fishing. She hated the way they flopped out of the water and the way their dead eyes stared back at her. The last time Jade went ice fishing, she went midday and got sunburned terribly. Now, she went as soon as she woke up, often before sunrise. Jade reached the pond in record time and was pleased to see the surface frozen over. She chose a spot that looked solid and far enough away from shore and used her auger to drill a hole. Jade stood the auger up, pressed down on the top, twirled the handle around, and drilled a hole large enough to fish from. She dropped her line and waited for the fishes to take a bite. It was a chilly day. The sun was just peeking over the mountains. The snow sparkled as the sunlight reached it. The chill in the air was the kind that seeped into your bones. Jade couldn't risk lighting a fire to warm herself up, as it would attract unwanted attention. What if a soldier of the fire realm lurked around? Jade rarely minded the solitude, but today, her senses were playing tricks on her. She felt like there was someone behind her, staring at her, but when she turned around, she didn't see anyone. She thought she heard a voice, but it was just the wind howling. Jade reeled in one fish, then another, then another. Her feet and hands were getting numb from the cold. The fishes are getting smaller, Jade thought morosely. There were fewer than last year. Don't look at me like that. I hate this as much as you, Jade said to the pile of dead fishes behind her. But you probably hate it more. Jade shook her head. First she was hearing voices, and now she was talking to herself. Jade stayed until she had enough fish to last a week. She quickly packed her things, leaving no trace of her being there at the pond, and headed home. Jade estimated she was only gone for a few hours. When she returned, she found Grandma sobbing hysterically in her room. Kia was not around. "What happened, Grandma?" Jade asked. "Where is Kia?" Her grandma didn't seem to hear her. Her eyes were wild with fear. She pointed to the window and said, "The Ice Maiden! I saw her! She was standing there!" Grandma was shivering uncontrollably, and when Jade touched her forehead, it was burning with fever. Jade consoled her grandma as best she could. When she calmed down a bit, Jade put her to bed. Only when her grandma had fallen asleep did she move to inspect the window. A layer of ice still frosted the window pane. Jade noticed patterns of flowers had formed with ice on the glass. She thought that perhaps because of the fever, her grandma had made a mistake, that Kia had likely wandered off to a friend's house. Jade waited for Kia to return. She had never seen the snow fall so fast and so hard. Each falling snowflake was the size of her hand. The winds picked up, causing a whiteout outside her window. Jade had to find Kia now. When she stepped toward the door, Grandma called out her name. "Jade!" "Yes, Grandma?" Jade asked. "What is it?" "Don't go into the storm. Stay with me," Grandma said before drifting into an uneasy sleep. Jade was torn about what to do. The heavy winds rattled the windows. "I have to wait. I wouldn't be able to find Kia in this blizzard," Jade thought. "I hope that wherever Kia is, she is safe." More hours passed, and Kia hadn't returned. The ice with the floral patterns remained on the windows, the only sign of the Ice Queen being there. The storm lasted all night. It took that long for Grandma's fever to go away. Jade prayed that Kia stayed the night safe at a friend's house. Jade looked towards the door, hoping that Kia would walk in at any moment. She hadn't had a moment of sleep, but she still waited for her nightmare to end. "How are you feeling now, Grandma?" Jade asked when she saw her stir. "Much better, dear," she said, smiling. "How could I not, with my granddaughter looking after me?" "I'm glad you are better," Jade said. She hesitated. "I have to go look for Kia, Grandma." "Oh dear," Grandma said. "Who is Kia? Is she your friend?" she asked with a calm that chilled Jade's heart. "You don't remember Kia?" "I might remember," Grandma said slowly. "What does she look like?" Was this some kind of amnesia? Was it because of the fever? Jade didn't know what to think, but she also didn't want to upset her grandma by saying she had forgotten her other granddaughter. "Kia is 10 with dark, wavy hair," Jade answered. "And her eyes are... Jade racked her brain, but she couldn't remember if Kia's eyes were blue or green or brown. Am I forgetting my sister too? Is this the Ice Queen's spell? Jade's heart sank at the thought. She needed to find her little sister, and quickly. Kia's favorite weather was hot and sunny, but truth be told, she loved the snow as well. She was getting late. Kia had promised to meet her friend on the small hill. She grabbed her sled and headed out the door. "Grandma, I am going sledding," she announced. "Okay, dear," Grandma said, smiling. "Come back before it gets dark, or I will worry." "I promise I will come back before it gets dark, Grandma," Kia said. She went to the front door and then changed her mind. She rushed towards her grandma to give her a kiss before leaving. "I love you, Grandma," Kia said. Grandma smiled. "I love you too, dear. Now, hurry along. Your friend will be waiting for you." Kia waved at the door before she headed out. She really was getting late. Her friend Zara must be worried by now. What if she left? Kia thought with worry as she ran as fast as she could, carrying her sled over the metra-deep snow. Kia was relieved to see Zara on the hilltop. She was still waiting for her. Kia waved at her friend, who waved back. "Where were you, Kia?" Zara asked. "I almost thought you weren't coming." "No, I am here," Kia said. She grinned. "The first one down the hill wins." She quickly set her sled and went zooming down. "Hey, Kia, no fair, I wasn't ready," Zara yelled back at her. When Kia looked back and stuck out her tongue, Zara laughed. "I will get you next time," Zara yelled. She got on her sled, too. When she reached the bottom, Kia said, "That was fun. Let's go again." And on they went until they were tired of climbing the hill. Then the two friends lay on the snow and made snow angels. Then they gathered lots of snow to make a huge snowman. They broke sticks and stuck it on to give it a face. Both girls giggled when they ended up with a grumpy-looking snowman. Zara was putting the finishing touches on the snowman when she heard Kia cry out in pain. "Ouch!" Kia said. "What's wrong, Kia?" Zara asked, concerned. "Something fell in my eyes," Kia said, rubbing her eyes. Then she doubled over, clutching her heart. "Are you okay, Kia?" Zara asked. "My heart, it hurts," Kia said. "We should take you back to Grandma," Zara said, and Kia nodded. Zara grabbed her friend's hand to support her, and they walked together carefully in the snow. They only went a few steps when Kia stepped away from her and said, "I think I feel better now." "Are you sure you don't want to go home?" Zara said. "I said I feel better now." "I will be fine," Kia said coldly. "You worry too much." Zara was surprised at her tone, but thought perhaps she had imagined it. Kia had never been cross with her before. Zara noticed something had fallen out of Kia's pocket. She reached down and picked it up. "Hey, Kia, you dropped something," she said, handing her a yellow paper. It was Kyle's birthday card, the one with the smiling sunflower, which Kia had been carrying in her pocket for weeks. Kia took one glance at it and said, "I don't want that stupid card anymore." She crushed it in her hand and tossed it in the snow. Again, Zara didn't understand her friend's odd mood. "I am going home," Zara said. "I am scared of that." She pointed to the dark clouds overhead. "Okay, bye then," Kia said in a bored voice. "It is getting dark, Kia. There might be a storm coming," Zara said. "Shouldn't you go home too? Your grandma will be waiting." "I will stay here and sled a while longer," Kia said. "You can go." Zara couldn't make sense of Kia's sudden mood change. She had never known her friend to be like this. What happened to her? Zara lingered at the top of the hill while Kia sled down alone. The winds were getting stronger and the snow was falling faster. Zara thought about going down the hill to Kia to convince her to walk back home with her, when she noticed the big white sled that came and stopped in front of her friend. There was someone inside, wearing a white fur coat and cap. Kia smiled and spoke to the stranger like she knew her. Zara heard a woman's laughter, which sounded like bells in her ears. The woman got out of the sled, and Zara was mesmerized. Zara had seen no one as beautiful as her. The stranger was wearing a fur cloak on top of a beautiful white dress that seemed to be made of millions of snowflakes. Her jewelry shone like glittering, dazzling ice. But her eyes, they were so wild and bright. The lady was very pretty, but she had a strange feeling about her. Zara was fearful for her friend and felt that Kia was in danger. She called out Kia's name again, but she wasn't listening. Kia got into the woman's sled, and they rushed away. Zara tried to follow as fast as she could. She got on her sled and zipped down the hill, but they were gone before she reached them. As they were leaving, she noticed the animals that drew the woman's sled. Were they made of ice? One minute, they were horses, and the next they changed into stunning swans. Zara watched with awe as they spread their glittering wings and took off into the skies. Kia disappeared behind a dark cloud. She didn't hear her friend cry out her name. Zara's voice was lost as the wind was ringing in her ears. The snowstorm had arrived, and Zara could barely see an inch in front of her. She couldn't see where her friend went. The snow kept on coming, and Zara couldn't move her legs anymore. She was going to be buried alive in all that snow. Chapter 4. "Are you cold, little one?" the Ice Queen asked. "Yes, but it's okay," Kia replied, her teeth chattering. "I like being with you." The Ice Queen smiled and bundled Kia into her fur coat. She planted a kiss on the child's forehead, and she stopped shivering. "Do you like me?" the Queen asked. "Yes, you are very pretty," Kia replied. "You look just like a fairy." The Ice Queen's sled flew over lakes and mountains, the swans glittering like jewels under the sun. The snowstorm was far behind them, and Kia's sleepy little village was fast becoming a distant memory. "Where are we going?" Kia asked. "To your new home," the Ice Queen replied. "My castle in the Ice Realm." "Will my friend be there?" Kia asked. "I left her all alone in the snow." "No, she won't come," the Ice Queen said. When she noticed Kia's expression, she said reassuringly, "Don't worry. I will be your friend." "Will my sister and Grandma come see me?" "I will be your family from now on, little one," the Ice Queen said. "Forget about them, as they would have forgotten you by now." Why would they forget her? Kia wondered. She rubbed her eyes as sleep lingered near her. Kia yawned. "Go to sleep, little one, and soon you will forget your worries," the Ice Queen said, her voice soft like a lullaby. Kia drifted off to sleep in the Queen's arms. The Ice Queen smiled at the sleeping child. She hurried her animals to reach her castle faster. They rushed, faster than the wind, as they flew over woods and lakes, over oceans and islands. The cold wind whistled down below, but the child stayed peacefully asleep in the Queen's arms. Soon the sled arrived to the land of sparkling snow, and the castle dazzling with ice. Jade frantically searched for her little sister in the village, but she was nowhere to be found. She noticed Kia's sled was missing at home, so she ran towards the small hill first. "Kia! Kia!" Her little sister didn't answer her cries. At the bottom of the hill, Jade found her sister's sled, buried deep in the snow. She found another sled, one with Zara's name scribbled on it. She must be with Zara, Jade thought. She knew exactly where she lived. Jade then rushed toward Zara's house. She knocked on the front door, and Zara's mother opened it after a few tries. "Is Kia here?" Jade asked. Zara's mother shook her head. "My sister is missing," Jade said. "Zara might have seen her. Can I talk to her?" Jade's heart sank with worry when Zara's mother started weeping. "What's wrong?" Jade asked. "Is Zara okay?" "She is now. Sorry about the tears," Zara's mother said, wiping the tears off her face. "I found Zara by the small hill. She was caught in the snowstorm. My baby was buried in all that snow and nearly frozen to death." "Oh, my goodness," Jade exclaimed. "I'm sorry to bother her now, but this is urgent. I think my sister was with her." "Please come inside," Zara's mother said. "You must be so worried." She let Jade into the house and took her to Zara's bedroom. Jade was happy to see Zara tucked safely in her bed. "How are you, Zara?" Jade asked. "I am okay," she said, smiling. "Didn't Kia come to see me?" Zara asked, peeking behind Jade. Jade tried not to let her worry show. "I wanted to ask you, Zara, did my sister come to play with you yesterday?" "Yes, she did," Zara said. "We played on the small hill, but I thought she went home, didn't she? I don't remember that well. I was on the hill and the storm started, but then I woke up in my bed and Mom was crying." Do you remember where you last saw Kia? I think we had a fight and Kia went home, Zara said. No, wait, she stayed there when I wanted to come home, but then she went with someone else. Who did she go with? Jade asked. The lady in white fur, Zara said. She came in a white sled, but I don't remember anything else. I'm not sure. Maybe I dreamed it. The more Zara tried to remember, the more upset she got. She was close to tears. When will Kia come see me? She asked. She will come real soon. As soon as you are better, Jade said reassuringly. You rest today, okay? Zara nodded her head. Jade thanked Zara's mother for the help. She went back to the small hill once more, but found no trace of the other sled or the lady in the white fur. Jade knew one thing. Her sister was no longer in the village. If Jade wanted to find her, she would have to venture outside. Jade packed her things for the journey, a couple of weeks of food and supplies, just in case. The rest she could scavenge along the way. Now all that remained was telling her grandmother. What will I tell her? Jade worried. Grandma doesn't even remember Kia. Jade peeked in the kitchen and saw that Grandma was busy making lunch. She plopped onto the kitchen chair, thinking of what she could tell her. It should sound believable, she thought. Grandma, I'm going out of the village today, Jade said. I need money for fishing supplies. I heard they are hiring for a job in the next town over, but the pay isn't great. It might take me a few weeks to earn enough for what I need. Grandma sighed. You do so much at such a young age, Jade. So far, so good. Grandma, I don't like leaving you all alone by yourself. I will be fine, dear, Grandma said. I am more worried about you. Send me a message as often as you can. Still no mention of Kia, Jade thought. Zara and her mother will come see you every few days, so you will have some company, Jade said. Grandma nodded and put a plate in front of Jade. She hovered by the table with uncertainty. Jade saw she had another plate of food in her hand. I don't know why I made extra, Grandma said, her voice shaking. She had tears in her eyes and her hands were trembling. It's almost like I am forgetting something, but I can't remember what. You are thinking of Kia, Grandma. But Grandma couldn't remember, and Jade could tell she was getting more upset. You must have made it for me since I need to eat up for the journey, Jade said quickly. Thanks, Grandma. Grandma looked surprised, but gave a small smile before putting the second plate in front of Jade. She went back to the kitchen sink to wash the dishes, but Jade saw the tears running down Grandma's face. I promise you will remember her again, Jade thought. I will bring Kia back to you, Grandma. I promise. Jade would have taken the train nearest her village, if it had been working. With the war going on as long as it had, the train fell into disrepair. The Fire Realm didn't bother with repairs once it stopped working. Their village was inconsequential. They didn't provide enough soldiers or servants for the capital, and the people refused to pledge their allegiance to the Fire King. I will have to walk to the nearest town, Jade thought. Jade would prop up her tent if she could bear the cold, or she would keep walking as long as she could. She sold her bike to have enough money to pay for the places she would stay in on colder nights. Jade passed the broken town, empty-trained. It was a rusted, silver behemoth in the snow, a past remnant of the technological wonders of the old world, now a fading luxury for an outsider like her. Jade reached a junction and 3 paths loomed ahead of her. She didn't need to go west to the Fire Kingdom. Her only options were going north to ask the rebels for help, or to go east alone to the Ice Queen's realm herself. Jade's heart ached with loneliness and despair. Never had she felt so alone. She wanted to see a familiar face again. Jade decided that she would do exactly that. I should go see Kyle, she thought. She wondered if Kyle or the rebels would help. They would have helped her father. But what about her? First things first. Jade needed to find the rebels, and if they refused to help, then she would think of something else. She took a deep breath and inched her way slowly through the knee-deep snow. The more steps Jade took north, however, she forgot where she was and why she was there. Looking for something? Asked an amused voice. Would it be wrong to go right, or right to go wrong? Jade had seen and heard many odd things in her life, but she had never come across an owl with a human face. The bird was perched atop a tree branch, looking down at her with unbridled curiosity. At least Jade thought it had the body of an owl. She had only seen their pictures in books. "Who are you?" Jade asked. "Who am I, indeed?" the creature replied in an amused voice. "Hey, wait!" Jade cried when the bird shook its feathers and took off. Jade ran as best she could, the heavy snow slowing her pace. The owl flew and flew until it landed next to a house, surrounded by the most colorful garden. It was so strange seeing the greenery in the snow. "Where am I?" Jade wondered. The bird had disappeared into the garden, so Jade had no choice but to follow. Jade opened the intricate iron gate and walked along the pathway that led through the garden towards the house. The house's front door was locked, and when she peeked through the window, the room was empty. She had a feeling she wouldn't find anything important there. Jade returned to the garden. There were all sorts of flowers there: roses, dalilahs, buttercups, irises. Jade looked closer at the flowers. She was amazed to see they had tiny faces and were smiling back at her. "How odd," Jade thought. "These flowers are human-like too." "They talk. If you ask them questions, they will answer," the voice said from behind. It was the owl again, staring back at her. "What would I ask them?" "Do you remember why you are here?" the owl asked. "No." "Or where you are going?" the owl asked again. Jade shook her head. "Want to hear a story?" She was oddly intrigued by the strange creature, so she nodded her head. "A girl's sister goes missing. As she searches for her sibling, she forgets about her. In the end, all the girl remembers was that she was searching for something," the owl said. "Her heart tells her something was missing, but wouldn't tell her what it was." "Did the girl find who she was looking for?" Jade asked. "The real question is, did the girl remember?" the owl said. "Did she remember?" "You tell me," the owl said. "Tell you what?" Jade asked. "Do you?" Jade was perplexed. Who was the owl talking about? It couldn't be her. She didn't have a sister. Jade noticed a patch of flowers hidden behind the owl. It was strange, but they looked familiar to her. Cherry flowers with yellow-crowned heads. They were little sunflowers with little smiling faces, but why were they so familiar? "Do I know you?" she asked the flowers. "You know us, the sunflowers replied in a sing-song voice. How do I know you? Jade wondered. They reminded her of something. They reminded her of sunshine, hope, and something else. "Your little sister," the sunflowers replied. "Do you remember her?" "My sister, Kia," Jade remembered. "Do you know where Kia is?" Jade asked, frantic. "I'm looking for her." "Ask the oracle," the sunflowers replied. They turned their crowned heads towards the owl, like they would turn towards the sun. "Are you the oracle?" Jade asked. The bird with the human face bowed its head in response. "I came here to find my sister," Jade cried. "I remember now." "Will you always remember, though?" the oracle said. "The queen's spell is powerful." "I don't want to forget," Jade said with despair. "Can you help me?" The owl seemed pleased at her request and ruffled its feathers with importance. "Keep some sunflowers with you, and they will remind you again if you forget," the oracle said. "We will remind you, the sunflowers said with glee. Jade took a few and put them in her pocket. "How will I find the Ice Queen?" Jade asked. "She has my sister. I don't even know why she took her." "Why? It has to do with the war, of course," the oracle said. "The war?" Jade asked, uncertain. "The war between fire and ice realms?" The owl hooted in agreement. Everything felt strange to Jade. She wasn't sure if she was dreaming. "What is this place?" Jade asked. "This is Eden," the owl replied. "The Sun Prince gave it as a gift to his love." "The Sun Prince?" Jade asked, perplexed. "Do you know how the war began?" the oracle asked. "Should I tell you?" "I don't care how it began," Jade said impatiently. She needed to find Kia. "But would you care if it ends?" the oracle asked. After a moment, Jade replied, "Yes." "For that I will tell you a story," the oracle said. "What kind of story?" Jade asked. "A myth, or does it tell the truth?" You can decide after you hear it, the oracle said with glee. Jade listened carefully as the oracle continued. When the world was very young, a tribe came from the sun to claim this world. Similarly, a distant moon sent its own people to do the same, but the daughter of the moon went missing, and fingers pointed to the sun tribe for the crime. There were also rumors of a sun prince, bewitched and murdered. Both sides vowed revenge. Since then, the descendants of the two tribes have continued their battle to claim this world for their own realms. Jade stood in disbelief. Was the oracle telling her it all started as a feud between two families? The war has gone on longer than our living records, Jade thought. Longer than memory to hold or reason to prevail. What the oracle said could be true, but to Jade, it felt like a tall tale. I don't believe you, Jade said. The oracle seemed unperturbed by her words. Would it be wrong to go right, or right to go wrong? The oracle asked again. I don't know the answer to that, Jade replied. I just want to find my sister. Can't you help me? Find the boy you met in the forest, the oracle said, surprising her. Then you will find what you need. The boy in the forest? Jade remembered him. She remembered the haunting music he played, the same melody that turned fire to rain. Where will I find him? Jade asked. I don't even know who he is or where he came from. The oracle hooted and took off again, even when Jade tried to stop it. Wait, she said. Where should I go? Jade followed the bird and saw it had gone back to the junction where they first met. The bird was perched on the sign that pointed west. You will find the boy in Helios, the capital of the Fire Kingdom, the oracle said. Find him, hurry, before it's too late. Why would it be too late? Jade wanted to ask the oracle. But she was no longer there. Sitting in its place was an ordinary owl. It no longer had a human face. Did I imagine it all? Jade thought. She looked at the signpost and the snow all around her. Shouldn't I be at home? What am I doing here? You are looking for your sister, the sunflowers sang from her pocket. Jade remembered and never forgot again. Guess I am going to the fire realm, Jade said to herself, to find the mysterious stranger I met in the forest. Chapter 5. Show me your documents, the soldier barked at Jade. She handed over the papers without a word. The soldier was wearing a black uniform with the golden emblem of the sun, the distinct clothes of the fire realm. The same one she resented and maybe hated, even if she had seen them on her mother. If her mother was still alive, Jade would have been wearing them too. Now, according to the fake document she handed over, she was just an ordinary citizen looking for work in the Fire City. She hoped that the documents Kyle gave her were authentic enough. The soldier looked over her photo and slowly assessed her from head to toe. Jade held her breath. Her heart beat unevenly under his severe gaze. Where's your ticket? He barked again. She handed him the ticket, which had cost her all her money. The soldier held the ticket in his fingertips, with barely containing contempt. Jade noticed the scorch marks, two thick black lines that wrapped like snakes around his finger. She knew what would happen next. The ticket caught fire and incinerated before her eyes to nothing. Guess it was a one-way ticket for her. She must have passed suspicion because the soldier shoved the papers back into her hand. Move it along, he said roughly. Jade controlled her emotions and didn't let her relief show. She didn't want to raise suspicion, especially not in front of a high-ranking soldier. He could easily ignite her clothes with the click of his fingers. Jade looked at the gold train in front of her with trepidation. She got here after 2 miserable days of walking. Now she would reach Helios, the main fire city, within minutes with the underground, high-speed train line, saving her 10 additional days of travel by foot. She marveled at the difference between her isolated village and the rest of the Fire Realm, how amenities were freely available to those who pledge allegiance to the Fire King. For everyone else, it was a different world. Thinking was banned. Creativity was banned. Innovation of any kind was banned for humans. They had to rely on the Fire Realm for their livelihoods. They had to beg them for everything. We humans are just a thorn in their side, unreliable and untrustworthy, in constant danger of siding with the Ice Realm, their sworn nemesis, Jade thought. The Fire Realm wants us all to perish rather than remain free. Is going to Helios a good idea? Jade asked herself again. There was a reason why her mother didn't want her growing up there. One of the few things both her parents agreed on. But the oracle told her to go there, and she was curious to see the boy from the forest again. The worst that could happen is that I won't find him, Jade thought. Then I would go north to the rebels like I originally planned, and have wasted precious time doing so, said a cynical voice in her head. Jade arrived at the city, both too soon and too late it seemed. She was anxious to find her sister, but wasn't sure what to expect in the infamous streets of Helios. Jade had never been inside the city and had only heard stories about it from her grandmother. Nothing prepared her for the sight of thousands of small stone houses that were on the outskirts. It was a sea of red surrounding the perimeter of the city. They painted the buildings a fiery red color, along with the sun's golden emblem on each roof. The color was a sign that here people with no inclination of fire magic resided, serving as servants to those who did. The people here were better off than the rest of the world, but Jade saw the telltale signs of abuse and even hunger. Burn marks on the bodies and the distinct look of desperation and unhappiness in their eyes. Some of them were skin and bones. The food shortage had reached the poorest in Fire City. Jade hadn't even reached the inner city where the royal obsidian palaces stood behind golden gates, and beyond them all was Fire Mountain that loomed over the horizon, where the skies were ablaze with orange and red. Very few people ventured that far or knew what else was there. Jade wiped her forehead. She changed to lighter clothes on the train, but she could feel the heat and humidity rising with each step inside the fire realm. It was unrelenting. She almost missed the Metra deep snow just outside the city. Jade wandered aimlessly down the narrow streets and alleys looking for a stranger with no name. It was turning into a fool's errand. Just when Jade had given up hope, she heard a cry from up above. "No!" she heard a girl's voice. "Stop!" "Stop playing hard to get!" a voice growled in return. "What are you doing here then? Admit it! You were hoping to bump into me. Well, here I am, sweetheart." "I told you I was going to my brother." Jade heard a snort. "Liar!" said the man's voice again. "You're irritating me now. Stop lying!" Jade heard shuffling noises and more protest from the girl. She couldn't ignore her cries any longer. She took quick strides to reach the alley where the voices were coming from. There was a fire soldier towering over a small girl and had her pinned to the wall. The girl looked so vulnerable. She couldn't be older than 14. "Stop!" Jade said. "Leave her alone!" The soldier jerked his head in her direction. He looked Jade over slowly from head to toe and smirked. "Looks like I am in for more fun today," he said. "She can be the main course. You, I will have for dessert." He made a lewd gesture and then licked his lips. Jade felt sick to her stomach. "Touch a hair on her head and that will be the last thing you do," Jade warned. The soldier laughed. "Don't you know who I am?" "A bully," Jade said. "A pathetic man who gets off intimidating and harassing others." The soldier scowled. "You will pay for that." He let go of the girl and staggered towards Jade. "Go," Jade said to the girl, who remained frozen to her spot. It was no use. The girl was in shock, so Jade had to move fast. "You might be a soldier, but you aren't above the law," Jade said. He pointed to a symbol on his chest. "I am the Crown Prince's favorite," the soldier said. His uniform was slightly different from the rest of them. He had an embellished C, black with spiny thorns, almost invisible in the dark uniform. "Prince Kanej is the law around here," he said smugly. "What about the king?" Jade wondered. The soldier reached and grabbed Jade's arm. It took Jade 2 seconds to punch and break his nose. There was a loud crunching sound, and blood gushed from where she hit him. He swore loudly. "You will pay for that, bitch!" He lunged toward her, but Jade kicked him hard in the groin. He fell to his knees, writhing in pain. Jade put her knife on his neck. "If you so much as move an inch, I will slice your neck," Jade said. "If you so much as look at her again, I will gut you from head to toe and burn your entrails." The soldier moaned piteously, but remained on the ground. "Let's get out of here," Jade said to the girl. She remained frozen. Jade shook her gently, and the girl finally came out of her shock. They hurried out of the alleyway to a more open area. There were others around who remained unaware or unconcerned about what just happened. "Thank you," the girl mumbled. "No one has done something like that for me." No one cares for me except my brother." "You were lucky I was there, but you shouldn't be roaming alone," Jade said. "I was going to meet my brother, but I was late, so I took a shortcut and—" "He was there," the girl said. She was shaking. Jade patted her back. "It's over. You are safe now." The girl nodded her head. "What's your name?" "Raven," she said. "I am Jade." "Jade? I haven't seen you around. No one here dares to go against the fire soldiers like that. Are you new?" "Not exactly new," Jade said. "I came here looking for someone." "Who?" "I don't know his name," Jade said. "Do you know where he lives?" Jade shook her head. "We could look for him in the town square," Raven suggested. "Everyone goes there in the afternoons." "Why is that?" "That is when the royal proclamations are made," Raven said. "We all have to be there." "Then that would be a great place to look for him," Jade said, agreeing. Raven beamed, eager to help her savior. "I can show you the way there." They went through a few more twists and turns before they reached the town square. It was midday and crowded. It was as good a place as any to look for the stranger. There were vendors here from all over the fire realm. They were selling food, water, and all the essentials. Jade saw that very few were buying. The same stalls once carried arts and crafts from world-renowned artisans. Now, survival needs superseded the joys of art and beauty. They waited hours, and Jade saw no signs of the boy. Just as she was giving up, she noticed a commotion in the middle of the town square. The shouts were so loud that it was hard to hear the crier as he made his royal proclamation. A few soldiers were standing behind the crier. As soon as he made the announcement, they marched through the crowd. Jade saw the soldiers drag a prisoner with them. His hair was dark as coal and his eyes were downcast. He had shackles on his neck and hands, and heavy chains were dragging behind his body. It was bizarre. Why was he in so many chains? Jade wondered. Were they afraid of him? He looked just like the deer trapped in the hunter's net. The chained prisoner finally looked up and stared directly at her. "It is him," Jade realized with a jolt. "The boy she saw in the forest." "Where are they taking him?" she asked. "Where are they taking who?" Raven asked. It was hard to see in the gathered crowd. "Him!" She looked to where Jade was pointing. "They are taking him to the dungeons," Raven said. "He must have committed a crime or refused to join the army. He doesn't look the criminal sort, though." "I want to talk to him," Jade said. "How can I get to him?" "My brother, Corvin, knows all the hidden passages around here," she replied. "He could take us." Jade was grateful for her help. "Raven, where have you been?" A boy of around 16 rushed towards them. She guessed it was Corvin by his resemblance to his sister. "Your sister was helping me," Jade said. "I am sorry she got delayed because of me." Jade figured she would help buy Raven some time. Raven could tell her brother about the incident with the fire soldier in private and when she was ready to. She guessed correctly as Raven looked relieved at her interruption. "Who are you?" Corvin asked. "She is my friend," Raven answered. Jade smiled in return. "Jade needs help finding someone." "Who are you looking for?" Corvin asked. Jade told them about Kia and how she needed to meet the prisoner in order to find her missing sister. Corvin was more than happy to help his sister's new friend. "How will we get in the dungeons?" Jade asked. "There is a hidden path that no one knows of but me," Corvin said. "We were playing hide-and-seek one day when I came across a secret tunnel. It kept going deeper and deeper and stopped near a stone staircase. When I got up, there was a hatch which opened inside the dungeon." "There must be many cells there," Jade asked, worried. "How will I know where to find him?" "I can ask people around and find out where they are keeping him," Corvin said. "Do you know his name?" Jade shook her head. "No, I don't know his name, but he is the one they just brought in today. Dark hair, dark eyes." "I will ask around. He shouldn't be too hard to find," Corvin said, reassuringly. Jade felt hopeful seeing his confidence. She had felt discouraged a moment earlier. "Thank you, Corvin," she said. "I will let you know soon," Corvin said as he dashed off. "Isn't my brother the best?" Raven said. "I don't know what I will do without him." She noticed Jade's sorrowful expression. "Don't worry, Jade. We will find your sister." "Thank you, Raven," Jade said gratefully. "I hope so too." Jade followed Corvin's voice as he led the way. It was pitch black in the dungeon, the only source of light being the small window and the dimly lit sconces, all shaped like the sun. Corvin got her in as promised and pointed her to the cell in the far corner. "He's in there," he said. "The door is locked, though. How will you get him out?" "I will handle it. Don't worry about that," Jade said. "Go back to Raven, and I will come soon." "I will wait for you outside," Corvin said, unsure. "Are you sure you don't want me to stay?" "I will come find you when I'm ready," Jade said. "Raven is all alone out there." "Be careful, Jade," Corvin said as he left. She heard rather than saw Corvin go back the way he came. Jade walked to the very end of the dimly lit hallway, her heart beating faster with each step. She saw a heavy lock on the door. Jade smiled. Her dad taught her all she knew about survival, including knowing how to pick locks. She never knew if she would need it until now. Jade pulled the hairpin from her hair. She worked her fingers and opened the lock with ease. "Thanks, Dad," Jade thought wryly. "Guess you were right after all." "Hello?" she asked tentatively as she stepped inside the cell. A figure moved in the far corner. She saw him get up on his feet and step closer to her. "What are you doing here?" said a baritone voice. "How did you get in here?" It was a stranger she met in the forest, the one who played the haunting music. Jade was startled by his beauty. His eyes glowed with a golden sheen in the darkness, like the sun trying to break through storm clouds. How odd, Jade thought. He was looking at her with a weary expression. "I asked, what are you doing here?" Jade realized she had been staring at him, mesmerized by his eyes. "I came to see you. The Oracle sent me to find you," Jade replied, embarrassed. When the boy moved, she heard the clink of his heavy chains. Again Jade wondered why he was chained like a dangerous beast. "The Oracle?" he asked. "What Oracle?" His voice had the same hypnotic effect on her like the music he played that day. Why does his voice affect me so? Jade wondered. Her heart faltered, as did her words. After a few moments, she managed to say, "The Oracle in the flower garden, half owl, half human?" "You are not making any sense," the boy said. "Listen, you shouldn't be here. The soldiers will come here any moment to get me. Leave now." I saw you in the forest," Jade fumbled. She had to make him understand why she was there. "The forest?" "There was a fire, and you were there," Jade said quickly, relieved that he was listening to her now. The boy froze. "It was you, wasn't it?" Jade asked. He looked at her like she was insane. "I don't know what you were talking about," he said. "But it was you. I saw you." "First, the Oracle, and now this?" the boy said with disdain. "Are you delirious?" "I said it wasn't me." There was a noise in the small dungeon. He had paused to listen. It sounded like footsteps. Someone was approaching them, and fast. "You should go now," he said with urgency. "But I came to ask—" "Leave now," the boy said angrily. "This is no place for you." He doesn't even want to talk to me. This wasn't what was supposed to happen, Jade thought. Why did the Oracle tell me to find him? How will I save Kia now? Jade remained frozen, unable to decide what to do next as the door creaked open behind her. "You!" said a voice. Jade groaned. It was the soldier whose nose she had broken earlier that day. He had a bandage on his face and a hideous grin to match. There were 2 other soldiers behind him who looked like they were twins. "Are you ready for round 2?" Jade asked, unperturbed. "Want me to break your arm this time?" "Bitch, I am ready for you to die," he spat. "You and that coward behind you." "Careful, Gonan," one of the twins said. "We are not to harm him." "Shut up! I didn't ask for your lecture, runt," Gonan replied to him. The other 2 shook their heads but stepped back. They were now talking to someone with their communicators. The twins didn't have the Crown Prince's symbol on their uniforms. Gonan seemed to be the one in charge. Gonan looked back to Jade and the other prisoner and said, "You both are going to the arena." "Says who?" the boy asked. Gonan gave a hideous grin. "By order of the Crown Prince." The boy opened his mouth to retort, but the brute soldier raised his hand to cut him off. "The prince sent you a message." He handed him a note. Jade quickly scanned the written note over his shoulder. The words glowed golden in the dark. "My dear Icarus, save the last remaining shred of your dignity and compete in the fire tournament." Icarus? Was that his name? Jade wondered. The boy tossed the note and furrowed his eyebrows, but remained silent. "What? His Royal Highness ran out of insults?" Gonan sneered. My name is Aaron, he replied, and you are not worth my breath. Aaron. Jade's mind latched onto his name as something precious. Saving your breath for the fire tournament? Gonan asked, grinning. The fire tournament? Jade asked. What's that? It's where we find out how good you really are, the brute replied, licking his lips. I bet you won't last 10 seconds in the arena. Jade felt like punching his smug face, but saw the other 2 soldiers were standing alert watching her. They carried high-caliber weapons, paralyzers by the looks of it. She would be stunned before she lifted a finger in his direction. What happens if we win this tournament? Jade asked instead. Gonan laughed viciously. There is no we. There is only one champion, he said. They get sent on the king's special mission to the Ice Realm. Only one? Jade thought. The oracle told her to find the boy from the forest, but didn't tell her to stay with him. Perhaps this was how she got to the Ice Queen, by winning the fire tournament? I want to join, Jade said. Eager to meet death, are we? Gonan said, smirking. That might be your final wish. When does it start? Jade asked. The tournament has already begun. Before Jade could say a word, the twin soldiers had her cuffed. She is not in the tournament, Aaron said angrily. Let her leave. You are not the crown prince, the twins replied with a sneer. We follow his orders. He is aware of the girl and wants her to compete. Jade smiled at the cuffs. I am not leaving, she said to Aaron. She turned towards the soldiers and said, In fact, I'm going to win this tournament and wipe the smiles off all of your faces. Chapter 6. I will win this tournament. The fire soldiers scoffed at Jade's bravado, but paid her no other attention. They were much more concerned with Aaron, it seemed. They looked over his chains once more, adding in a few more. Why were they so afraid of him? Take them to the arena. Make sure they get there in time, Gonan barked. He stared at Aaron and said, You better not escape. Aaron shook his head. If I wanted to, I would have done that long ago. Gonan chuckled. See you in hell, Gonan said, grinning. He stepped out of the cell gate, leaving them both with the twins. Jade raised an eyebrow, to which Aaron shrugged his shoulders. Hell is the name of the arena. Jade stopped herself from rolling her eyes. This was going to be interesting. You heard him, let's go, one of the twin soldiers said. He had a scorch mark on his left elbow. His twin had a similar one on his right. Jade wondered what their fire ability was. They marched in line out of the dark cell, the 2 prisoners sandwiched between the 2 guards. When they got out of the dungeon, the sun was so intense that it took Jade a few minutes to adjust to the bright light. She hadn't been able to see much when she followed Corvin in the underground passage. She was still in the outer limits of Helios and hadn't yet passed the golden gates. Jade scanned the area for Raven and Corvin. She saw Raven almost immediately, but she could tell something was wrong. Raven had her arms wrapped around her body and Corvin was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? Jade ran towards her. Raven! She heard the soldiers shout behind her, but she kept running. Where's your brother? Jade managed to ask before the soldier rushed towards her. I told you to stay in line, the soldier screamed in her face. I just want to talk to her for a few minutes, Jade said. Please. Aaron came by and swiftly stood in front of her. Watch it, he warned the soldier. Then tell her to keep moving. Jade pleaded to Aaron with her eyes. Give her what she asked, Aaron said. The soldier raised an eyebrow in mock concern. Or what? You are not your precious Prince Kanej? I know, Aaron interrupted. He closed his eyes in exasperation. When he opened them again, there was a fire blazing in his eyes. Both you and I know these chains won't hold me for long, so don't tempt me. The soldier gulped and nodded briefly. Jade didn't see any visible scorch marks on Aaron's body, but the soldier took his threat seriously. You have 5 minutes, the soldier growled at her. What just happened? Jade stared at Aaron. Who is he? More like, what is he? Jade didn't have time to solve his mystery right now. She waited until the disgruntled soldier was out of hearing range. Where's Corvin? Jade asked Raven quickly. Is he all right? Raven shook her head. Did something happen to him? Jade asked. Raven's lips trembled. While you were gone, they made another royal proclamation in the town square. The conscription age is now 16. Anyone who lives in Helios and is 16 or over must join the army. The age requirement changed? Aaron asked. By whose order? Prince Kanej, Raven replied. Aaron was surprised by her answer, and so was Jade. So it wasn't the king? Jade asked. Raven shook her head. Does your brother have any fire abilities? Aaron asked. No, he doesn't, but it doesn't matter, Raven said. They are taking anyone now. Is Corvin 16 then? Jade asked. He will be in a month, Raven said. But they already took him in. Raven looked devastated, and Jade could feel her heart breaking. He is the only family I have. I don't know what I will do without him, Raven said tearfully. Listen to me, Raven. Get out of the Fire Realm and head north with your brother, Jade whispered. Find the rebels, find Kyle, and tell him that you met me, and they will protect you. If Aaron was listening, he didn't blink an eye to a word she said. How will we find the rebels? Raven asked. Corvin knows where I hid my papers, Jade said urgently. The map to the rebel base is in there too. Do you know what you have to do? Raven nodded her head. Thank you, Jade, she said, wiping her tears. Thank me when you both are safe, Jade said. Go now. Where are they taking you, Jade? I am competing in the fire tournament, Jade said. Raven gasped. But why? It is so dangerous. I will be okay, Jade said, smiling. Don't worry about me. I have to do this to get to the Ice Realm. Raven gave her a hug. Please stay alive, she said. I hope I will see you again. I hope so too. Raven disappeared around the corner, frantic to find her brother and tell him about what Jade had just told her. When Jade looked back towards Aaron, he was staring at her. What? She asked. She thought he would ask her about the rebels and how she knew them, but Aaron surprised her by saying, That was kind of you. Jade blushed. It was nothing. Your name is Jade? Yes, and yours is Aaron, Jade said. I would have properly introduced myself if you weren't in such a hurry to send me away. Aaron frowned. I still think there is time for you to reconsider, he said grimly. Thanks for your concern, Aaron, but I am not leaving. I hope that whatever you are staying for is worth it. I am doing it for my little sister. I need to find her, Jade replied. I need to go to the Ice Realm. Aaron's eyebrows shot to his forehead. Your sister? The Queen took her? Jade nodded her head. There must be a safer way to get there than the tournament, Aaron said. I feel this is the only way. The Oracle said... You are serious about this Oracle, this half-human, half-owl creature? He asked. He didn't seem to believe her. You might not believe me, but I have seen far stranger things, Jade said. Things that I still can't explain. Like how you turned fire to rain. She could tell by his expression that Aaron was thinking about the forest too. He didn't question her decision any further. Why does Aaron deny being there? What was he hiding? Why did Gonan call him a coward, and what was his link to the Crown Prince? Jade had found the boy from the forest, but he gave her no answers and raised many questions instead. She hoped that the fire tournament would help her understand the path ahead, that it would help her find her sister, so she could bring her safely back home to Grandma. The soldier returned. Are we done having our tete-a-tete? He asked sarcastically. Or should we stop for tea as well? No thanks, Jade said, smiling. I prefer my tea like I do my company, warm and not bitter. The disgruntled soldier frowned even more, while his twin choked back a laugh. She got you there, Teeman. The soldier reddened. Shut up, Yaman. Yaman still had a boyish grin on his face that only incensed his twin further. Keep walking, Teeman growled at Jade. The arena is that way. They finally reached the Golden Gates. The security was intense, and there was a sea of black uniforms everywhere. As soon as the gates opened, Jade got a glimpse of the arena's gleaming facade. The rows and rows of black pillars, floor tiles, and a mosaic of onyx and gold. She could even see her reflection on the polished surface. Jade took a sharp intake of breath. Even from this far, they could hear the roar of the crowd. They trailed the twin soldiers, Yaman and Teeman, towards the arena where the fire tournament was being held. Aaron was more solemn than before, but his steps didn't falter as he followed them. "Citizens of Helos, welcome to hell!" The crowd erupted in cheers. The commentator for the event was Kalita Tatum, a wiry, excited host who seemed to love her job. Kalita came around backstage asking the contenders for their names and for the title they wanted to be remembered by. "What's your name, sweetie?" "I am Jade Everest." "Good, strong name," Kalita chirped. "Which fire city are you from, Jade?" "I am not from the fire realm," she replied. "You are not?" Kalita said excitedly. "We have a true underdog then. Excellent. We will call you Jade the Outsider." Jade nodded her head politely. It didn't matter what they called her, as long as she was the last one standing. They were standing backstage waiting for the cue to go in. She and Aaron watched Kalita bring the crowd's exuberance to a fever pitch. The atmosphere was charged with electricity. Kalita addressed the crowd once more. "All hail the royal prince!" The arena hushed as the main guest arrived. The crown prince stood up from the king's box and waved to the crowd. Fire soldiers flanked him on both sides. The king was nowhere to be seen. His marble throne was empty. There was a burning sun carved at the back of his throne. The prince sat on a smaller chair next to the throne, a small crown made of titanium on his brow. His face was striking. He had high cheekbones and an expression that exuded power. He was as tall as Aaron, Jade observed. Her eyes gravitated to the scorch marks on the prince's bare arms. They entwined the length of his muscular arms like giant, shadowy snakes. The scorch marks weren't even the most distinct part about him. His kohl-rimmed eyes were startling, the black iris lined with gold, like the sun during a solar eclipse. "I am delighted to announce the start of the fire tournament," the crown prince said. "My father, King Cyrus Fireborn, has kindly allowed for this momentous day. Today we will pick one champion for one important task: convince the spiteful Ice Queen to peace." The audience burst with cheers. They all chanted the prince's name. The people of the Fire Kingdom had enough of the bloodshed and war. Prince Kanej had a lot of admirers in the crowd. A chorus of girls' voices was coming from one side of the arena, growing louder with each passing second. Someone screamed Kanej's name and fainted. The healers promptly took her away on a stretcher. Jade would have found the entire scene comical if it weren't for the serious situation she was in. The Crown Prince smiled and waited for the crowd in the arena to settle down before continuing his speech. "You must wonder why. Is this a contest of might when diplomacy is at stake?" the Crown Prince asked. "You remember my dear brother, Xaden, suggested the same not too long ago, but we all know his fate. We need a fighter to make the perilous journey into the Ice Realm to the Queen's castle, which means facing frost soldiers and other terrible monsters." As soon as Prince Kanej mentioned the frost soldiers, there was booing from the crowd. Jade turned her head towards Aaron and asked, "What happened to his brother?" Aaron's hands were in a tight fist. Jade thought for a moment he wouldn't answer, but then he leaned in and said in a low voice, "Xaden disappeared without a trace." "He disappeared?" "Rumors are that he was captured or killed," Aaron said in a grim voice. He became quiet again. Aaron's voice still lingered in her ears, and her heart fluttered at his closeness. Jade tried to keep her breath even. "What do you think happened to Xaden?" "Xaden is a strong fighter, despite what Kanej leads us to believe," Aaron said thoughtfully. "If the frost soldiers ambushed him, he wouldn't have gone down without a fight, and we would have heard about it. Xaden didn't use the distress signal to ask for help either. That would have been his last resort." "Distress signal?" "It is unique to each individual," Aaron explained. "Xaden could shoot a fireball into the sky, and people can see it from miles away and know it's him, and that he needs help." "You think he is hiding then?" Jade asked. "I don't know what to think. Xaden loved his people and his father," Aaron said. "It is out of character for him to be hiding. Perhaps something happened to him." She noticed Aaron said Xaden's name with familiarity. He also didn't address him as Prince. There was a profound sadness in his eyes. Aaron might not like the Crown Prince, but he expressed sorrow for his brother Xaden. Perhaps he was a friend? Prince Kanej finished his speech and sat on the chair next to the throne. Were they expecting the king to come, or was it a custom to leave it empty? Jade wondered. Kalita resumed her hosting and explained the rules of the tournament. There were 8 contenders, each more intimidating than the next. Nearly all of them had scorch marks, all except for Aaron and Jade. They split the 8 into 2 groups of 4. They placed Aaron on the opposite side. Jade finally tore her eyes away from him to look at the arena. It was divided into 4 rings, with burning coal lining the outer rim of the circles. She sighed. They rigged the championship in favor of a Fire Realm fighter. They might get hurt by the fire, but could heal faster, or, depending on their magical abilities, they wouldn't feel the heat at all. She didn't let the situation intimidate her. I just have to be smarter, faster, and stronger, Jade told herself. She glanced over to Aaron, but his eyes were on the king's box, looking at the empty throne. Jade again wondered why the king wasn't present. After all, it was his mission the champion had to complete. The soldiers finally took the chains off of Aaron. They were on high alert. All the soldiers in the arena pointed their weapons at him, as if afraid he might detonate like an explosive. Aaron was strangely emotionless. It was like all the spark in him died as soon as he stepped into the arena. Or was it when he saw the crown prince? Jade hoped that she wouldn't face Aaron in the ring. She had to win in order to save her sister, even if that meant defeating him. Jade didn't even have time to think of a strategy, as Kalita shortly announced, "Our first match is between the outsider and the crowd favorite, the Spitfire. Are you all ready for an epic match? Let the fight begin!" Jade walked to the center of the ring and saw a boy standing across from her. There were scorch marks around his mouth. Jade only had a second to figure out why he was called the Spitfire. She immediately lifted her shield, and the next instant he blasted her with fire. Jade held the shield as long as she could before it got too hot to hold on to. She did a somersault to get out of burning range, dropping both her shield and sword. Jade had painful blisters on her fingers. He was still breathing fire, but Jade knew he couldn't do it for much longer. He would have to take a breath soon. The shield and sword were too far out of reach, and even if she had them, they heated up too quickly. Jade had only one option left. She would have to be quicker on her feet. She ran, dodging the fireball as the boy blasted toward her. She was getting closer to him. Only a few more meters remained. Jade lost her footing and slipped. She fell to the ground, landing on her hands. She immediately turned to her side while a fireball singed the ground where she had been moments earlier. Too close. Jade scrambled up to her feet as quickly as she could, but a fireball hit her shoulder. She screamed in pain. The skin burned where she got hit. She fell to the ground again, rolled out of the way quickly, dodging the other fireball, just in time. The crowd roared, but Jade wasn't sure if it was for her. The other matches were going on as well, which she couldn't keep track of. Jade rolled too far near the edge of the ring. The burning coals were mere inches from her face. She smelled her hair burn as the tip of her braid touched the coals. I can't keep making mistakes like that, Jade thought. The next one could be my last. She braced herself. This time she ran in a circle around the boy, getting closer and closer to him. His face was getting red and he was panting. She nearly had him. If only she could hold on for a few more minutes. Jade kept running in circles. After a few more turns, the boy opened his mouth but could barely shoot a flame out. It was time. Jade closed the gap between them and kicked hard. The boy dodged the kick but couldn't get out of the way of her punch. She hit his left ear and he stumbled. Jade threw a lower kick and the boy finally landed with a thud on the ground. He was having trouble breathing. He tried standing up but was too dizzy to do so, having used too much of his firepower. Jade couldn't believe her eyes when he raised his hand to concede. She just won the first match. Jade picked up her shield and sword for the next round, which started as soon as the first one ended. The shield was half melted and even the sword was slightly bent at an angle. It was better than nothing, she thought. Her shoulder was a mess. Jade's hand still stung from the fall when she scraped her palms and from her blisters. They had stopped bleeding but still hurt when she held up her shield. The outsider may have won her first round, but will her luck hold? Kalita asked the ravenous crowd. Will she survive a match against the choke? We will find out now. Begin! This time it was a girl standing across from her. Her fiery red hair seems to have a life of their own, swirling like a dancing flame on a candle. What was this girl's ability? Scorch marks formed a ring on the girl's neck, but other than that, Jade had no clue. I will find out soon enough, Jade thought. Jade stepped forward, but the girl stayed in place. She was concentrating hard, beads of sweat forming on her head. What was she doing? Was she just going to stare at her? Jade took another step, and the girl remained still. Jade felt a strange sensation in her chest. The very air around her seems to thin out. Jade fell to her knees, trying hard to breathe, but it was no use. She finally realized what the girl was doing. The girl was cutting off her air supply, and she was choking to death. Jade stood on shaky knees and stepped closer to the girl. She inched closer and closer, reaching for the girl, but she couldn't breathe anymore. The world was spinning. Jade tried and failed to breathe one last time. Darkness surrounded her vision. Jade blacked out completely, collapsing to the floor. Get up, Jade. A man appeared before her. Strange, she knew that voice. The last time she heard his voice was a year ago. Wake up! Jade's vision was blurry. Was she actually seeing her father? No, it couldn't be. Get up, Jade. You must live. You must win. Her father was dead, but his words haunted her. Fight back. They are no match for you. I don't even have any fire abilities, Jade thought. But that never stopped her father. He taught her all she knew about survival. He taught her how to save herself. Think, Jade, think. How to get out of this situation. Her mind was the best weapon she had. It was the only weapon she could rely on. She remembered how fire abilities took immense strength. The girl was choking her and cutting off her air, but she was highly vulnerable. The girl had her eyes closed as she concentrated. If only Jade could reach near her. Jade used every ounce of her remaining strength and hurled the shield into the girl's face. She screamed in pain as her shoulder burned like hell. The shield hit its target, landing with a heavy thud, knocking the girl out cold. Jade felt the air rush back into her lungs. She gulped the air greedily and nearly choked on it. Her heart was pounding like crazy. Her breaths were coming in gasps. Jade won, but she nearly died doing so. The crowd roared once more, and Jade realized that Khalida had already announced the start of the next match. She looked up to face her last opponent, haunting dark eyes in the face of an angel. Standing on the opposite side of the ring, appearing like an angel of death, was Aaron. Chapter 7. Force and steel. Hearts can't reveal. Thoughts will kill when secrets spill. Don't get distracted, Jade told herself. You need to think clearly. Aaron is your opponent now, and he is just a boy. A beautiful boy with haunting eyes. Jade shook that last thought away. Her fighting instinct kicked in, and she quickly assessed him. Was there anything that put him at a disadvantage? Aaron only had a sword, but it was in much better shape than hers. Jade chucked her half-melted shield away. There was no point in carrying it. It would only slow her down. Jade twirled the sword in her hand, and it swung at an odd angle. Great. Just what she needed. A bent sword. Aaron was looking at her intently. Her heart did another backflip at his gaze. She couldn't resist asking, "What are you thinking?" "I don't want to fight you, but I can't let you win," he said solemnly. "Same here," she said. A calm came over her, at least with Aaron. She didn't have to worry about being burned to a crisp. He didn't seem like he would fight dirty. Aaron seemed, as far as she had known of him, honorable. The fire soldiers seemed to have a different idea, though, as they still had their weapons pointed at him. Jade rolled her eyes at their reaction, but then she noticed something odd. Aaron barely had a scratch on him. How did he make it to the final rounds with no injuries? As soon as the thought came to her mind, her shoulder throbbed with pain. They could have healed my injury first before shoving me into another match, Jade grumbled to herself. It didn't seem fair, but then again, the fire realm was never fair, especially to an outsider like her. People in the arena were yelling at them to start the fight. Wine was being poured freely in golden cups, and half the audience was drunk or getting there fast. The red uniformed servants were working hurriedly along the rows to fill their drinks as they emptied. "Helios is getting restless," Prince Kanej said, stating the obvious. "I wonder why," Jade thought dryly. Bloodlust wasn't a sport here, it was a lifestyle. "Jade, please reconsider. Get far, far away from this realm. If you stay here, your mind will corrupt, and your heart will taint," Aaron whispered to her. "Go back to the outside world and never look back." "I can't leave. I have to be here." She raised her sword. Aaron sighed and did the same. Jade didn't give Aaron another chance to stop her and launched her attack. He dodged and weaved through her blows. The sounds of their swords clashing echoed in the arena amongst the cheers of the crowd. The people were getting the fight they came to watch. Jade stabbed Aaron's left side with her sword, but missed. He pushed her back with his sword. Their swords matched evenly and met blow for blow. Beads of sweat were pouring down her body. Aaron was physically stronger than her. She needed a different strategy or she won't be able to keep up with his pace. Jade threw a punch, but Aaron deflected, and she struck nothing but air. She used too much force in her punch and nearly fell face first into burning coal. Jade was getting frustrated. No matter how many times she attacked, Aaron only defended himself but didn't strike back. Why won't he attack? Someone from the audience shouted, "The Fire King is coming!" which distracted Aaron for a split second. Jade used that moment to hit his shoulder, and his sword went flying out of his hand. She kicked him, and he dropped to his knees, grunting. Jade placed her sword on his neck. The crowd went wild. "Do you concede?" Jade asked. Aaron stared at her but didn't give an answer. Did he still think he could win? Or was he giving up? "Do you have what it takes to be a champion?" Jade startled at the voice. The Crown Prince was talking to her. "The Frost soldiers will not spare their enemy. I need to know as the king's champion you can do the same," Prince Kanej said. "Show me you are worthy of the title." Did he just hint her to kill Aaron? "What are you saying?" she asked. "I am asking you not to spare the enemy," Prince Kanej said coolly. "What?" Jade asked, shocked. "I can't hurt him. He is innocent." Prince Kanej laughed. "Him? Innocent? He has plenty of blood on his hands. Don't be fooled by his wounded act." Jade looked towards Aaron, but he averted her gaze. She noticed that he wasn't denying the Crown Prince's accusation. Jade was stunned. What was she to do now? Could she hurt the one who might have possibly saved her life? "Do it! Do it now!" the audience chanted, drunk. Jade pointed her sword at Aaron's chest. Would she kill him to save her sister? No, she couldn't. Jade thought about knocking Aaron out with the back of her sword. That seemed like a quick and relatively painless solution. "Wait!" Jade stopped her sword in midair. The crowd, who had been deafening minutes before, hushed. The people were staring toward the royal box and whispering. Jade looked towards where they were staring. Sitting on the marble throne with a golden crown and clad in golden robes was the Fire King. The crown glowed around his head like the rays of the beaming sun. When did he get there? Jade wondered. Did he appear out of thin air? "Father?" Kanej asked. "Send him with the girl," the king said. "This ends now." "But father, the rules say—" The king was displeased by Kanej's interruption. Anger flashed in his eyes, burning bright like the blazing sun. The king's voice boomed, "He goes with her!" King Cyrus said it with a tone of finality. Kanej sighed, but he didn't protest his father's command. The Fire King glanced towards Aaron and exited the royal box, his golden robes trailing behind him. A couple of fire soldiers rushed after their king. Kaleida looked at Prince Kanej and raised her eyebrows. "What happens now?" she asked. "We shall have 2 champions complete the king's mission," the Crown Prince mumbled. "Declare them the winner." He looked at Aaron and mouthed something. It looked like he said, "Pathetic." Prince Kanej didn't wait for Kaleida to make the final announcement as he hurried through the exit toward his father. Relief flooded through Jade, her knees buckled, and she dropped to the ground, shaking. Aaron was looking at her quietly. He offered her his hand and pulled her up to her feet. Jade was dumbfounded. Aaron seemed well enough now, so why did he stop fighting? What just happened? Jade asked. Why did the Fire King choose 2 champions? It is useful to have a spare, Aaron replied, his voice vacant. Before Jade could ask more, fire soldiers came and stood by their side. They had come to usher them away to the royal court where they would get the details of their task. He doesn't waste a minute, Aaron said, shaking his head. Jade followed him as he exited. Kaleida was singing her praises, and the crowd was still chanting her name when they left the arena. It was the first time Jade was seeing the palaces. Jade's mother kept her away from Helios and hid both her daughters' identities from the authorities. Sorry, Mom. I had no choice, Jade thought. She watched in awe as the Gothic, ornate facade of the royal palaces came into view. A marvel of obsidian and gold. They were fountains of water and lush green gardens as far as the eye could see. Jade had seen nothing so opulent in her life. There was a giant marble statue with details in gold standing imposingly on the front courtyard. A golden crown sat on the figure's head, as well as a scar which ran down the length of his face. The eyes had a gold lining around the iris. The statue had the same eyes as Kanej. Who is that? Jade asked. That is Fireborn, the first Fire King, Aaron replied. Even though her mother worked for the royal family, Jade's mother hardly spoke about the Fire Realm. Anything that Aaron told her about Fireborn was new to her. Fireborn? Jade asked curiously. How did he become king? His true name was Saul, but there is hardly anything in the history books about Fireborn's earlier life, Aaron said. What we know is that Saul was a fire guardian for the Sun Prince, Aurelius, before he reinvented himself and became the Fire King, Fireborn. What became of Aurelius? We don't know much about him, Aaron said. Any record books with details about the Sun Prince are non-existent. Isn't that odd? Jade asked. I suppose it is, but history can get lost with time, Aaron said. He sounds unconvinced. Though it is strange that we have a perfect record of Fireborn's life, but not about the prince. The sun blessed Fireborn with fire abilities in order to protect his son while he was here in this world. So the Fire Realm had no information about the prince? Jade thought. Didn't the Oracle tell her something about him? She remembered the Oracle's ominous words. Rumors of a Sun Prince bewitched and murdered. And something to do with the daughter of the moon. This was all very fascinating, as much as the fact that Aaron was into history. You are a historian, then? Jade asked. Hardly. I was curious about the origin of fire abilities, Aaron said, pausing to find the right word. Do you find anything about the Fire King's curse? Jade asked. Any scroll with details about his madness? Jade had said it casually, but Aaron's reaction was immediate. He ashens and becomes tense. Are you all right? Jade asked, worried. I am fine. We should go in, Aaron said in a grim tone. He didn't wait for her as he quickly walked through the courtyard into the palace. Was it something I said? Jade wondered. I only asked about the king's curse. First the forest, and now this, she thought. Aaron was definitely hiding something. The problem was, she did not know what. Jade felt lost and very small when she walked into the royal palace with its imposing structure and cathedral-height ceilings. Aaron knew where he was going as he moved past the lavishly decorated halls without so much as a glance. The rooms and hallways, from what she could see as she rushed past them, were decorated in the Fire Realm's colors of black and gold. Beautiful golden chandeliers brightened each room with a golden sheen, making them appear otherworldly. Finally, Aaron stepped in front of a set of magnificent doors. The fire soldiers looked at him with disdain, but let him go inside. Jade followed him in, afraid to be left on her own in the vast, never-ending space. Prince Kanej was present in the throne room, but the king was once again nowhere to be seen. This time, however, the crown prince sat on his father's throne. This is bold even for you, Aaron said. It is fitting, is it not, since I am the one running this place, the prince replied, stroking the arm of the throne with adoration. All I am missing is the title. You forgot humility and decency. You are missing those, too, Aaron replied. Prince Kanej grinned. Where is the king? Jade asked. He is indisposed, Kanej replied, not revealing much. What about his task? Aaron asked. You got lucky, Prince Kanej said lazily. There should be only one champion. But a new revelation made us change our minds. We might need 2 of you after all. Aaron stiffened up. What revelation? He asked wearily. After more than 200 years, the Ice Queen has finally found her heir, Prince Kanej replied. Considering this new information, the task has changed. What are the tasks now? Jade asked. A girl that cuts to the chase, I like that, the Crown Prince said, eyeing her with interest. When Jade blushed at his gaze, he smirked. You have 2 tasks. You can split them or do them together, however you please, Prince Kanej said. Give the peace treaty to the Queen and make sure she accepts it. And what if she doesn't? Jade asked. Then it gets better, Prince Kanej said, smiling. There was a strange glint in his eyes when he said, if she refuses to sign it, kill the Ice Queen and bring her heir to the Fire Realm. Kill the Queen? Jade asked, shocked. This was only supposed to be a peace mission. It would be foolish to think the spiteful Ice Queen would want anything but war, Prince Kanej said. She made that abundantly clear over the years. You will find that out yourself if she doesn't kill you on sight. But if she agrees, we can prevent a lot of bloodshed, Aaron said. When do we leave? In a week. A week, Jade thought. Her little sister was all alone in the Ice Realm. Can't we leave sooner? She asked. To her surprise, Aaron spoke first. Your wounds need to heal first, he said. Jade might have forgotten about her injuries, but it seemed Aaron hadn't. His unexpected kindness touched her heart. Prince Kanej rolled his eyes at Aaron. You can leave. However, we wouldn't want the champion to miss the festivity. What festivity? Kanej turned towards Jade. A banquet in your honor. A banquet? Jade asked, dismissively. Whatever for? She was worried to death about her little sister and couldn't think of anything more pointless at that moment than a banquet. Prince wasn't offended by her lack of interest. He gave her a lazy smile. We are not barbaric, Jade. We will honor you as our champion and give a proper farewell. Kanej left Aaron out, but he seemed to care about this as much as she did, which was not at all. Is that everything? Aaron asked. Kanej's eyes gleamed. Yes, for now. The prince finally let them go, but promised that he would meet Jade soon. Are you anxious? I don't like waiting. I don't think I could last a week, Jade replied. I need to distract myself or I will fall to pieces. Aaron looked at her. Come with me. Jade followed him quietly as he took her around the palace. Looking at the paintings and decor distracted her for a few moments, but then all of them looked and felt the same, beautiful but hollow. They were now in another large room fitted with a table that ran the length of the space, enough to seat 50 people. She estimated the food on the table could last her family a year or 2. You look disappointed, Aaron said. That is not the usual response of someone who sees the Grand Hall for the first time. What is the usual response? Jade asked. Awe, wonder, a feeling of being insignificant, he replied. Because it is all so grand, Jade replied. A muscle twitches in his face, like he was trying not to smile. Maybe I expected something different, Jade replied with a sigh. I heard a fire had gutted this place. There is no trace of that here. That is because you are talking about the old Grand Hall, Aaron replied, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Do you want to see it? They kept it the same as it was after the fire? Jade nodded her head. Her heart was beating at an unnatural pace. Jade had nightmares about that place. She never thought that one day she would ask to go see it. Jade just agreed to go to the site where her mother died. Now that her reality was as bad as her dreams, she might as well face one of her most terrible fears. The room was unnaturally quiet, despite the frantic beating of her heart. Everything was covered in soot and layers of dust. It was, as Aaron promised, untouched. Untouched for the last 2 years. There was a localized dark spot in the center of the room. That is where the king lost control and the fire started, Aaron said in a grave voice. His voice sounded as hollow as her heart felt. Jade noticed a glint from the corner of her eyes. She picked up the object that hid in the corner. A layer of soot covered what was a locket. She wiped it with her hands and felt the letters engraved on its surface. Jade recognized it right away. "This was my mother's," she said, stifling a sob. Aaron looked at the name engraved on the locket. "Your mother's?" he asked, surprised. "Your mother was Adeline? General Adeline?" "Yes," Jade replied. "It must have fallen off her neck during the fire." She held the locket close to her heart. "I am sorry," Aaron replied. "The general saved countless lives from the fire that day, but lost her own. She died a hero." "My sister still calls out for her in her sleep," Jade said. "I am sorry, Jade," Aaron said. "This must be so hard for your family." "It was. It still is. My father never got over it," Jade replied. "We lost him that day, too." It was true. That was the moment her father emotionally cut himself off from his family. "What happened to him?" Aaron asked. He listened quietly, empathy reflecting in his sad eyes. Jade didn't know why she was telling him all this. She never spoke to anyone about this before, but it had been weighing on her soul. Jade took a deep breath before continuing. What she was about to share could forever change his mind about her. "My father was part of the rebellion," Jade replied. "They caught him and executed him for attempting to kill the Fire King." Chapter 8. "Don't go, son. Think of Jade and Kia. They lost their mother. Don't make them lose their father, too," Grandma pleaded. "Think of your children, please, I beg you." "I am thinking about all the children of the world, Mother," Jade's father said adamantly. "I am doing it for them. I am saving their future." "By killing the Fire King?" Grandma asked incredulously. "What change will that bring? Another will take his place. Then what will you do?" "Then we will get rid of the other one as well." "That is only the Fire Realm. And then there is the Ice Kingdom and her queen," Grandma said. "Do you have plans for her as well?" "Once we take care of the Fire Realm, she will leave the rest of us alone," Jade's father said. "Her war is with the Fire King. She wants to destroy him as much as I do." "How long will it go on? How many lives will be lost?" "You are losing yourself in this mire, son. This is an unending cycle of hatred. Adeline would never—" "Adeline is dead," Jade's father shouted. "We don't know what she'd want because she is dead." "She'd want her daughters to be safe," Grandma said, her voice shaking. "Adeline would want you to stay alive and protect them." "I am going, Mother," Jade's father said. His voice got softer. "When I return, it will be a better world. I will make it a paradise for all of us. I promise." Jade had been listening to their argument from the other room. Her little sister Kia was playing at a friend's house and thankfully didn't hear any of it. Jade almost believed her father's words. He sounded so sure, but he didn't keep his promise. He never returned. Jade's world didn't get better. It was far from the paradise her father promised. It turned into hell. Something akin to shock came over Aaron's face. Jade didn't know why she told him about her father. Telling anyone her darkest secret was dangerous, especially in the realm where her father committed treason. Although there were some that revered him for what he tried to do, the rebels, for instance, her mother wouldn't have chosen revenge, even if the Fire King caused her death. The fire in which she died was, by all eyewitness accounts, an accident. Jade's father forsake anything in his rage. He became blind with revenge. He didn't think about his mother or his two daughters. Ultimately, he lost his life for it. Perhaps Jade hated him as much as the Fire Realm did. He had stopped being her father a long time before his death. Before Aaron could say a word, a low voice spoke from behind them. "So you are the daughter of a hero and the daughter of a traitor?" Jade's heart stopped when she saw who it was. It was the Crown Prince. "Which one of the two will you be, I wonder?" he asked. Kanej had appeared out of thin air. Jade was momentarily stunned. "So, who are you?" Kanej asked again. A hero or a traitor? I am neither, Jade replied. And yet you could be, he replied, smirking. We can't blame her for her father's mistakes, Aaron said, coming to her defense. Or so you hope, Prince Kanej said pointedly. I wonder why that is. I am here to save my sister, Jade replied. I have nothing against the Fire King. Yet your father did, Kanej asked. My father thought the Fire King was going insane and needed to be stopped, Jade said. And what do you think? I just want to protect my family, Jade said. I have no interest in power or politics. And yet you are caught in the middle of it, Kanej replied, looking at Aaron. Jade didn't know what he meant by that statement or why he was looking at Aaron when he said it. Why are you here, Kanej? Aaron asked, scowling. Is being a crown prince so tedious that you come to spy on us? You have an overinflated sense of ego, Prince Kanej said unironically. Why are you here? Aaron asked. The crown prince's eyes gleamed menacingly. The king chose him as a champion, Jade said, sensing trouble. You can't hurt him. The king? Prince Kanej smiled. In time, everyone and everything will belong to me, the Fire Realm's emperor. I can't tell if you are joking or being delusional, Aaron said. So all the visionaries here in their life, alas, Prince Kanej said, smiling. I assure you this is no dream. Prince Kanej looked back, and at his command, 6 soldiers came marching in the grand hall. The prince turned toward them and said, Bring in the prisoner. Aaron and Jade watched with horror as 2 fire soldiers dragged him in. They were the twin soldiers Yaman and Timon, who she first met in the dungeon. The boy was resisting them with all his strength, but they had a vice-like grip on his arms. Jade gasped, Corvin! Corvin? Aaron said. Why did you bring him here? So you both know him. That makes things more interesting, Prince Kanej replied. There is one thing I won't tolerate in my realm, and that is a coward, he said with disgust. This one here was trying to abandon his army post and run away from the Fire Realm. We can't have that, can we? I must punish him for his cowardice. You can't do that, Jade cried. The Crown Prince smiled at her outburst. What is his punishment? Aaron asked. We will send him to the front lines, Kanej replied. He won't stand a chance, Aaron said. Corvin doesn't even have any fire abilities to fight the frost soldiers. He will be killed instantly. Jade feared for Corvin's life. He is only 15. You can't do this. After hearing Jade's and Aaron's protests, the twin soldiers looked at one another, concerned. Corvin struggled against his restraint and broke free. He ran while the soldiers stood awkwardly in place, unsure of what to do next. Paralyze him, Kanej commanded. Do it before he runs away. He is only 15. I can't use the paralyzer on him, Timon said, hesitating. And you will get 15 fire lashes if you don't do as I say, Kanej said angrily. I will deliver each lash personally. Timon looked at him miserably, and then pointed his paralyzer at Corvin's running figure. His twin brother's disapproval was visible on his face. Yaman didn't want him to do it, but despite that, Timon pulled the trigger. No, stop! Both Jade and Aaron watched helplessly as the paralyzer hit Corvin. He fell in an instant and lay shuddering on the ground. Timon still had his finger on the trigger. Jade didn't see what happened next as Aaron moved too quickly, but he pinned Timon to the ground and his paralyzer was broken too. Corvin had thankfully stopped trembling, but he was still unconscious. Jade couldn't do anything but watch helplessly as the soldiers vastly outnumbered her on each side. Now all the soldiers pointed their paralyzers at Aaron. You don't want to do that, Aaron said in a low voice. He looked at the Crown Prince with a fire blazing in his eyes. Kanej gestured to his soldiers to stand down. They all lowered their weapons. Prepare the runaway for the front lines, Kanej said. But he is injured, Yaman said. Stop defying my orders, Kanej yelled. Aaron stepped in between them. What are you doing, Kanej? Aaron yelled. The kid is badly hurt. Don't tell me what I can or cannot do, Kanej yelled back at him. What Corvin needs is a healer, or have you completely lost your mind? Aaron shouted again. Something about those words made Kanej pause. Take him to the healer, Aaron said quietly, and the soldiers nodded in response. Kanej didn't stop his men when they dragged Corvin's unconscious body away. The prince bared his teeth and said to Aaron, It's not over. Aaron didn't seem the least bit affected by his anger. Jade almost fainted with relief. Corvin was safe for now. As soon as the boy is awake, I want him sent to the front lines, Prince Kanej ordered his men. Kanej's plan didn't go at all like he wanted because of his soldiers' insubordination and Aaron's meddling. Kanej was in a sullen mood, but then he noticed Jade's face. His strange eyes looked into hers with an intense glow. The prince reached out his hand to wipe Jade's tears. Find someone worthy of your tears, Kanej said to her. Don't cry for the weak. I want to see Corvin, Jade said. Can I see him, please? Kanej hesitated for a split second, but then gestured to Yaman and Timan to take Jade with them to the healing room. Aaron waited until Jade left the room. What are you doing, Kanej? He asked, seething with anger. Why do you want to know? Kanej asked in a bored manner. Aaron stepped forward and Kanej could feel the energy rise in the room, a warning sign he shouldn't push him anymore. He's just a kid and he doesn't even have any fire abilities. You can't send him to the front lines, Aaron asked, baring his teeth. That is not right. As if anything that you say matters, Kanej said, scoffing. You are the one that ran and hid like a coward. This ends now, Kanej, Aaron warned. Or what? Who will stop me? Prince Kanej said. You? You are not the king of the fire realm, Aaron reminded him. The king? What king? Prince Kanej asked, incredulous. Father can't even save himself now. His reply shocked Aaron to his core. Good, Kanej thought. It's time he faced the truth. Kanej could feel Aaron's anger weakening, and his resolve had diminished too. It was time to make the final blow. You don't even know how bad it is, Prince Kanej said, smirking. Here I thought you would stop me, but you are too busy saving your own skin. That is not true. It is the only thing that's true, Prince Kanej said. As long as I am the crown prince, I will decide what the fire realm needs, unless you can think of someone else to take my place. He waited for a reply, but Aaron's silence was his answer. Where's your righteous anger now? Kanej asked. The answer isn't so easy, is it, Icarus? My name is Aaron. Kanej gave a lazy smile. Whether I call you Icarus or Aaron, it won't change who or what you are, brother. The Crown Prince summoned Jade from the healing room. She was there with Corvin, who was being treated for his injuries from the paralyzer gun. He was still unconscious, but Jade noted with some relief that the healers were treating him with care. Jade reluctantly left with the soldier that the Crown Prince sent. She wished she could meet Corvin's sister, Raven, and help them both escape somehow. The soldier surprised her when he stopped outside the prince's bedroom and told her to go in. Jade didn't expect to be in Kanej's room alone, so it came as a shock when the prince greeted her half-naked. Prince Kanej was covered only by a towel, which hung precariously on his hips. Jade tried not to stare at his lean, sun-kissed body or the flat pains of his stomach. When he reached for the towel tied around his waist, Jade barely had time to look away. Ah, you suffer from a meddling morality, the Prince Crown said. A pity. Jade could feel him smirk. She was having a hard time breathing knowing there was a naked prince standing in front of her. Kanej chuckled. Then moments later she heard the splash of water. He must have gone in the bath next to his bedroom, Jade thought. Why am I here? She asked. If you are done being ridiculous, you can look at me while you speak, he said, bored. She finally looked to see where the prince was. Thankfully, bath bubbles shrouded the lower half of his naked body. Jade walked a few steps to enter the bath chamber, but kept close to the door. Why did you bring me here? She asked. I want you to kill Aaron, Prince Kanej replied. What? Jade asked, shocked. It's a simple task, Kanej said in a bored voice. Make sure he doesn't return to the royal palace. Let him have a little accident on the way back. I am sure you can do it. Jade was shaking but refused to be scared. What if I refuse? Then I will have no choice but to arrest you and charge you with treason, the Crown Prince replied. On what grounds? For being the daughter of a traitor, he said, his eyes gleaming. You can't do that. My dear, I am the law here, the Crown Prince replied with a smirk. Consider it and think about your little sister, won't you? If you complete the task, both of your lives will change forever. Jade didn't answer. Don't you care for your little sister? He asked. I love my sister. Then do it for her, Kanej said. You won't have to struggle anymore, Jade, no more hiding. You will be taken care of for life. It was a despicable trade, but Kanej made the offer sound irresistible. Jade couldn't believe that she was even thinking about it. When she looked up, the Crown Prince was staring at her. Was he staring at her lips, Jade wondered? His unusual eyes had a strange spark in them. The prince gave a lazy grin. Feeling thirsty? He asked. Excuse me? The Crown Prince smirked. I only asked if you would like to have a drink, Kanej said, pointing to the female servants bringing in drinks. But it seems like you were thinking about something else. No, I am fine, Jade replied, flustered. Suit yourself, Kanej replied as he gestured to the girls to come closer. The servants were scantily clad, the material nearly transparent. They didn't just give him the drinks, but joined the Crown Prince in the bath. Jade looked away, blushing. The servants ignored her as they giggled and kissed the prince's neck. Jade took it as her cue to leave. She didn't go far when Kanej called out, Oh, Jade, the prince asked in a seductive voice. He had said her name with a tender caress. Jade looked at him, unsure of what he wanted now. If you change your mind about being thirsty, you can join me any time, Kanej offered. The nerve! Jade wanted to throttle his lipstick-covered neck. When Kanej saw the murderous look on her face, he laughed. His laugh was like the crackling of fire, the same fire that could burn down a forest. Stupid, smug bastard, she thought. No, not stupid. Jade now knew that the Crown Prince was vicious and ruthless. Chapter 9. Jade visited Corvin a few times in the healing room while he recovered. While she was there, the healers also treated her burns from the fire tournament, and with their medicines, her shoulder healed completely. When Corvin finally gained consciousness, Jade asked how he was feeling. I feel a bit strange, Corvin said. My heart is beating so fast, like the speed of a train. Is that normal? Jade asked the healer, worried. The healer assured her that he was fine. I am sorry, you are here because of me, Jade said. If you hadn't been helping me in the dungeon, you could have escaped with Raven in time. My sister told me what you did for her, how you protected her, Corvin said. It was the least I could do, Jade blushed. Aaron was listening too. He hadn't said a word to her in days and just spoke to Corvin. Has anyone come to get you? Aaron asked him. Not yet, Corvin replied. I wish I could help, Jade said, feeling guilty, but I don't know how. Don't worry about me and Raven, you should worry about your sister, Corvin said. We will be fine. We will find a way. Aaron nods to Corvin, but avoids looking at Jade. She tried not to let it bother her. Aaron watched over Corvin like a hawk. When someone tried to take Corvin away, Aaron appeared like magic and stopped them. Jade wondered how long he could stop them from sending Corvin to the front lines. She tried to think of a way to get both Corvin and Raven out of the fire realm, but she didn't know the layout of the palace, nor did she have time to find out. The security was intense, with fire soldiers everywhere, and her week-long stay was ending. Jade was eager to go to the ice realm to find her sister, but she couldn't leave without feeling guilty about Corvin and his sister. She wished she had sent Kyle a message, but doubted that even the rebels could help them inside Helios, the heavily fortified capital of the fire realm. The room Jade was staying in the palace was bigger than her house, but as days passed, it was feeling like a golden cage. She didn't know where Aaron's room was, or if he even had a room. For all she knew, he might spend the night wandering around the palace like a miserable ghost, a hauntingly beautiful ghost. The day of the send-off banquet arrived, and Jade wanted it to be over as soon as possible. She was wearing the beautiful green dress that Prince Kanej sent to her room earlier that day, with a handwritten note saying, "It matches your eyes." Her father taught her not to accept gifts from strangers, but she already knew that this gift came with strings attached, and she had no choice but to accept it grudgingly. Despite her new dress and the title of the guest of honor, Jade still felt out of place in the opulent grand hall. There was a ridiculous amount of food piled on the tables, even greater than the last time she was there. When she first entered the room, Aaron looked at her, stunned. He looked as spellbound as she was the first time they spoke together. Jade couldn't help but smile. Before the feast started, Prince Kanej asked for her hand. "Will you dance with me?" Was it a trick? With him? She couldn't be sure. Aaron, who had barely spoke to her since she told him about her father, interrupted the crown prince. "The tradition states that the guest of honor chooses their dance partner." "I know the traditions. What is your point?" the crown prince said with irritation. "I am asking Jade for the first dance, if she accepts," he said. His request perplexed Jade. Was he trying to save her, or was he doing it to vex the crown prince? Kanej raised an eyebrow but said, "It is up to the lady, then. I am curious to know, will she choose a tramp or a prince?" "I choose neither," Jade said, as both boys looked at her with surprise. "I want to dance with the Fire King." There was an audible gasp from a court member who had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Aaron glared at him and he scampered away quickly, his feet moving as if his life depended on it. "A dance with the king? Your ambition is surprising," the crown prince said, grinning. "I think I like you even more." "It's nothing like that," Jade said, blushing. "You misunderstand me." It was the only opportunity she would get to talk to the king. "I only tease," Kanej said with a wicked grin. "Your blush is exquisite to witness." Jade furtively glanced at Aaron to see his reaction, but his expression was unreadable. It was almost as if the conversation bored him, but his hands were turned into tight fists. Was he angry, Jade thought, or was he actually jealous? "The king is not here, so you have to choose one of us, oh pretty one," the crown prince said with a mischievous glint in his eye. "What do you mean he is not here?" Jade asked. Not once in her week's stay did she meet the king, but since the palace was so big, she just thought she missed seeing him. "He doesn't live in this palace, but somewhere else, for security reasons," Kanej replied. "For his security or ours?" Jade wondered. "Can I speak to him before I leave for the Ice Realm?" she asked. It was the only chance she would get to talk to King Cyrus about freeing Corvin. "I will arrange a meeting with him if he agrees to it, but first the dance," the crown prince said impatiently. "Who will it be?" Jade turned towards Aaron, but he had disappeared. The crown prince came near and whispered in her ears, "Don't look for that coward. He only cares about himself." "That is not true," a voice whispered in her mind, but since Aaron wasn't there, she ignored it. Without a word, Jade extended her hand to the prince. Prince Kanej took it gently and kissed the back of it. His lips lingered on her hand, and he gave her a devilish smile. He faced the court and announced, "We shall start the first dance." The courtiers politely clapped for their prince. There were a few girls that were visibly upset with his announcement, and some were openly glaring at Jade. Jade ignored their jealous stares. They could all have him, she thought. She didn't come here to steal their precious prince. Kanej put his hand on the small of her back and brought her closer. Jade could feel her temperature rising. They danced slowly to the music playing in the background. Kanej was looking closely at her. The gold rim around his dark eyes was startling. The way he looked at her was how Jade imagined a predator stalking a prey. "Remember our deal?" he asked in a low voice. "How could I forget?" Jade replied. "You asked me to kill someone." Kanej looked at her with amusement. "I am almost sorry you are going with him," Kanej said. "Why? Aren't you eager to get rid of him?" "Clever girl, of course I am," Kanej said as he dipped her low. "But I am not keen to part with you." Jade blushed again. "I am curious, why do you want to get rid of him?" "He is a nuisance," Kanej replied haughtily. "Spend time with him and you will itch to get rid of him too." He twirled her and brought her close in his arms again. "Jade, the daughter of a hero and the daughter of a traitor," Kanej said. "You are an enigma." "There is nothing special about me, I assure you," Jade said, trying to divert his intense gaze away from her. "On the contrary, I find myself lost in your puzzle, oh pretty one," Kanej said. "First you break my strongest soldier like he was nothing. Oh, I know all about that. Then you win the fire tournament. I know a winner when I see one. You are as hungry as I am." "Hungry for what?" Jade asked. Kanej leaned in closer and whispered in her ears. "For everything." Jade blushed. "I just want to save my sister," she said. "What about after that?" Prince Kanej asked. "Would you be content to live a life of anonymity? It won't be possible now that you have shown what you are capable of, my darling." Jade kept silent, but the prince seemed to read her thoughts. "If you try to hide, Jade, I will find you," he said. His voice became a deathly whisper. "You can't run any more, especially not from me." The dance slowed and then ended. The crown prince gave her a bow before leading her back to her table. To her surprise, Kanej remained a gentleman through it all, despite the tone of their conversation. They might have talked about murder, but he treated her like a princely host. Crown Prince raised a toast to her. "I expect great things from you, Jade," Prince Kanej said, grinning. Jade nodded politely in return and raised her glass to him. Prince Kanej sipped his wine and looked quietly at Jade. "I know it will be you, Jade," he thought. "I know you will be the one to destroy him." An admirer distracted Prince Kanej for a few moments, and Jade took the opportunity to escape. She stood outside on the balcony when she heard Aaron's voice. He emerged from the shadows like a wraith and stood by her side.
"Are you okay?"
Aaron asked.
"What did he say to you?"
"You didn't seem so concerned when you left me to dance with him," Jade said. "Why worry now?"
"I know Kanej is a scoundrel, but even he won't do anything foolish in public," Aaron replied. "Fragile as it may be, he has an image to maintain as crown prince." What Aaron said wasn't untrue, but Jade was still irritated that he abandoned her. "You seem to know a lot about him," Jade asked. "Everyone does,"
Aaron replied. "What about you?" Jade asked.
"What about me?"
"What do people know about you?"
"Nothing. There's not much to know," Aaron said stiffly.
"I beg to differ. You reached the finals of the fire tournament," Jade said. "I was there, and I barely made it alive."
"That was only because I knew my opponent's weaknesses," Aaron said, "and I used my strength to my advantage."
"And what might that be?"
"Strategy, patience," Aaron said. "The Fire Realm's fighters aren't patient, since fire runs through their veins. I wore them down and waited for the right moment to strike."
Just like she did. Maybe they were more alike than she thought. "So patience is your strength?" Jade said. "I wonder what your weakness is."
"I hope you never find out," Aaron said, surprising her.
"Why is that?"
"Because the moment you find out, we will all be dead," Aaron said in a grim voice.
Jade couldn't respond to his bone-chilling statement as Kanej's soldiers came to get her. They announced that her visit to the king was now. Kanej was keeping his promise? It surprised her. Aaron looked like he had a question that was burning him up inside. "What is it?" Jade asked.
"Why are you meeting the king?" he asked.
"Why wouldn't I meet him?"
"Shouldn't you hate him?" he asked.
"I should hate him, but I don't," Jade said.
"But why? It doesn't make any sense."
"Why? Because I won't let what happened in the past cloud my judgment."
"But your mother died because of him."
"My mom is the reason why I don't hate him. She was the one who taught me that life is what happens to you, but also what you let happen," Jade said. "I don't want hate to be the feeling that wakes me up every morning. My father did that, and I watched it consume him." Aaron was silent for a few moments.
"Do you forgive the Fire King?" he asked.
"No, I do not," Jade replied. "But perhaps someday I will. If only for my peace, if only for my sake and for that of my loved ones." Aaron listened to her quietly but made no effort to join her. Jade took it to mean she was meeting the king on her own.
Again, Aaron acted aloof, but Jade swore he looked sadder than before. As the soldiers took her to the king, Jade pondered Aaron's words. What was his weakness? And why was it such a deadly secret? Was this the reason Kanej wanted to get rid of him? The soldiers took her through a series of tunnels underneath the royal palace. Jade was astonished when the paths led to the fire mountain. The sky was an eerie orange, and the heat was almost unbearable. The soldiers kept walking until they were climbing on a set of stairs at the side of the mountain. The stairs ended in front of a dark cave lit inside with torches, the flames flickering ominously on the walls. By the time they emerged from the cave, it was nighttime, and she could see the moon glowing in the sky. There were no words to capture what Jade saw. What she had thought to be just a mountain held a small wonder in its midst. There was a large rock column in the middle, with a castle on top of it. A vast chasm separated the castle from the edge of the cave. She saw angry red lava flowing underneath. The castle shone a metallic blue-gray, grander still under the moonlit sky. Jade gulped. She felt like an ant up there, the winds threatening to make her slip from the cave's edge. How was the rock column and castle holding up inside a volcano? It must be powerful magic, she concluded. A metal bridge extended from the column where the castle was to the nearest edge of the cave. Why does he live out here? Jade wondered. The soldiers kept still, so Jade crossed the bridge on her own. She didn't look at the chasms on either side, though she thought she could feel the air ripple with the lava's heat. As soon as she reached the castle, the bridge was drawn back again. There were several floors, the lowest reserved for the servants. They seemed to be on edge and were talking to each other in whispers, afraid to make any loud noises. The servants guided her to the library and left as quickly as they came. Jade surveyed the library while she waited for the king. It was a beautiful library, with mahogany shelves filled with gold-foiled volumes of books. The walls were bare, except for the large painting of an angelic-faced prince. He was the sun personified, everything from his sunny smile to his golden eyes. There were scorch marks on his arms, but they were golden and ethereal instead of shadowy and serpentine. There was a glass case in front of the painting. Jade peeked inside to see an intricately carved knife with symbols of the sun etched on it.
That is Aurelius, the Sun Prince, and that is his knife, Deianira.
It was King Cyrus. Aurelius, I hadn't seen a portrait of him until now, Jade said. Although she observed that there were many portraits of Fireborn throughout the palace. Why was his knife called Deianira?
This is Aurelius's castle, built for him by his father, King Cyrus replied. His knife was called Deianira, or Destroyer, the only object in this world that could defeat him. He carried it with him at all times. This, of course, is only a replica.
Why would he keep such a weapon on him? Jade asked. Shouldn't he hide it somewhere to be safe?
Aurelius had no enemies. He feared no enemies, King Cyrus said.
Why did he carry it?
According to legend, the Sun Prince wanted to give his greatest weapon to his true love, as a sign of his devotion and trust.
What happened to the original? Jade asked.
Deianira went missing the day Aurelius went to see Moon's daughter, Selene. Neither the knife nor the Sun Prince were ever seen again, King Cyrus said.
What about his guardian? Didn't he go looking for him? Jade asked.
Saul went looking for him but couldn't find him. When he returned, Saul was so distraught that he locked himself in the castle. It was only after a month did he emerge and become the Fire King, Fireborn for his people, King Cyrus said.
Jade had many more questions, but now was not the time to ask them.
Why did you want to see me?
The king asked, his voice contemplative. Prince Kanej lowered the age requirement of soldiers to 16, even forcing those without fire abilities to join, Jade said. Did you know that?
We need soldiers for the war, King Cyrus said. This was his solution. My son will oversee their proper training.
So does King Cyrus trust Kanej? Either the son was fooling the king, or the king was fooling himself by trusting him.
Is this why you came to see me? He asked.
I want you to stop this war, Jade said.
You are losing people, harming animals, and destroying lands by continuing it."
"You are not the first to ask for it," the king said, "and you won't be the last."
"Why do you fight? What do you have to gain from it?" Jade said. "If neither you or the Ice Queen stops, our world will turn into a wasteland."
"You won the fire tournament to complete my task," the king said. "I want to know, will you kill the Ice Queen?"
"I don't want to kill her," Jade said.
"I admire your honesty," the king said. "But we must kill the Ice Queen. I cannot rest until she is dead."
Jade stayed silent at the outburst as the king paced the room in agitation. This was the king that her mother thought could be saved? The famous King Cyrus of the Fire Realm. Jade couldn't help but feel discouraged about how their conversation was going. Jade hadn't even asked him about freeing Corvin, and she wasn't sure if the king would listen.
"Will you answer a question truthfully?" he asked.
Jade nodded her head ever so slightly. She couldn't think of what the king might ask.
"You think I am mad, don't you?" King Cyrus asked.
"I don't," Jade replied, surprised by his question. "I am just trying to understand your reasons."
"The Ice Queen wants us all dead. I am trying to stop her," King Cyrus said, irritated. "What is left to understand?"
"How can you be so certain?" Jade asked. "The Ice Queen hasn't openly attacked your realm. She has stayed on her side for nearly 50 years.
"I am certain because I have seen it," King Cyrus said.
"Seen it?" Jade asked. "As in a vision or a dream?" Maybe he is mad, she thought. Jade wasn't sure she could keep on believing the king was sane.
"Yes, I have seen it," King Cyrus said. "I can show it to you, too."
With that, he turned and started walking quickly. Jade was startled at his abrupt departure but followed him before she lost him. Jade knew the king wanted her to follow him when he stopped several times for her to catch up. The king took her to the room at the top of the castle. It was empty, except for a large trunk by the window. The room was dark. The only source of light was the moon sneaking in through the barred window. The king reached into the trunk and brought out a cloth. Wrapped inside it was a mirror shard.
"Look into it,"
King Cyrus demanded. Jade complied with his strange demand. At first, Jade saw nothing but a reflection in the mirror. She saw her weary face, but nothing more. "I don't see anything," Jade replied.
"Look closer,"
Cyrus said. Slowly, images started forming, but they were too blurry to see. Jade looked and then gasped. She saw a vast landscape of ice and snow, a huge clash of orange and brilliant blue, and then darkness. Jade didn't know what it meant.
"You saw it, didn't you?"
the king said, looking at her expression. "I don't know what I saw," Jade said truthfully. "What is this mirror?"
"It tells the future," King Cyrus said. "My ancestors snatched it from the first witch herself."
"Can it show the present, too?" Jade asked. "I want to see my sister."
"You can try,"
King Cyrus said.
"Perhaps then you will believe my words."
He passed the bundle of cloth with the mirror shard in her hands. The image shifted again as Jade looked into it. She saw her little sister Kia, sitting on the floor, holding the hem of someone's dress. Kia's lips were blue, and she was shivering violently. "Oh, Kia!" Jade exclaimed. "My little sister! She is freezing to death!"
"The Ice Witch will do the same to us all," King Cyrus said. "You saw the darkness, so you know why I can't risk being in the battle myself. Do you believe me now?"
Jade nodded her head in a daze. She couldn't see anything except her little sister, freezing to death by the feet of the Ice Queen. "I have to leave now. I need to save my sister," Jade said.
"Be careful of the witch's words," the king said. "Do not believe her lies. Kill her before she casts her spell on you."
Jade was about to leave, but she stopped. "Why did you tell me all this?" she asked the king. Jade had a feeling she was the first one he had shown the mirror to.
"I know you are Adelin's daughter,"
King Cyrus said in a low voice. He knew who she was. "How did you know?" she asked carefully.
"You have her voice,"
King Cyrus said with a sad expression.
And she used to look at me the same way you are looking at me now, he said.
How?
Like I am not mad. Like you can save me, King Cyrus replied. Don't bother. That false hope got her killed. Stay as far away from this realm as you can, even if you kill the witch. His words shook Jade to the core.
But your majesty, the king then grabbed Jade's hands in his and pleaded.
Do not return here, child. This is no place for someone like you.
Jade nodded her head, stunned. Aaron had said the same words to her.
One last thing before you leave, the king said.
Yes?
Save the boy, the king said. The one who is leaving with you.
There was desperation in the king's eyes. He looked so lost and weak. I will, Jade replied. I promise. While Jade was away to the fire mountain to see his father, Kanej called Gonan into his study. He took one look at his broken nose and burst out laughing.
Why are you laughing, your highness?
Gonan asked, confused. When you said someone beat you to a pulp, I thought it was someone twice your size. But it turned out she wasn't even half, Kanej said.
She caught me by surprise, Gonan protested.
And you were drunk, yes, I heard your excuses before, Kanej said with a wicked grin. What is stopping you from killing her now?
Your orders?
Gonan said, confused.
You didn't want me to harm her.
Do you want to harm her? Kanej asked.
I won't disobey your orders, Gonan said.
Such loyalty. You are my favorite for a reason, Kanej said with satisfaction. Despair not, dear Gonan, for you can soon have your revenge.
You want me to kill the girl? Gonan said, surprised. But why? I thought that you...
Such a simple mind you have, Kanej said wickedly. This is why I favor loyalty over a shrewd mind. If you were any smarter, I would have to watch my back. Getting rid of her and that tramp brother of mine is part of a bigger plan. Gonan grinned.
What are you thinking, your highness? What do you have in mind?
Wait until the two of them cross into the ice realm and then make sure they never return, Kanej said. When our peace ambassadors go missing, we can openly declare war on the Ice Queen. With his favorite gone, maybe Father will finally step into battle himself. This war can finally end.
You believe we will win?
Gonan asked. If Father doesn't kill the Ice Queen, then I will, Kanej said. Or if he stops her, he will be too weak to stop me.
You will kill your own father?
Gonan asked. I haven't decided if I will kill him or capture him or make him my puppet. That is for later, Kanej said, waving his hand dismissively. So are you clear on the plan?
Wait for the two to cross the border into the ice realm and then make them disappear, Gonan said, smiling. I will do it with pleasure.
Excellent. Make sure you leave no signs back to yourself, or back to me, Kanej said. Leave now and don't let them out of your sight. Gonan bowed and left to gather his men for the mission. When you asked to see the king, I thought he would refuse, but he didn't, Kanej said to himself. I didn't want to do this, Jade, but you left me with little choice. My only concern was Aaron. Now, I will get rid of you both. It was so easy to smear my brother's name when he ran away. People of the Fire Realm forgot who he was and remembered him only as a coward. If he acts noble and brave now, then that will be a different story. Aaron will take away everything that I have worked hard for. Kanej stood up from his desk and walked to the window. He could see himself reflected in the window pane. The golden rim of his eyes glowed menacingly. He raised his hand and a small orb of fire ignited and hovered over his palm. He twisted and turned his hand, playing with the fire he created. You should know this, Jade. I will not tolerate any threats to my throne, be it now or ever, the prince said. I am Kanej Fireborn, and I will protect what is mine. Kanej closed his palm, and the fire put out, leaving behind a smoky trail. Despite trying not to, the memory of Jade dancing with him snuck into his mind. The way she felt in his arms, her beautiful face and her soft, alluring lips. It ignited a fire in him greater than any he felt before. Kanej paused. Perhaps he was being too hasty? The smart thing would be to plan for any and all eventualities. Unless, he mused, unless, despite everything you still survive,
Then, my darling, you will truly be worthy of being by my side. I will make you my fiery queen, Jade, the jewel of my new kingdom." There was chaos everywhere when Jade returned to the palace after her meeting with King Cyrus. Fire soldiers rushed past her, shouting to one another as they frantically searched the royal grounds. "What happened?" Jade asked one of them. The soldier narrowed his eyes at her suspiciously, but when he recognized her as the king's champion, he relaxed. "A prisoner escaped from the healing room," the soldier replied, slightly out of breath. Jade felt a ray of hope. "Who was it?" "It was that kid, the one the Teeman hit with the paralyzer gun," he said, before rushing past her. "Be on the lookout," he said to the others. So Corvin escaped. Jade felt relieved, like a heavy weight had just got off her shoulder. When Jade saw her sister in the mirror shard, she was so distraught that she forgot to ask King Cyrus for Corvin's freedom. Jade hoped that Corvin and his sister would escape the Fire Realm and make it safely to the rebel base. Now she could go find her sister in peace. She wanted to talk to Aaron, but he was missing. She wondered if he escaped too. Would it matter if he did? A voice said in her head. No, not at all. Maybe? It's crazy. I should stop thinking about him. I have other things to worry about, she thought. But she couldn't help notice something odd. No matter what she tried to do, it all led back to him. First, it was the oracle that asked her to find him, and now she was stuck yet again in another predicament because of him. The king made her promise to protect Aaron, but Kanej expected her to kill him. One royal wanted her to save him, and the other wanted him dead. But why? What was so special about him? His haunting voice? His deeply moving eyes? His sorrowful expression? A voice said in her head. Jade was getting more entangled in this mystery. Aaron could have won the tournament. She was sure of it. He made it to the final rounds through his strength and skill. Yet, he didn't even try to stop her. Aaron stopped trying the moment he saw the king. At first she thought it was because of Prince Kanej, but later realized it was the king that affected him the most. The king's presence paralyzed Aaron in the arena. What was his story? What was the connection? She could ask him, but she doubted Aaron would tell her anything. And her sister, Kia, was the reason she came here. And now she wasn't sure if it did any good. Her little sister was alone with the Ice Queen, freezing to death. Didn't Prince Kanej say that the Ice Queen had found her heir? Then why did she still keep Kia? Why didn't she let her sister go? Jade wished she could hold her sister in her arms and make every bad thing that happened to her disappear. Chapter 10. Ice and Frost. Frost and Ice. Frozen Hearts. Virtues and Vice. "Aren't you cold sitting there, little one?" the Ice Queen asked Kia as she stroked her hair. The child was at her feet, clinging to the hem of her dress. "You got your very own throne beside mine." Kia looked at her throne, which was piled with warm cushions and a fur throw, and shook her head. "No, I want to be near you," she said. The Ice Queen smiled and said, "Why do you cling to me so? I am not going anywhere." "Mom and Dad did," Kia said, her voice low. "Everyone does." The Ice Queen lifted her chin gently, compelling Kia to look into her eyes. They were icy blue, the bluest Kia had ever seen. "I will never leave you, little one," the Queen said. "You promise?" "I promise," the Ice Queen replied solemnly. Queen Airless turned her head to the person standing to her right. "General Freya, take the child and give her warm clothes," the Ice Queen said. "Make sure she is happy." The general understood her queen's implicit command. "Make sure the child is happy at any cost." "Yes, Your Majesty," General Freya said with gravity. She looked at Kia and said, "Come with me, little Highness." Kia liked the general with her long blue hair and strange metallic clothes. She was cold and formal, but there was warmth in her voice. She took her hand right away, with no hesitation. Kia then waved to the Ice Queen as she left, who gave her back a smile. Freya noticed that the little girl became more anxious the further away she was from the Queen. Kia's brows were knitted. "What worries you, Little Highness?" General Freya asked. "I don't know how to say your first name," Kia said, worried. She means she can't pronounce general, Freya thought. She almost smiled. "You can just call me Freya," she said. "Freya, that is a nice name," Kia said. "I like it a lot." Kia noticed the army of soldiers as she passed the royal court. They were like marble statues, beautiful and solemn. "Who are they?" Kia asked. "They are your army, Little Highness," General Freya replied. "They are here to protect you." "Why do I need an army?" "Because the world is a dangerous place," the general replied, "especially for someone like you." Kia nodded her head, even if she didn't understand. The world said that the Ice Queen was evil, but she had been nothing but kind to her. Now this lady told her that the world was dangerous, and little Kia didn't know who to believe. Freya watched as the new clothes transformed Kia. The shimmering white dress made of crystals, the fur-lined cloak and mittens, the small diamond tiara set on her crown. The child now had a regal elegance that had been missing before, but the sweet expression, the rosy pink cheeks remained. How long will she keep her warmth before she becomes like us? The general wondered. Kia twirled to see her new dress sparkle in the mirror. "Do you like your new clothes?" Freya asked. "Yes, they are very pretty," Kia replied. "Thank you, Freya. Can we go back to Airless now?" "You should address her as your Majesty or Queen. We will go to Queen Airless when she summons us back," Freya said. "Is there anything else you like?" Kia shook her head at her question. The general noticed that the small crease returned between Kia's eyebrows. The child was trying not to cry. "I can get you anything you want," Freya said kindly. "Nothing is out of your reach or command. What would you like, Little Highness?" Kia shook her head again, but her lips trembled visibly. She was definitely holding back her tears. "What's wrong?" Kia sniffled. "I miss home." A few tears finally escaped and fell down her cheeks. Freya wiped the tears away, and the child smiled weakly. Her sorrow concerned the general. If the Ice Queen saw how miserable the child was, she would be furious. Freya didn't care about the punishment. She was used to pain and suffering, but feared they would accuse her of shirking her duty, which was a much more terrible prospect, one that she would not tolerate. General Freya always completed a command made by her queen, no matter how difficult. She will achieve the impossible for her beloved ruler. She always has and always will. "What do you miss about your home?" Freya asked. "Maybe I can bring that here." Kia tried to remember. There were people in her home, but she didn't remember their names or faces. That made her feel strangely hollow inside. She remembered getting a rose tree on her birthday, but couldn't recall who gave it to her. "I miss my garden," Kia said. "I miss the flowers." "Is that all?" General Freya smiled. "The Queen has a wonderful garden. Come with me, I will show you." Kia brightened considerably and happily took General Freya's extended hand. The Queen's garden stretched on for miles and miles and had every flower imaginable. The Queen had crafted each flower with her hand. When the moonlight hit the glass petals, they burst with a kaleidoscope of rainbow colors. Kia squealed when she saw the flowers. "It is so pretty," she said. She nearly ran headlong into one of the rose bushes. "Careful, Your Highness," Freya warned. Kia froze as soon as she came near them. "What's the matter, Your Highness?" Freya asked. "These flowers, they are cold," Kia exclaimed. She held the stem of a rose in her gloved hand and it snapped like glass. "It broke," she lamented. "They are fragile," Freya said, "just like real flowers." "They are so sharp," Kia exclaimed. "Flowers are soft, aren't they?" Kia could only guess, as she didn't remember very well. "We have those too," Freya said. "Come look over here, Your Highness." Freya took her to a patch with flowers made of snow. As soon as Kia touched them, they crumbled in her hands. "They don't seem right," Kia said in tears. "They aren't like the flowers from home." "Our realm is too cold for those flowers, but these are beautiful, aren't they?" Freya asked. Kia was unconvinced. "Can you show me a real flower?" she asked. Freya was flummoxed. The child's heart was set on a real flower, and without it she would feel even more homesick. What could she do? She could ask one of her soldiers to get a plant from the human world, but it wouldn't survive long in the ice realm. Freya groaned internally. She knew what she had to do, but she wished she didn't have to do it. Freya took Kia to the animal pens and left her under the care of one of her trusted soldiers, while she paid a visit to the dungeons. The Arctic fox cubs and the snow reindeers immediately mesmerized Kia. She ran up to them and held the baby fox in her arms. It is a good thing that the child is not afraid of the animals, Freya thought. She is as natural with them as Queen Airless is. Now for her task. There was only one person who could help her. She would have to talk to him. Why did it have to be him? Freya cursed the day the Fire Realm's entitled prince came into the Ice Kingdom, and the day their worlds collided. She stalled by the dungeon's entrance, her feet refusing to take another step. Freya hated the way her heart fluttered when she talked to him. Freya chastised herself for being so weak. I am ridiculous, she thought. He shouldn't affect me like this. He doesn't affect me. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. As soon as he saw her, he gave her a smile, as bright as the stars. Freya wished he would stop doing that. General, what brings you to my humble abode? He said from behind his prison bars. This is not your home, you are a prisoner, General Freya reminded him. I am your prisoner, that is true. I can leave any time I want, he replied, grinning. If this isn't home, then why do I feel much more comfortable here than there? I do not know how your mind works, nor do I care to, Freya said coldly. I didn't come here for idle talk. I came because I need your assistance. Am I dreaming? I always dreamt that you would come to me saying those words. Well, not those words exactly, he replied. But something about you needing me pleases me a lot. Freya never lost control of her emotions. She was a frost general, the toughest and most ruthless of them all. But all of that vanished when she stood in front of the prince and her frustration bubbled over. You are insufferable, she said. I suffer a lot, but you are the only one that can help me, General, he said. Her heart fluttered erratically once more. The general was becoming frightened of her emotions and what they implied. Why did you come to this realm in the first place? Freya asked, exasperated. To negotiate peace with your queen, the prince replied coolly. And how is that going for you? Pretty well. I am still alive, Prince Xaden replied, grinning. And I feel more alive than I ever have since I met you, my love. Coming to you is a mistake, Freya said as she turned. I won't tolerate your flirtation any more, Prince. Wait, don't go. I promise I will control my heart, he said. Tell me what you came to ask, please. Freya paused. She needed to make the child happy, but her ego was getting in the way of her work. It was time her rational side took control of her irrational heart. I need your powers to help grow a garden, Freya said. Can you do that? Is that all? I will do it with pleasure, Xaden replied. I don't like being obligated to anyone. What would you like in return? Freya said. Don't ask me anything that I can't give you. I can't give you freedom. You have already given me that, even if you don't realize it, he replied. I have one small request. What is it? Freya asked. Can we call each other by our first names? Freya sighed. It was a harmless request, even if it irked her to no end. Fine, General Freya said. Prince Xaden, can you help me? I might be a prince in the Fire Realm, but I'm only Xaden for you, he said, smiling. I would love to help you, Freya. General Freya. I want to call you Princess Freya, but I don't suppose you'd like that, he replied, flirting. At least, not yet. Freya would have blushed if it were possible for her to do so. She just shook her head. Consider yourself fortunate that I need your abilities, or you would have been punished for that, Freya said. Do not say another word, or our agreement ends now, she warned, seeing his expression. Prince Xaden made a gesture of zipping his lips, though the mischievous smile lingered on his handsome face. His smile suggested he wouldn't mind being punished by her. Goddess help me, Freya thought. Why did he have to be so devilishly charming? Makes it impossible for me to ignore him. And his eyes are remarkable, with that ring of fire around his iris. Freya heard that his brother Kanej, the crown prince, had them too, and that only the Fire King had eyes as bright as the sun. There was a third brother, but she hardly heard anything about him. Rumor was that he didn't have any fire abilities, but General Freya wasn't one to believe in hearsay. She learned, in all her years alive, that sometimes the quietest among them were the ones to watch out for. They were the ones that guarded the greatest secrets. Prince Xaden was flirtatious, but his thoughts were an open book. Fortunately, he couldn't guard a secret to save his life. "When can we start, Freya?" Xaden said. "The gardens are the only thing I miss about home." "You have good company, then," Freya said. "We have another who feels the same." "Who?" Prince Xaden asked, curious. "The heir of the Ice Realm and our future queen, Princess Kia," Freya said. Freya reached for the keys to free Xaden, but to her shock, he melted the metal bars and came through. He gave her a cheeky smile. "Like I said, I can leave any time I want." Freya glared at him, annoyed. "Why don't you?" Xaden took a step closer to her and held her hand over his chest. "Because I can't escape the hold you have over my heart, my love," he said. She could feel his rapid heartbeats under her hand. Freya quickly freed her hand from his. "When we return, I will get you a reinforced prison. Even you won't be able to escape that." Xaden smiled, but didn't correct her. Kia was still playing with the animals, so Freya didn't interrupt her. She pointed her to Xaden from a distance. "She is a human child," Xaden said, surprised. "At the moment, yes," Freya said. "She won't be when she is blessed with her powers." "When would that be?" Xaden asked. "When the time is right," Freya replied. "Goddess knows when." Xaden asked no more questions. He was too excited about being able to use his powers once more. He got to work right away and quickly thawed a patch of land while Freya watched over. It was such a strange role reversal. She was restraining her powers while he was using his. Xaden asks her for some materials, which Freya sends her soldiers to find. Then Xaden tells her about the structure he is trying to build, and she listens carefully. Using her ice abilities, Freya cuts the fiberglass panels, while Xaden melted and fused the metal frame to set them in. When the structure was complete, they both looked at it together with awe and some pride. "What do you call this structure?" Freya asked. "The humans call it a greenhouse," Xaden replied. "The humans?" Freya asked, surprised. "You take an interest in their inventions?" "I find them to be fascinating," Xaden said. "While they have no powers of their own, they have ingenuity." Freya looked at him with solemnity. "Xaden, you shouldn't get attached to humans. You know what the end goals are for either of our realms. When it comes to fruition, there will be no place left for them." "You mean our goal is to claim this world for the sun or the moon?" Xaden asked. "You still believe that is what our purpose should be?" "I am a soldier. I follow orders," Freya said coldly. "It is not my place to decide." "Even when you know your ruler is wrong?" "My queen is just," Freya said simply. "I believe she will do what is right for the Ice Realm." "And for the others?" Xaden asked. "Like I said, it is best you don't get attached to beings that might not have a place in this world." "You seem to forget. If the Ice Realm conquers this world, neither will I," Xaden said. Freya stood stunned. She hadn't thought that far, but it was true. When the Ice Queen takes hold of this world, there will be no place left for him either, she thought. Freya was about to lose herself in her bleak thoughts, but Xaden's smile caught her attention. "Why are you smiling?" Freya asked. "We make a good team," Xaden said, grinning. "We are perfect as partners." "Goddess, he never stops flirting with me," Freya thought. "Let's see if you are as good with plants as you say you are," Freya said in a challenging voice. Prince Xaden gave her a polite bow. Freya had asked one of her soldiers to bring a rose plant from the human world, but it already looked like it was dying. Xaden placed his hands on each side of the plant and concentrated. Freya nearly exclaimed when the buds bloomed into perfect roses. Prince Xaden picked the most beautiful one and gave it to her with an even more gorgeous smile. Freya didn't brush him off, but stood there in a daze. A strange new feeling was blossoming in her heart, which made her feel warm inside. Freya didn't know how long it would survive the brutal cold of the Ice Realm, if it survived at all. Airless closed her eyes and she saw them again. Her mother looked at her and cried desperately, "Run, Airless, run!" She pushed her through the back door and barricaded it. "Mother! Father!" Airless pounded at the door, but her parents wouldn't open it. She then heard the men crash through the front door. "Where's the witch?" they yelled. "Just go," she heard her mother scream. "Don't look back," her father said. Airless was 10 when the witch hunters found her home. She never saw them again. She prayed every day that they were safe. When she was 15, Airless came face to face with one of the witch hunters again. She was older, but things hadn't changed much. Every day was still a fight for her life. "You!" the witch hunter smirked. "Thought you gave me the slip, witch." "My parents! What did you do to my parents?" she asked. It had been years, and she was desperate to know. She hadn't been able to find them. "Worry about yourself. Don't worry about them. They are long dead and buried," he said. "They were lucky. You won't even get a burial. There is only one place witches like you deserve to be. Hell." The witch hunter was physically stronger than her, and she had been running for miles, hungry and weak. She ran, but he caught her easily. The murderous brute then dragged Airless, roped at the wrists, to the center of the town square. The people gathered there gasped when they saw her. "She is only a child," said one woman. "She is a witch," the witch hunter snarled. "Unless you are sympathetic to their kind." He eyed the baby she was holding. The woman moved back and clutched her child tightly to her chest. The crowd remained quiet when he tied Airless to the post. He gathered dry grass at her feet. "Any last words?" he asked with a chilling smile. "Please, let me go," she begged. Airless was begging to a witch hunter, a zealous sect of humans that hunted people like her. She would have had better luck asking for death. The witch hunter smiled. "Why are you doing this to me?" she asked. "I didn't harm anyone." "You waste your final breath with lies," he said, shaking his head. "You should have confessed. You should have died with your useless parents. You are an abomination. Your entire kind are an abomination." "I am moon-blessed and a child of love," Airless cried. "Love?" he scoffed. "You wouldn't know the first thing about love. Your heart is a frozen lump of stone filled with nothing but spite, witch." The witch hunter lit the dry grass with a match, and instantly Airless was engulfed by flames. She was burning alive, and no one was stopping him. No one was saving her. She thought of her parents, how they tried to save her, but their deaths were in vain. She was going to die at the hand of the witch hunter who killed them. The fire was getting hotter and hotter until it felt her skin would melt off her body. Her pain crescendoed, and she screamed. The flames froze in one sweep and shattered into a million pieces. The witch hunter raised his sword to chop off her head, but was stopped by the icicles that blasted out of her. He died instantly when one shard lodged in his neck like a spear. But so did everyone else who was there, watching her burn moments earlier. Every single person there was dead. "No, that baby!" her mind screamed. "That innocent baby!" The witch hunter cornered her like an animal, forcing her to lash out. Airless lost control of her powers. He turned her into a monster. The Ice Queen closed her eyes and tried to wipe out the memory, but it was no use. She still felt the witch hunter's hate deep in her bones. Airless was safe, but the pain of that fire remained. 200 years had not healed the hurt. She could never forget. She won't let anyone forget. What had been her crime? That she could turn water to ice? It had seemed so insignificant, so harmless when she first did it. Her parents sheltered her from the outside world. To them, she was their little miracle. To the rest of the world, not so much. Tales of Airless's magic found its way to the witch hunter's ears. When they came to her parents' cottage, they told her to run. So she ran. She ran while they were killed, protecting their only daughter. Airless ran until she could no longer hear their screams. She ran until days blurred into one and seconds stretched into days. She ran from warmth, humanity, love, everything that reminded her of her parents. She ran until she could no longer feel the heartbeat of her chest, but only hear the roar of fury in her ears. She ran until she stopped being a child and emerged as a queen. From then, she hunted down all the witch hunters, every last one of them. A new batch of witch hunters still popped up every half-century like clockwork, but she eradicated them all. She struck fear into the hearts of humans who dared to hurt her kind. "I am the Queen of Frost and Ice. I will be Queen of everlasting winter. I will turn this world to a frozen tundra until everything is mine," she declared. The Ice Queen hated humans with every fiber of her being. But her parents were humans too. She had forgotten. Airless hadn't looked back, not in 200 years, but something about this child made her remember. Something about Kia brought those memories back to the surface. The Ice Queen went down the stained glass staircase from her tower. She passed empty ice rooms brightened only by rainbow-colored lights, like auroras in the north. "I need to see the child," she thought. "Where is she?" Airless saw the Frost General standing in front of a new structure, and Kia was inside, busy with something. Was she playing with dirt? The ground, she noticed, was no longer frozen. This bothered the Ice Queen immensely. "Your Majesty," the general said, bowing. "Princess Kia was missing home, so I—" "Leave me with the child," Airless said. Freya made to turn right away, but the Ice Queen stopped her. "Be wary of who you trust, General Freya. I know who helped you. Tell the Fire Prince this won't change my mind." The general bowed and walked away hastily. "Look, Your Majesty," Kia said, remembering what Freya told her. She pointed to a flower the color of blood. "This is a rose." A rose? Why would she like such a fragile thing, the Ice Queen wondered. The Ice Queen looked at the rose with mild curiosity, but then froze it solid with one touch. Instead of being marveled, Kia shed a tear. "What are those tears for?" the Ice Queen asked. "You changed the flower," Kia said, as if that explained her grief. "Yes, I made the flower immortal by turning it into ice." Kia looked at her and said sadly, "This doesn't feel like a rose." "Isn't it much better now?" "It's just not the same," Kia said sadly. The Ice Queen listened to her quietly. Without a word, she reached out her hand and thawed the rose. But she couldn't stop the petals from falling from the flower. "So fragile," she thought. "The child will get upset again." But to her amazement, Kia didn't mind. Airless was pleased to see her smiling again. "Thank you," Kia said, delighted. "Now the rose can grow back again." Kia grabs the Queen's hand and shows her the rest of her small garden. "The child is so different from other humans," the Ice Queen thought. "She is tender and kind. She cares for others." As she watches and listens to the child, Queen Airless feels something that she hadn't felt in a long time. She felt hope. Chapter 11. General Freya went back to the dungeon in a dejected mood. They transferred Prince Xaden to his new, more secure cell, and Freya noticed, with a pang of guilt, that she could barely see him now through the thick bars. It was a blessing and a curse. Prince Xaden came to the side closest to her and asked, "What's wrong, Freya?" The unmistakable concern in his voice unsettled her. It was like he knew how she was feeling. "There's nothing wrong. Why would you ask that?" Freya said coolly. "I just came to inspect your new cell." "You never come to my cell. You avoid me as much as possible," Prince Xaden replied, undeterred. "Something must be bothering you." Did he see past her icy facade? If true, he was the first person to do so. What harm would it do if she told him the truth? "The Queen didn't like the greenhouse," Freya mumbled. "And that bothers you?" he asked. "Maybe I overstepped a boundary," Freya said, talking more to herself than to him. She is the Queen of Frost and Ice. Of course she wouldn't want anyone thawing her land. It mortified Freya that the thought didn't occur to her before. No wonder the Queen was so displeased. Xaden seemed to read her expression. "Do you care about her?" he asked. "Yes." "Why?" "Queen Airless saved me from a terrible life and gave me purpose," Freya said. "Then she has my eternal gratitude," Xaden said sincerely. "What's worse is that she thinks the greenhouse was your idea, that it was your attempt to convince her when you didn't even ask for anything in return." "Freya, I asked for something and I got it," he said. "You agreed we would call each other by our first names." "Is that all you wanted, Xaden?" Freya asked, unconvinced. "It was more than I hoped for. Every time you say my name, I feel I have a purpose," he said, smiling. I savor our time together, Freya. Each moment with you is worth countless treasures. You always make me speechless, Freya said, not meeting his eyes. Do you remember the day we met? He asked. You mean the day I found you half frozen to death and soon to become the ice bear's meal? Xaden laughed. I thought you were an angel saving me from that demonic bear, he said. How did you even miss a beast that size? I thought it was a nice cozy cave, not the mouth of some gargantuan creature, Xaden said. The soldiers have named the beast Greta, Freya replied, amused. She guards the border of the ice realm and has become the unofficial guardian. Greta? Xaden said. I am sure she is lovely when she's not trying to eat people. She won't try to eat people if they don't cross her territory, Freya quipped. Xaden smiled. Freya, why did you come that day? What do you mean? I mean that you probably had better things to do than scouting duties, he said. I was curious, Freya said truthfully. Curious? When my scouts informed me of an intruder that crossed our border and they mentioned he had eyes with a ring of fire, I became curious why a prince of the fire realm was risking his life like that, Freya replied. And how did I measure up to your curiosity? Xaden asked. You are much worse than I could have ever imagined, Freya replied, deadpan. Her unexpected curt answer stunned Xaden into silence. He then laughed wholeheartedly for 10 minutes straight, like it was the best thing he heard all day. His unrestrained mirth melted a corner of her frozen heart. Still, I can't be that bad, can I? Xaden asked. You stopped the ice bear from eating me. Maybe I helped Greta avoid a terrible diet, Freya said, smiling. True, I imagine I would be too spicy for her stomach, Xaden jokes. I might have given her indigestion. That was terrible, Freya said, shaking her head. You are horrible with jokes. If you keep smiling like that, my love, I will continue making terrible, horrible jokes, Xaden said. To the prince's delight, Freya didn't stop smiling. Over in the fire realm, temperatures were flaring. Prince Kanej summoned Jade to the throne room. It surprised her to see that Aaron was there too. So he stayed at the palace and didn't leave me here all alone? Her heart did a joyous little leap at that thought. Where were you when the prisoner escaped? Prince Kanej asked him, with barely concealed anger. Aaron was unfazed. In fact, he looked positively bored. I was under your soldiers' supervision, he replied. They were monitoring my every breath. You are lying. Why don't you ask them yourself? Aaron said. I bet they could tell you the exact number of breaths I took. Prince Kanej glared at Timon and Yaman. Is he telling the truth? He was with us at all times, Yaman replied. When Timon didn't answer, his twin brother elbowed him, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Their reply incensed Prince Kanej. Well, somebody is lying, since I don't know who. You two will accompany the champion and the tramp on their mission. If you fail, don't bother coming back to the realm. He is basically sentencing his soldiers to exile, Jade thought. She doubted Kanej would let them return even if they succeeded. Timon and Yaman both nodded silently to the Crown Prince. Goodbye, Jade, Prince Kanej said as he kissed the back of her hand. His fiery eyes looked at her intently. Until we meet again. He glared at Aaron, whose expression was equally thunderous as his. Where was he all this time? Jade wondered. She had a feeling that Aaron wasn't telling the truth. But then the fire soldier twins corroborated his statement. Prince Kanej must have sensed something was off too. He was punishing the twins by sending them on this perilous mission with them. Jade would have to watch her back and be extra vigilant with Yaman and Timon around. She had no reason to trust them. They left in the middle of the night using the darkness as their cover. Kanej had given them weapons and supplies to cover their journey. Aaron and the twin soldiers, Yaman and Timon, were quiet as they sat in the back of an armored vehicle. Jade was wondering how long it would take them to reach the border when the vehicle stopped abruptly. This is as far as we go, the driver said gruffly. Good luck. Aaron quietly got out and looked around. Jade followed him and stood there with her arms folded. Yaman and Timon got out too, without a word. Why are we stopping here? Jade asked, perplexed. We are nowhere near the Ice Realm's border. You heard that? The driver said to the soldier sitting next to him. She thinks we will go to the land of the fallen. No way. That place gives me the creeps, the soldier replied. The driver gave a grim smile before revving the engine, leaving Aaron, Jade, Tiemann and Yaman behind in the dust. "That was strange," Jade said, staring at the retreating vehicle. "Where are we? What is the land of the fallen?" "A place no one wants to go while they are still alive," Aaron replied. His answer didn't reveal much. "Is it near the front lines? I don't see any troops," Jade said. "You will see them soon," Aaron said sadly. Yaman and Tiemann looked solemn as well. She noticed all of their shoulders were tense. Jade wondered what made them so sad. "How far is the border?" she asked. "A couple of miles," Aaron replied. "At the first sign of snow on the ground, we will have crossed into the ice realm. Be ready, as the frost soldiers might attack as soon as we enter their land." Yaman and Tiemann prepared their weapons. Aaron walked ahead of them, leaving Jade behind with the twins. She noticed Tiemann was trying to get her attention. He looked at her furtively but glanced away when she saw him. "What is it?" she asked. "Why do you keep looking at me?" "I am sorry about your friend Corvin. My brother talked to me and I agree I shouldn't have used the paralyzer on him," Tiemann said, ashamed. "He was just a kid." "Corvin needs to hear your apology, not me, but I appreciate you telling me this. What you did wasn't right, Tiemann, but I'm glad that you can see it was wrong, too," Jade said. "Thank you, Yaman, for talking to your brother and making him understand," she said. Yaman nodded his head politely. "Decency isn't dead among the soldiers of the fire realm," Jade thought. Aaron had stopped walking ahead. In the darkness, Jade could only see the profile of his bowed head. Jade wondered what he was doing until she saw the ground. A gasp escaped from Jade's lips. There were hundreds of thousands of graves on the ground. Until that moment, she had never known the true extent of lives lost to the war.
"This is the land of the fallen,"
Aaron said.
"This is where our troops come to rest."
Troops from both realms, Jade realized as she saw the markers on the ground. A grave for the fire realm carried a solitary torch, each flame for a fire extinguished. There were enough torches to light up many villages. There were also graves of the ice soldiers, encased entirely in ice for their eternal slumber. It was eerily silent, like the world whispered here, so the dead may lie in peace. "There are graves of the ice realm here, too," Jade observed. "In death we are no longer enemies," Yaman said. "In death we join as comrades." "It was their rulers that wanted this war, not them," Jade thought. "All these people died because of a needless war," Jade said. "It is so tragic." "There are far greater numbers now, ever since the king left the palace," Yaman said glumly. "When will the war end?" she asked. "How can it even end?"
The king says it will only end with her death,"
Aaron said. Jade heard what King Cyrus had to say on the subject from his own lips, so it didn't surprise her. She wanted to know what Aaron's thoughts were. "Do you think the Ice Queen's death will end it?" she asked.
"I'm not sure. There have been countless fire kings and ice queens who had claimed the solution was to kill the other. Yet here we are still fighting this war," Aaron said. "I would like to talk to her before I decide what to do."
"Is that why you entered the tournament?" Jade asked. "You wanted to meet her?"
"I had my reasons for entering," Aaron replied. "Reasons I can't share with you."
Just when Jade thought she was understanding Aaron, he closed himself off again. "Fine, you can keep your reasons to yourself," Jade replied, irritated. "I just want to save my sister with the least killing possible, preferably none." Aaron gave a shadow of a smile, and it stunned Jade. "I am insane. Now is not the time or place," Jade thought to herself. "One smile from him and I seem to forget myself."
"Something is wrong," Tiemann said. "Can you feel it?"
Every single torch on the graves of the fallen came alive. They flickered faster and faster until they all extinguished in a collective gasp. Jade thought she heard screams and the fluttering of wings overhead. It was complete darkness until the torches flickered back on one by one. "What was that?" Jade asked.
"It is a terrible omen," Yaman said. He was shivering with fear. "The fallen are getting restless," Tiemann said, equally frightened. "Death is coming." "We are not safe here," Aaron said. "We should keep moving."
What were the screams she heard? Jade had a feeling that if she listened closely enough, she could hear the wings of death here. They kept on walking quietly until Jade saw a dusting of snow on the ground. The snow crunched under her shoes like granules of sugar. She saw a few dark figures slumped on the ground. Aaron bent on his knees and turned the figure over. It was a dead frost soldier, the mark of the ice crown on her armor. The omen was right, Yaman said. Death has already come. But what killed them? Tiemann asked. Jade noticed burn marks on all the dead Frost soldiers. Not what, but who? She asked. And where are their weapons? You ask all the right questions, but unfortunately the answers will cost you your life, Gonan said as he emerged from the shadows, carrying an ice blaster on his shoulder. Did you miss me? Gonan had a dozen soldiers with him, each carrying weapons of the ice realm. It was an ambush. The prince had betrayed them, but why? Why now? They hadn't even met the queen and had just crossed into the border. Why are you here, Gonan? Aaron asked. Tiemann and Yaman aimed their weapons at Gonan. I am here to make sure you never see daylight again, Gonan replied, grinning. He gestured to his men, and they fired at Jade and the others with the ice blasters. Chapter 12. The ice blaster hit Jade's chest, and it felt like being thrown into a frozen lake. Tiemann put up a firewall between them and the aggressors, while Yaman made sure no one was hurt. Jade could hardly breathe. Her chest felt heavy. Ice gripped at her lungs to stop it from moving and was freezing the rest of her body. Someone called her name and reached out his hand. Her frozen chest relents, and she feels the air in her lungs again. It was Yaman. He must have thawed her frozen body with his fire. Are you okay? Yaman asks. Jade nods, weakly. The ice blaster missed striking Jade's heart by an inch. She was lucky to be alive. If it had frozen her heart, even Yaman wouldn't have been able to save her. Aaron was looking at Gonan and his men past the firewall that Tiemann created. He looked absolutely livid. They set us up, Yaman said. Kanej never wanted us to meet the queen. Why would Kanej do such a thing? Jade asked. Never mind, forget I asked. It sounds just like something he would do. What should we do now? We will keep them busy, but you two should keep going, Yaman said. What about you and your brother? Jade asked. How can we leave you here? Yaman was looking at Aaron with a strange expression, like something about his anger unsettled him. We will be fine. Please get him out of here, Jade. You two must get to the queen. Brother, I need your help, Tiemann said. Sweat was pouring down his face from the exertion of keeping the firewall up. Gonan and his men were still firing an endless barrage of ice blasts towards them. Go, Yaman said to Jade. Find a way to peace, and it will all be worth it. It was an honor knowing both of you, he said to her and Aaron, before joining his brother. Jade was afraid to ask what he planned to do, but she had a sinking feeling Yaman and Tiemann were putting themselves in grave danger. She grabbed Aaron's arm, and he finally seemed to come out of his suspended state. She glanced back and saw Yaman standing shoulder to shoulder with his brother. She wondered if she would ever see them again. What's the plan, brother? Tiemann asked, when Jade and Aaron were out of hearing range. We buy them time, Yaman said. They need to get to the Ice Queen. You have faith in Prince Aaron? He asked. I believe he will be the one to break his family's curse, and Jade will give him strength to do so, Yaman said. Are you ready? Yes, let's do it. I am glad my last moments will be by your side, brother, Tiemann said, smiling. Me too, Yaman said. If there's a life after this one, I wish for you to be my twin brother again. Here's to the future, Tiemann said. May it be worth the sacrifice. Here's to freedom and peace, Yaman said. The twin brothers joined their elbows together, completing the scorch marks on them. An intense light came out from the marks. The firewall got bigger and more intense, until there was a great surge of power. Gonan and his men scattered with the force of the blast. Some died on the spot. Jade had been running when she felt the earth shake. What was that? She asked. She looked back to where she saw the twin brothers last. They had covered quite a distance, and she couldn't see past the trees to where the site was. Was the sky on fire? Her eyes must be playing tricks on her. Do you think they are okay? Jade asked. Aaron hadn't spoken a word in many minutes. Seeing his expression, she asked Aaron, What's wrong? Aaron didn't seem okay. He couldn't stay still and his hands were shaking. They hurt you, Aaron said. They nearly killed you. He sounded distraught. I am fine, Jade said. The ice blaster missed. I will be okay, Aaron. Aaron wasn't listening. I am out of danger now, Jade said softly. You don't understand. You're in greater danger if I don't calm down, Aaron said. He was pacing back and forth like an enraged lion. I can't calm my thoughts. All I feel is this intense rage. Jade felt the temperature rise around her. There was an energy building in the air, getting suffocating by the second. What will happen if you let it out? She asked. Death, Aaron replied. Only death. How can I help? Jade asked urgently. What makes you calmer? Music, but I don't have my violin, Aaron said. He ran a hand through his hair and his fingers were trembling. Help me, Jade, he pleaded. Aaron looked scared, and for the first time Jade was too. She had seen no one so helpless before. What if I sing to you? Jade asked. Aaron nodded absent-mindedly, but Jade could see he was trying not to fall apart. Heat rippled out of him, blades of grass were turning brown and blackening. Jade sang the first thing that came to her mind, a lullaby, the same one she heard from her grandmother when she was a child. A maiden dreams of love, greater than any above, for someone strong and kind, of love pure and divine. Her hope turns to dust when they betray her trust, for she had been blind to the horrors of humankind. Others would feel her pain. She vowed not to love again. Her coldness grows and grows across frozen land and snow. Her cold heart would suffice for this queen of frost and ice. Not exactly uplifting, Aaron said, but it worked. He was calmer than before, and the tension in the air seemed to have lifted. Jade sighed a breath of relief. You have a beautiful voice, Jade, Aaron said. Jade tried not to blush, even if his compliment was making her feel like she was floating on air. My grandmother sang me this song. She said it was about Celine, whose heart was broken by the one she loved, Jade said. Our legends say that Celine made love forbidden for all the witches that came after her. I haven't heard that legend before, Aaron said. In the Fire Realm, the Daughter of the Moon is seen as a temptress who ensnared our prince. What if Celine was the one who was betrayed? Jade said. That is possible, Aaron said. It sounds like a betrayal made her stop believing in love. Do you think heartbreak can change a person like that? Turn them from trusting and loving to spiteful and cold? Yes, Aaron said. Heartbreak can change people in the worst ways. So can fear. The Ice Realm, the Fire Realm, and humans all see Celine very differently. It makes me wonder which version of her is true, Jade said. How are you feeling now? Better. He took a deep breath. Thank you, Jade, for calming me down. Any time, Jade said, trying not to blush again. Can you tell me what happens when you become angry? I think you already know, Aaron said in a low voice. Jade could only guess, but she didn't fully understand. You said you don't have your violin anymore, Jade asked. What happened to it? I threw it away. That beautiful, haunting music, one she would never forget for the rest of her life. Jade was shocked. It felt like Aaron had stolen something precious away from her. Why? Jade asked. Why would you do such a thing? I didn't deserve to have it, Aaron said. I don't deserve such happiness. Wow, Jade thought. Aaron doesn't believe he deserves happiness. Not even something that brings him joy like music. But you think just like him, a voice in her head said. I don't even know how to be happy, Jade confessed. The most I can do is survive the day. Aaron looked at her. That doesn't seem right for you. It isn't right for you either, Jade said, smiling. Aaron smiled, but there was still doubt in his eyes, which was heartbreaking to see. I can't believe that you threw away the violin, Jade said in disbelief. It was the only way I could punish myself, Aaron replied. But you are not just punishing yourself, Jade said. You are punishing me, too. How am I punishing you? Aaron asked, surprised. When I first heard you play, even as the forest burned around me, I couldn't stop listening to your music, Jade said. I felt such a sharp pain in my heart. I thought I was hearing the music of death. I am sorry that my music caused you pain, Aaron said. I didn't mean for anyone to suffer. You don't understand, Jade said. I wanted to thank you, Aaron, for that day. You want to thank me, but why?
I didn't die that day because I fought to live. In your music I heard my grief, but scattered through the notes was my hope. I only saw darkness before, but your music showed me my light, Jade said. Aaron, I want to return the favor one day. I want you to see your light. Aaron listened to her silently. So you admit that it was you in the forest that day? Jade asked. I didn't just imagine you being there. Aaron nodded. I inhaled so much smoke that I thought I hallucinated most of what I saw, Jade said. Even the fire seemed surreal. Do you know what caused the forest fire? Aaron asked. Jade paused. She had wondered that question ever since that day. I thought it was a lightning strike or some strange weather anomaly, Jade lied. Aaron slowly shook his head. His gaze was steady. Jade held her breath and didn't dare ask. I caused the fire, he said. I lost control. Jade gasped. But you played that music and it started raining. You saved me that day. It started raining after I calmed down. So you stopped it. You made it rain. After being the one who started the destruction? Could I claim to be the savior? Aaron said, aggrieved. It rained after I calmed down. I am the monster, not the hero you think I am. You are not a monster, Aaron, Jade said. I am. I know the monster I am and the one I am becoming. I couldn't control myself that day, Aaron said. Even now I can feel the madness reaching the corners of my mind. Pretty soon it will take hold, and then the fire is all I will see. Fire is all I will become. Who are you, Aaron? Jade asked. Why do you think you will suffer such a fate? Aaron stayed silent. Tell me, who are you? I am Aaron Fireborn, he said. King Cyrus is my father, and Kanej and Xaden are... Your brothers! Jade exclaimed. You are the prince of the fire realm. Aaron looked sorrowful. Your mother died in a fire caused by my father. You would have died in the fire that I lost control of. I could have, but I didn't, Jade replied. You denied being there. Why did you hide who you are? I hated who I was born to be. I wanted to sever myself from my family, Aaron said. You can't change where you are from, Jade said. No one can. She was thinking about her father, the leader of the rebels. You are right, Aaron said. I thought that if I stayed away from the realm and my family, it would cure the madness. But it only made it worse. A snapping of a branch caught their attention, and they both turned toward the sound. If you want to end the curse, Fire Prince, then our objectives are the same, said a voice from behind them. Perhaps we can help one another. The stranger that surprised them was in his late 20s, with stormy gray eyes. Was he a friend or a foe? Chapter 13. Jade startled at the stranger's voice. She was so absorbed in the conversation that she didn't see the person sneak up on them. This was the second time someone snuck in their conversation undetected. She had a blind spot for Aaron. Who are you? Aaron demanded. I am a rebel from the north, the stranger said. People call me Callahan. How do we know you aren't here to harm us? Aaron asked. Ask him, Callahan said. Jade saw the person who came and stood next to Callahan, and couldn't help exclaim, Kyle! She saw him not too long ago, but it felt like a different lifetime. What's up, Jade? Kyle said with a smirk. Finally came to join us? How did you know where to find us? Jade asked, surprised. Corvin and Raven told us to expect you, Callahan said. Corvin and Raven? Does that mean they made it safely to the rebel base? Jade asked. Yes, Kyle said, smiling. They won't stop talking about you. And Prince Aaron, too, Callahan added. Especially how he rescued Corvin and got him out of the palace. You got him out of the palace? Jade asked Aaron, surprised. How? That explains why he was missing that day, Jade thought. Kanej suspected it was Aaron, and it turns out that he was right. I did it with Yaman's help, Aaron explained. He took Corvin past security, through a secret underground passage out of the palace. Yaman lied to Kanej and kept it a secret from his brother for me. I owe a lot to him. He turned to Callahan. I am glad to know that Corvin is safe. Callahan nodded. Jade was speechless. Aaron is humble. He is underplaying what he did for Corvin, she thought. And Yaman was very brave to help them. Callahan,
We came here with Yaman and Teeman, but they haven't returned, Aaron said, worried. My brother's soldiers ambushed us and the twins stayed back to fight. Did you see anything or know anything about what happened to them? My scouts saw a great blast not too long ago. They went to investigate and found a lot of casualties, Callahan said. I am sad to say that the twin brothers died, but they took out 8 other soldiers with them. Jade gasped. Teeman and Yaman were dead? They both died protecting her and Aaron. Her heart shattered. Aaron closed his eyes, upset, after hearing the news. I didn't know they were your friends, Callahan said. Again, I am sorry. Jade felt numb. They hadn't even reached the Ice Queen's palace and had already suffered such a great loss. What happened to the rest? Aaron asked. They made their way back towards the Fire Realm with their leader, Callahan said. Someone named Gonan. So Gonan was still alive? Jade felt a blinding rage towards him, but knew he wasn't the only one responsible. Gonan was following Kanej's orders. That heartless coward, she thought. Kanej waited until they crossed the border, but why? What was his plan? And he was Aaron's brother. Why did he want to kill him so badly? Jade could never imagine hurting her sister. Even the thought made her feel ill. What was wrong with the royal family of the Fire Realm? Why were brother against brother, and why was the king not looking after his people? Did it all really happen because of the curse, or was greed to blame? We should go back to them, Aaron said. They need a proper burial. I will go too, Jade said. We can't all go. It is too risky, Callahan said. I will go with the prince. Kyle can take you to our campsite, and you can rest there. We will catch up to you later. Jade tried to argue, but neither Callahan nor Aaron would listen. She looked towards Aaron, but he said, We will come back as soon as we can, Jade. Please go with your friend. When all this is over, I will return and pay my respect to Teeman and Yaman, Jade promised herself. They left Jade alone with Kyle. He led the way to the outpost, talking animatedly, and she followed reluctantly. She kept looking back to where Aaron and Callahan had gone to, and Kyle noticed her being distracted. It is just you and me, Jade, Kyle said. I hope you are not disappointed. Kyle almost sounded bitter. Maybe he is just joking, Jade thought. Jade sighed. I just want it all to be over. I want to go back home with Kia. Kyle frowned. Who is Kia? Jade was astonished. He didn't remember her sister? But then she hadn't either. Jade updated Kyle with all had happened since she left home, including telling him about her sister and the Snow Queen. I can't believe I don't remember your little sister, Kyle said, shaking his head. How old is she again? 10, Jade said. You gave her a card on her birthday. I remember meeting you, Kyle said. When I try to remember anything else, it becomes a blur. It's the Ice Queen's spell, Jade said. I forgot about Kia too, and it was the worst feeling. I felt hollow. It was like forgetting how to smile. But why would the Ice Queen go through all this trouble? Kyle asked. She has taken other children, but their family still remembers them. I don't know, Jade said. I don't know what is different this time. Kyle was silent. He didn't seem to have an answer either. You are working with a fire prince? Kyle asked after a few moments. He frowned, like he didn't like something. Why? I already told you why. The oracle told me to find him, Jade said. Kyle is definitely being strange, Jade thought. They walked in silence all the way to the campsite. The campsite had a few tents already set up for them, complete with sleeping bags. Jade thought that Kyle was done with questions about Aaron, but it seemed he had only been festering on the inside. You were in the Fire Realm, and you were in the fire tournament with Aaron? Kyle asked. And now you are going to the Ice Realm with him? Yes, I am. I don't think you should be near him, Kyle said. There is something wrong about him, Jade. I can feel it. What do you mean? Be careful around him, Jade. I don't trust him. Kyle, Aaron hasn't done or said anything to make me suspect he would hurt me. You seem to have a blind spot for him, Kyle said heatedly. I wonder why that is. You sound like a jealous boyfriend, Jade said, irritated. When she saw the expression on Kyle's face, she gasped. You are! You are jealous of him! I don't like that he is spending so much time with you, Kyle admitted. He took her hands in his and said, Forget him, Jade. We can do this together, instead of him. You are unbelievable, Jade said, removing her hands from his.
I am worried to death about my sister, and all you can think of is your love life?
I am worried about you, Belle, Kyle said.
I told you I am not Belle, Jade said. I am not talking about this anymore, Kyle.
So you won't talk to me now, Kyle said. Because of him.
I will talk to you when you make sense, Jade said. I will talk to you once you remember how to be a caring friend and not some lovesick, jealous idiot.
Kyle looked like he was slapped. Jade didn't wait for him to say anything else that would infuriate her. She took quick steps to get away from him and hoped that he wasn't foolish enough to follow her when she was this angry. Kyle never knows when to stop talking. It is both an annoying and endearing thing about him. It was the rebel leader, Callahan. Jade was relieved that it was neither Aaron nor Kyle. She wasn't sure if she wanted to see either of them at this moment.
Right now it is tipping heavily on annoyance, Jade said.
I understand. It is a trying time for us all, Callahan said. I hope you don't judge him too harshly for being worried.
He is my best friend, or he was my best friend, Jade said. I am the only one who seems to remember that.
Sometimes we can't control our feelings just as we can't control the weather, Callahan said. It is best to let the storm blow over and wait for things to calm down on their own. Kyle will realize it too. He has too much sense to keep pushing something that is not wanted.
I hope that is true. I don't want to lose him as a friend, Jade said. Can I ask you something, Callahan?
Sure, he said. That is why I came, so I can answer any questions you may have.
You call yourself rebels, but you don't want a rebellion, Jade asked.
Callahan shook his head.
What is your purpose, then?
Peace.
You are peaceful rebels? Jade asked. Wouldn't that be a contradiction?
With both the ice and fire kingdoms dead set on killing one another, peace is the most outrageous outcome anyone could hope for, Callahan said. And we need you to help achieve it, Jade.
That is not what my father wanted, Jade said. Peace was never an option for him.
Your father had a different plan, but he lost that vision when your mom died.
He did?
Jade asked, surprised.
What was his plan, then?
He wanted to break the king's curse with no one being hurt.
He got himself killed instead, Jade said bitterly.
That wasn't supposed to happen, believe me, Callahan said. Jade didn't believe the rebel leader any more than she believed her father. I am asking you to trust what I'm saying. Will you join us, Jade? Callahan said. You will be a great asset to our cause. His reply caused Jade to lose her temper.
An asset? You sound just like my father.
I didn't mean it like that, Callahan said apologetically.
I only meant my father stopped seeing me as his daughter and only saw me as a weapon. He trained me nonstop through grueling hours with no end in sight. I wasn't a person, but an object to be molded and sharpened for his war, Jade said, fuming. And here I am, being asked to be an object once again. What will I be this time? What will I be for you? A weapon? A leverage? Or a platform for your agenda?
Forgive me for my poor choice of wording earlier, the rebel leader replied. You will be our comrade, our sister, and our friend. You have the ear of the most powerful man in the fire realm. Together, Jade, we can save our people and our world. Callahan sounded sincere in his apology. Jade calmed herself down.
You have misplaced trust in me, she said with bitterness. King Cyrus will not listen to anything I have to say.
I wasn't talking about King Cyrus, Callahan said.
Then who?
The Fire Prince that came with you, Callahan said. I am talking about Prince Aaron.
Why would he even listen to me? Jade asked.
Aaron cares a lot about you, Callahan says. With matters of the heart, it would surprise you how much a loved one can influence someone. Jade refused to believe what Callahan was telling her. She shook her head.
Aaron barely tolerates me.
He risked his life to save Corvin. This is the same prince who hid and went into exile because he didn't want to deal with his family or his powers, Callahan said. Aaron is different after he met you, and he can change more still. Jade didn't know what to say to him, so she changed the topic.
What makes you believe the war can be stopped?
History dictates it so, Callahan said. I believe we can find the answer in the past.
What do you mean? The people of Aaron's realm had abilities that were more than just fire. They were like those of the Sun Prince. They could heal, grow plants much faster than normal, to appear and disappear like smoke, and some could even fly. His people lost those other powers when Aurelius disappeared, Callahan said. When the Sun Prince went missing, the people lost their purpose. That, I believe, is the missing link and the key to finding peace among the two realms. If we find out what happened to the missing Sun Prince and Daughter of the Moon, perhaps then we can find the way to end this war. What role does Selene play in this narrative? Jade asked. Doesn't it have to do with Aurelius? I have been reading all that I could find about the two original titans of fire and ice. Based on human historical accounts, Selene and Aurelius loved this world and would never have wanted war for their people. In fact, I don't even think that they were enemies, like Fireborn stated. Fireborn was the one who gained the most by declaring war against the Ice Realm. He became king and gained a kingdom. You are talking about a history that is thousands of years old, Jade said. Yes, history that still influences today, Callahan said. We can trace it to the first Fire King. Fireborn kept humans as servants in his realm. I am aware of that, Jade said. I have been to the Fire Realm. There is more that is lost to the history books, especially in the Fire Realm. Fireborn did much more damage than that, Callahan said. He sowed the seeds of distrust and hate between humans and the Ice Realm. Fireborn was the one who hired human witch hunters to track and hunt witches. It was making sense. Jade could see the damage the sown discord could cause. The Ice Queen is continuing this war because of what they believed happened in the past. Same with the Fire Realm, Callahan said. If we prove that neither Aurelius or Selene hated one another, nor that they want to harm the humans, then Queen Airless would have no reason to turn this world into a frozen tundra. Queen Airless. This was the first time Jade had heard her name. How do you know all this? Jade asked. We have been spying for years, but recently we won over our strongest ally, Callahan said. Our informant is within the folds of the Ice Palace itself. Who is it? Jade asked. Do I know this person? I cannot reveal the identity without putting their life in danger, Callahan said. But it is someone entirely surprising. Once we are sure they have succeeded in their mission, we will reveal the name. Jade mulled over what Callahan told her. Jade, I know I gave you a lot of information, but I hope you consider what I told you, Callahan said. I will, she replied. Callahan brightened. I will leave you to rest. You can choose your tent for the night. Thank you, Jade said. She pointed to the one nearest her. This one will be fine. I will be around if you need me, Callahan said. Callahan? Yes? Where did Kyle go? You are not mad at him anymore, I see, Callahan said, smiling. Jade smiled too. I wouldn't go so far. Kyle volunteered to do the night watch. Hopefully, it will give him plenty of time to think things over. You can talk to him in the morning. That sounds like a good idea, Jade said, sighing. Rest now. You have a long and perilous journey ahead, Callahan said. Good night, Jade. Thank you, Jade said. Good night, Callahan. Jade was glad about the solitude. She also needed time to think over everything that Callahan told her.
Jade?
Aaron's voice broke her out of her reverie. Jade wondered if Callahan had talked to him too, but she was too exhausted to ask.
What were you thinking about? Aaron asked. You seemed lost in thought.
I was thinking about my grandma and my little sister, Jade said. I miss them so much.
You love your family,
Aaron said. It was an observation rather than a question. Jade nodded her head. If only I could bring them together again, she thought. You don't feel the same about yours, Jade asked.
Our relationship is complicated.
Their affection is conditional, Aaron replied and left it at that. He almost seemed embarrassed to talk about his family. Jade knew about complications, especially with her parents. I didn't have the best relations with my parents, though, Jade confessed. Aaron seemed surprised.
How so?
I didn't understand my mother, and I didn't always agree with my father's choices.
His choice to be a rebel, you mean, Aaron said. With the state of the kingdom as it is, I can't blame him. Things will only deteriorate if they go on without change.
You side with the rebels? Jade asked, surprised.
I don't, not completely, Aaron said. But I think I understand them. I can see where they are coming from.
How about your mother? Tell me something about her.
My mother was an angel. I don't know where she got her patience from, because I certainly don't have it.
Jade smiled at his confession. What happened to her?
Her heart stopped working one day, he said. I am sure having a madman for a husband and 3 disappointments for sons may have contributed to her health deteriorating that much faster.
Jade didn't know what to say in response to that. I'm so sorry, Aaron, Jade said. My life changed so much when my mother died. My father was never the same.
Aaron was silent for a moment as he gathered his thoughts. The father I knew in my childhood is gone. He will never be the same either, he said in a low voice.
Aaron seemed reluctant to say anything else about his father, so Jade didn't push him to either. So Timon and Yaman?
We buried them and the others in the land of the fallen, Aaron said. Callahan's men helped.
My heart breaks for Timon and Yaman, Jade said.
Mine too, Aaron said sadly.
Jade didn't know what she could say to comfort him, so she placed her hand into his and sat there quietly by his side, waiting for the sun to rise again. Chapter 14. Kanej waits impatiently in his study for an update regarding his brother. He had been waiting for hours with no word, and his patience was wearing thin. Gonin finally returns, with only a few of his soldiers and looking barely alive. Kanej should have taken his appearance as a sign and prepared himself for the worst, but what Gonin tells him infuriates him. What do you mean he escaped? Kanej asks with barely contained anger. How? You outnumbered them 3-1. I didn't expect Yaman and Timon to use their abilities, Gonin said. The twins died saving them and killed 8 of my soldiers. Then you should have died with them, Kanej said viciously. Did Aaron see you? Yes, Gonin stammered. I didn't have time. We fought hard, but it took too long to kill the frost soldiers. And the girl? She is alive, too, Gonin said. Where are they now? We searched but couldn't find them near the border. They must have gone further north. Kanej howled in frustration. I gave you one task and you failed spectacularly. What should I do now, my lord? Gonin asked. Nothing. You have done enough damage. I will have to clean up this mess you created, Kanej said. Go back to the border. Send me a message when you see my brother. What if he returns to the Fire Realm? You should pray he doesn't. The first thing Aaron will do is tell Father I sent my men to kill him, Kanej said. If he doesn't return, it will solve all your problems and mine. What do you think he will do? It is likely my brother will continue his journey to meet the Ice Queen, especially since Jade is still with him, Kanej said. The girl is desperate to find her sister. Should I get rid of them? Gonin asked. No, the Queen might do your job for you. Kanej grinned at the thought. But if my brother returns, don't engage with him. Come to me first. I have something else in mind for him. Yes, my prince, Gonin said. I won't let you down. See that you don't. It will be the last mistake you make, Kanej said, smiling. The smile was more lethal than his anger. Gonin bowed and quickly lumbered out of the room before the crown prince incinerated him in his rage. Kanej had been angry, but now he clearly saw the path that would lead to his victory. It is time to wake the sleeping giant, he thought. It is time for the Fire King to eliminate the Ice Queen. He knew exactly how to do it. All he had to do was push the right buttons. Jade fell asleep sometime during the night. She woke up in her tent, slightly confused how she got there. She realized that someone must have carried her and tucked her into her sleeping bag. Jade blushed, thinking that it might have been Aaron. It was just after dawn.
Kyle came looking for Jade as soon as the night watch was over, but once he saw her, he could barely meet her eyes. Jade must have seen his expression as she extends the first olive branch. "Kyle, I am sorry we fought," Jade said. "I didn't mean to call you names." Kyle ran a hand through his golden hair. "I acted selfishly," he said. "You were right, though. I was being an idiot. I didn't even think how worried you must be for your little sister." "I still shouldn't have called you an idiot," Jade said. "It was not like you at all." "No," he said. "Guess I was jealous." Jade took a deep breath. "I am sorry. I don't feel the same way you do, Kyle," she said. "I wish it didn't change things between us." "If only there was some kind of magic," Kyle jokes. "Maybe when I meet the Ice Queen I can ask her for a love spell." "You are not going to the Ice Realm, Kyle. They kill all humans on sight." "But you are going, Jade. You are human." "The Ice Queen has my sister," Jade said. "She will not hurt me." "That is not a guarantee, Jade. I am going with you." "Please don't argue about this, Kyle. I won't risk your life. I will go crazy if I lose you too," Jade said. "But if you really want to help, there is something you can do for me." "What is it?" he asked. "I will do anything you ask." "Can you send a message to Grandma to let her know I am okay?" Jade said. "It will mean a lot to me." "Sure, I can do that," Kyle said. "And you can stay here, where you won't get in trouble?" Kyle smiles, and his mischievous dimples appear. "But I already am a magnet for trouble, Jade. I don't go looking for trouble, it comes looking for me." Jade gives him a light shove. "Are you talking about me?" "Who else could I be talking about, Belle?" Jade looked at him with a pained expression. "Belle?" "I am trying, Jade," Kyle said. "So are you still going with the fire brat?" "His name is Aaron," Jade said. "Yes, since he is a prince of the fire realm, going with him will give me some protection." "So you are using him for his title? That is much better than you using him for his looks," Kyle said with glee. "Is that what you do for the rebels?" Jade teased. "Be their poster boy?" "We all know I am the handsomest one around here," Kyle said, grinning. "Hordes flock to sign up for the cause seeing this gorgeous face." Jade laughed. "If you are the looks, then I am afraid to ask who provides the brain." "That would be Callahan," Kyle said. "You know he took the prototype of your father's inventions, modified them, and made them better?" "No, I didn't know." "I am not just a handsome face, Jade," Kyle said. "I am full of facts and knowledge and stuff." "Stuff?" Jade smiled. "Kyle, you haven't changed." "Neither have you, Jade," Kyle thought sadly. "No matter what I do." "I don't see Callahan," Jade asked. "I don't see Aaron either. He didn't leave, did he?" "I saw him talking with Callahan," Kyle said. "Our esteemed leader knows a shortcut to get to the Ice Palace." Jade is delighted. "Does he? That is great news." "I don't know if it is great news," Kyle said, scratching his head. "The shortcut still sounded pretty dangerous." "Anything that can get me faster to Kia," Jade said. "I have to save my sister." "You will." Kyle gave her an encouraging smile. "If anyone can do it, it will be you, Jade." Jade gave a bright smile, but Kyle fretted. She was trying to hide it, but he could see the worry etched on her face. "I won't leave my best friend," Kyle thought. "Even if she tries to stop me, I am going with her." Kanej visits his father in his castle. The king confined himself to Aurelius's castle for weeks now, of his own volition. He briefly wonders if his father even cares about his sons or his kingdom any more. "Why have you come here, Kanej?" King Cyrus asked. "I am afraid I have bad news regarding my brother," Kanej said. "The Frost soldiers ambushed his party. They killed 2 of his men." "And your brother? How is he?" "He is alive, for now," Kanej said. "I dislike how events are unfolding. I'm afraid the Ice Queen will not agree to this peace treaty." "Have you said all you wanted to say?" His father seemed oddly detached. Perhaps he doesn't care? "Yes, father," Kanej replied. "Can I ask, what will you do now?" My brother's life might be in grave danger."
"Leave that to me," King Cyrus replied. "You may go."
Kanej bowed. He secretly hoped that this news about Aaron would spark his father into action. Even though the king appeared unmoved, a storm was brewing inside of him.
"The boy is wrong," King Cyrus said to himself. "Aaron is the strongest among my sons. He is too powerful to be defeated, even by the witch."
But Kanej had sown a seed of doubt in the Fire King's mind. King Cyrus had been avoiding the mirror and had felt his mind's fog clearing the longer he stayed away from it. He had resisted the mirror's call, but perhaps it was time he looked into it again.
"Just this one time," he said to himself. "I need to know that my son is not in danger."
King Cyrus went back to the trunk and opened it. He took out the cloth with the mirror shard. The king heard a sigh of relief and realized it was coming from him.
"This mirror has a strange hold on me," he thought. "The witch must have cursed it." "Tell me, what is in my oldest son's future?" he asked the mirror.
The mirror slowly changed, and the king waited impatiently for the image to form. What he saw made his hands tremble so hard that he dropped the mirror and the shard broke into a million pieces.
"Aaron!" he cried. "My son!"
Aaron was falling from the sky, his wings of flame, a swirl of fire and smoke behind him. He is on the ground, broken. The witch looms over him and blows him a kiss.
"I cannot let this happen!" King Cyrus exclaimed. "I will burn down the witch's realm before she harms my son!"
The mirror had shown the Fire King his son's death. "How will we get to the Ice Palace?"
"The safest route is a 3-day journey, but the quickest will take less than a day," Callahan said.
"We have already lost so much time," Jade said. "Tell me the quickest path."
"I had a feeling you might say that," Callahan said. "For that, you have to go through the Valley of Death."
"Excuse me, did you just tell Jade to go through a place called the Valley of Death?" Kyle asked, astonished.
"You heard correctly, but I am not sadistic," Callahan said. "I have a plan." "What might that be?" Aaron asked.
"You will use these," Callahan said. He brought 2 snowboards with him.
"Snowboards?"
Jade asked.
"Yes, modified and perfected," Callahan said proudly. "You will have greater stability, smoother maneuverability, and emergency thrusters for faster speed."
"Sounds fun," Kyle said wistfully.
"You can zoom your way to the bottom of the valley. It will be safer once you reach there," Callahan said.
"By the way, I am curious, why is it called the Valley of Death?" Kyle asked.
"Because of the ice monsters," Callahan said.
"And you think going on a snowboard is a good idea?" Kyle asked in disbelief.
"The creatures are slow. If you move quickly enough through the valley, they won't be able to detect you," Callahan said. "What is at the bottom of the valley?" Aaron asked.
"Frost soldiers." Kyle threw his hands up in disbelief. "Again, why do you want them to go there?"
"Because these soldiers all report directly to General Freya, who is in the Ice Palace," Callahan said.
"The General's explicit command is not to kill any that cross the border before she sees them."
"So Freya could still command to kill after seeing them?" Kyle asked, his eyes wide with horror.
"Yes, but I don't think she will."
"So we are going by feeling now," Kyle said sarcastically. "Great. We are doomed."
"It is the best plan we have, Kyle," Jade said.
"Be faster than the ice monsters and get to the bottom of the valley where General Freya's soldiers are."
"Yeah. What could possibly go wrong?" Kyle asked.
"It sounds foolproof." "That's the spirit," Callahan said, slapping his back. "Are you both ready?"
Aaron and Jade nodded. Callahan got them fitted into their snowboards and showed them the steps on how to use them. It took a few tries, but Jade quickly got the hang of them. Kyle was right that Callahan was a genius. Without his modifications, it would have taken them years to perfect using the snowboards. Now it was as intuitive to them as walking. They reached the valley after half a day's hike. Kyle didn't come with them, and for that Jade was both relieved, but also felt sadness. It is for his safety, Jade thought. It is best for everyone. It was chilly, and meters of snow surrounded them. They hadn't come across Gonan and his men or any frost soldiers on the way there. which was a bit of a lucky break. Jade looked down the valley ahead of her and took a deep breath. Aaron was there by her side, and that gave her some courage. "I am coming, Kia. I hope you remember me, my little sister. I hope you are still alive." Chapter 15. Kia had been working hard in her little garden when her mind floods with a memory. She was standing in a house no bigger than the greenhouse she was in right now. She runs towards someone, an older lady, and gives her a hug. Has Kia seen her somewhere before? The lady kindly smiles back at her, and Kia feels a warm glow in her heart. "Grandma, can I have an extra cookie?" Kia hears herself say. "I want to give it to my friend." "Yes, Pumpkin," Grandma said, smiling. "You can have anything." Kia makes a face. "Grandma, I am not a pumpkin." "But you are round and sweet," Grandma said. When Kia pouts and shakes her head, Grandma says, "How about sweet pea?" "That's worse, Grandma," Kia cried. "I don't want to be green." The two of them looked at one another and burst out laughing. As soon as it came, the memory fades, leaving Kia dizzy and disoriented. "Who was that?" she wondered. "When did this happen? How come I don't remember anything else?" Kia tried to go back to gardening, but the memory bothered her. Not knowing when it happened, and if it happened, bothered her greatly. "I will ask Queen Airless," Kia thought. "She will know. The Queen knows everything." Kia found the Ice Queen in the throne room. Queen Airless rested on her throne like a sculpture of ice, unmoving and silent. Kia moved past her own miniature copy of the throne and sat by her feet. She gently tugged the Queen's dress, and the small, embellished jewels on them undulated like a ripple through a pond. "Can I ask you something?" Kia asked. The Queen remained silent. "Who is Grandma?" The Ice Queen blinked, the only sign she had been listening. No one," the Ice Queen replied. "No one you should worry about, my child." "But I remembered her. Who is she?" The Ice Queen was silent once more. "Why does the child remember her human life?" the Ice Queen wondered. "What hold do they have over her?" "Are you angry with me?" Kia asked. "No, why do you ask, child?" the Ice Queen said. "You got quiet, that's why," Kia said. She looked concerned. "I am not angry." Kia furrowed her eyebrows, contemplating something. "Do you like me?" she asked. The Ice Queen smiled. "Yes, very much," she said. "Why?" "Because I know you," the Ice Queen replied. "You are who I used to be before my heart was ice." "Will my heart turn to ice as well?" Kia asks. "Will it hurt?" "On the contrary, my child, once your heart freezes, you will never feel pain again." Kia seemed relieved by her answer. The Ice Queen gave a grim smile. "Only an innocent child would be relieved to hear such a fate," the Ice Queen thought. "No pain, no love. One day, my dear child, you will feel nothing at all." The valley seemed endless from where they were standing. Jade was nervous, but Aaron had a determined look on his face. "Remember what Callahan said?" he asked. "Only use the thrusters in an emergency," Jade replied, "and don't look back." Aaron nodded. "Are you ready?" "Yes, let's go." They pointed their snowboards straight down the slope and glided forward. Jade felt how seamlessly the board responded when she shifted her weight and changed direction from one to another as she leaned. The wind and the snow blew against her face, and she felt a rush as she sped down the slope. They came across fir trees that were completely covered in snow. Their silhouettes looked like looming beasts. As they went further down, the trees became barely recognizable as they became larger and more grotesque. Jade felt she was in a dark fairy tale where trees had monstrous limbs, and they swallowed the sunlight whole in this overcast, bone-chilling landscape. They glided among the icy giants, and she wondered if it was the trees that caused people's imaginations to run wild and see monsters in them. "That tree looks like a bear," she observed, "and that one looks like a skeleton." One tree even moved. Jade blinked her eyes and looked back. She hadn't imagined it. The tree was moving. "Did you see that?" she asked. "Yes, keep going," Aaron said. "We still have a long way to go." Jade couldn't help herself. She looked back again, and the monstrous creature stuck out its limbs and threw a giant snowball in her direction. She swerves and glides out of the way. The snowball the creature threw had ice shards sticking out from it like sharp knives. Soon more creatures join the first and start hurling snowballs from every direction. "Ice monsters," Aaron warns. "We should use the thrusters now." Jade nods. She presses the mechanism that would start the thrusters, but nothing happens. "Mine is not working," Jade cries. The creatures are getting closer. Their hulking figures are towering, surreal oddities of snow and ice. One monster bares its teeth, and they are sharp icicles. Jade is transfixed by its appearance. Aaron glides and stops next to her. "Get on," he says. Jade has moments to react. She jumps on his board, and he holds her firmly by the waist, making her fast heart rate go even faster. Aaron presses the mechanism for the thrusters, and as they ignite, they fly down the slope. Soon they leave the ice monsters far behind and get safely out of their firing range. "Do you think we lost them?" Jade asks. "It seems like it," Aaron says from close behind her. Jade tries not to blush at his closeness. She still feels his hand on her waist. "What's that up ahead?" "It looks like a huge boulder," Aaron replies. "That's strange." He stops his snowboard in front of the mound of snow. "Did an avalanche bring the boulder down here?" "We should go around it," Jade said. She had an ominous feeling about it. "Let me climb up there and see how far we are from the bottom," Aaron says. "Stay here." Before Jade could stop him, Aaron climbs the boulder. He reaches to the middle when the whole mound shakes like an earthquake. Aaron loses his footing and falls. "Aaron!" Jade cries. She gasps, not believing what she sees next. What they thought was a boulder wasn't a boulder at all. A giant white bear catches Aaron before he falls to the ground. It had been sleeping. Aaron disturbed it from its slumber and made it angry. The disgruntled giant bear holds him upside down in his claws. Aaron, to his credit, remained calm, but Jade wondered how long before he lost control, and they got in even greater trouble. The bear roared in his face. "We are not here to hurt you," Jade said. She dropped her weapon to the ground and raised both her arms in the air. "Please let him go." The bear carefully watched her every movement. It grunted, then sniffed the prints. Aaron's hair ruffled with a hot breath. "I don't have any weapons either," he said. It had fallen off earlier when the bear held him upside down. The bear swiveled its head toward Aaron and then looked at Jade again. She gives a smile to the giant beast. The angry beast seemed to consider their words for a moment. It then unceremoniously dropped Aaron into the snow. He lands with an inelegant thud. Jade fought the urge to run to Aaron. Any sudden movements would incense the bear, she thought. I should wait. The giant bear stared at them, gave another ear-piercing roar, before bounding back to the slopes. The ground shook as it ran, and a few trees fell in its wake. Jade sighed. "That was close." "I wonder who else heard the bear?" Aaron asked, rubbing his ears. "Just us," said a female voice coolly. A group of frost soldiers had quietly gathered behind, pointing their ice blasters towards them. The cool female voice belonged to their leader. "Impressive," she said. "You made it through the valley and escaped Greta unscathed." "Who's Greta?" Jade asked. "The ice bear you just met," she said. "I won't be as easy to convince, though, but you can try." "I am Prince Aaron of the Fire Realm. This is Jade. We have come to negotiate peace with your queen," Aaron said. She seemed surprised by his reply. "I am Freya," she said, "leader of the Frost Army and general of the queen. I can take you to her, Fire Prince." If the Fire Realm's palace was dark, gothic, and ornate, the palace of the Ice Realm was light, unadorned, and surreal. The palace was sprawled over the snowy grounds like a giant unruly crystal, with jagged towers and walls of ice. Freya took them through the front entrance. The whole place was a dream, but nothing prepared Jade for the ethereal beauty of the palace's interior. There was a double staircase made of stained glass, bursting in color like a prism, that led toward two solid doors of ice. There were no chandeliers, but blue, green, purple lights swirled at the top like auroras in the north. The grand staircases, the ice doors, and the lights weren't even the most remarkable feature of the entrance. A marble statue of a beautiful princess stood centerpiece. She wore a crown of moonstone, her statue as luminous as the moon in the sky. She held a mirror in her hand, and there was an owl perched on her shoulder, with the face of a human. It was the Oracle! "Whose statue is that?" Jade asked in a daze. "That is Princess Selene and her most beloved owl," Freya replied. Jade realized something. The Oracle belonged to Selene, the first of the witches, daughter of the moon. "The queen is waiting," the general said. She wanted them to hurry. Freya gave Jade no time to inquire about the Oracle. They climbed the heavenly staircase and passed through the double doors carved of ice to enter the throne room. The queen sat majestically on her throne, the brightest star in the ice realm. Jade was mesmerized by her beauty, but their visit did not impress the Ice Queen. Freya had whispered something to her as soon as they got there. Her sister Kia wasn't in the room. "Why are you here, Prince of the Fire Realm?" the Ice Queen asked, her voice as cold as winter. "Have you finally come for your brother?"
"My brother?" Aaron asked. "Xaden is alive?" He was both surprised and relieved.
"If this news surprises you, then he is not the reason for you being here," the Ice Queen observed. "Yes, Prince Xaden is alive. He lingers in my dungeon and refuses to leave."
"I am glad that my brother is alive and that no harm has come to him. But you are correct," Aaron said. "I have come to negotiate peace between our realms."
The Ice Queen scoffed. "Peace?"
"Yes," Aaron said. "We can finally end the war between us."
"Why would I want to do that?" she asked, amused.
"To end the bloodshed, to foster a new era of trust."
"Trust the Fire Realm?" the Ice Queen said skeptically. "What will the terms of the peace treaty be?"
"We will equally share this world," Aaron said, "and the humans will be free to choose where their allegiance lies."
The Ice Queen smiled and shook her head. "I do not accept the terms."
"But why?" Aaron asked, surprised.
"Because I have no intention of sharing this world," the Ice Queen replies. "It belongs to the Ice Realm."
"Is that why you placed a curse on the Fire King?" Aaron asked angrily, his hands turned into fists.
"Do you think I'm capable of such a feat?" the Ice Queen asked coldly. "Why would I curse your king?"
"Some legends in the Fire Realm say it was you," Aaron admitted. "I have heard stories about you that cast doubt on my mind. I don't trust hearsay, so I want to hear it for myself."
"Ask what you want to know," the Ice Queen said.
"What are you?" Aaron asked. "Are you a queen, a witch, or a monster?"
"I am Airless Frost," the Ice Queen replied. "To my people I am their queen. To the world I am a witch. For my enemies I am a monster. Depending on who I meet, I am all three."
"Was it you that cursed my father with madness and the Fire Kings before him?"
"No," the Ice Queen replied. "I did not curse them." Aaron was crestfallen.
"Who can it be? Who would place such a curse on us?"
"For that you must search your past and search within to find your nemesis," the Ice Queen said. Her eyes drifted towards Jade. "I can understand your reason for coming, Fire Prince, but why has a human crossed into my lands?"
"Jade will be the best person to answer it," Aaron said. He nods at Jade to come forward.
"Why did you come to my realm?" the Ice Queen demanded. "I am here for my little sister," Jade said. "You took her from us a few weeks ago. I came to take her home." "Your sister?" "I know she is here," Jade said, her voice shaking. "I know Kia is here." "The child doesn't have ties to the human world anymore," the Ice Queen says. "Kia is the future queen of the Ice Realm." Jade is stunned. Aaron looks as surprised as she is. Future queen? Her thoughts were in a panic. So Kia was their new heir. So what? Jade would not be intimidated by anyone. "You can't take my sister away from her family," Jade said. "You can't keep her against her will."
The child wants to be here. She won't go with you no matter what you say, the Ice Queen said. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. The Queen gestured to her general, who obeys her silent command. Freya left the throne room and came back after a few moments with Kia. Jade's little sister stands behind the Queen's throne and looks towards them with a wary expression. Kia! Jade exclaimed. It was so good to see her sister again. Kia, I came to take you home. Kia turns to Queen Airless to see what she would tell her. Do you want to go home with her? The Ice Queen asked with an amused expression. But I am home, Kia said, confused. No, the Ice Queen took you away from your real home, Jade said. Don't you want to go back to your garden and your friend? I have a garden, and she is my friend, Kia said, looking at the Ice Queen. I told you, the Ice Queen said, amused. She won't go with you. Jade stood stunned. She didn't know what to do, but Aaron quietly nudged her. She might be under her spell, Jade, Aaron whispers. Keep talking to her. She will remember. Jade stirred at Aaron's words. What about Grandma? She asked her sister. Don't you want to see her again? Don't you miss her? Kia becomes still. Who is Grandma? Jade felt encouraged by her sister's interest. Grandma is someone who loves you very much, Jade said. She is very sad without you. Her sister was quiet for a few moments and then asked, Who are you? Kia didn't remember her. Jade thought her heart would burst. I am your sister, Jade said. Don't you remember me? Kia frowned. I don't have a sister, she said. I have Queen Airless, Freya, and the Frost Army. This is my home. Please try to remember, Jade pleaded. Kia shakes her head and gets visibly upset. I don't remember anything you are saying. You are lying. Please go away. You heard the child. She doesn't want to talk to you anymore, Queen Airless said. Frost soldiers surround both Aaron and Jade. Guards, throw them out of my realm. I don't want to see them here ever again. No, I can't leave without my sister, Jade said. Please, Kia, listen to me. Kia turns her face away from her big sister, refusing to listen to her. The Frost soldiers grabbed Jade by the arms and were dragging her away when she remembered the gift the Oracle gave her. Wait, Jade said. She took out the sunflowers she carried in her pocket. What are those? Kia asks. She's looking at them with interest. They are a gift for you. Jade hands the sunflowers to her sister. What do you call them? These were your favorite flowers back home. Do you remember them? The sunflowers smiled at her little sister. You are Kia, the flowers cried. We are honored to meet you. Their magic surprised everyone in the room, including the Ice Queen. But Kia is not surprised. I have seen you before, she said. Do I know you? Yes, you love us. We are sunflowers. I have seen her somewhere, Kia said. Do I know her? Yes, she is your big sister, the sunflowers sang. Her name is Jade. Jade, I think I remember, Kia said. She looks towards the Ice Queen. Don't send her away. I think she is my sister. The Ice Queen's smile turns to rage. The room's temperature drops suddenly, becoming blisteringly cold. She is confusing you with her lies. I am the only family you have, the Ice Queen said, her voice like the howling wind. Kia steps back, frightened. She turns pale. I don't feel so good, she stammers. Jade's heart stops when her little sister stumbles, then faints onto the floor. Kia! Look at what you did, the Ice Queen screams at Jade. Guards, throw her in the dungeons! The Ice Queen gets down on her knees and picks Kia up. She looks so small in her arms. Kia! Jade calls out to her sister, but she doesn't answer. As the Ice Queen carries her away from the throne room, Kia remains unconscious. Chapter 16. Come with me, General Freya said solemnly. But my sister! She is with the Queen, Freya replied. Her Majesty is angry, so any attempts to persuade her at this moment will be folly. She just gave Jade a hint and hoped that she would take it. Freya was relieved when Jade nodded. Queen Airless ordered for you to leave this realm, Fire Prince, Freya said, but perhaps you should meet your brother before you leave. As much as Freya was hesitant to say it, it had to be said, even knowing that Aaron would take his brother with him. she will never see Xaden again. Jade's hope for a happy reunion with her little sister didn't happen. But there was another family reunion that goes better than the first, when Aaron meets his brother Xaden again. They found him in the dungeons. Unlike the dark and miserable conditions in the Fire Realm, the dungeons here were larger and brighter and furnished better. It looked like a normal room. The only signs of it being a prison were the thick iron bars and the frost soldiers stationed outside. They found Xaden lounging on a comfortable-looking velvet sofa. Freya opened the cell door for them. "Do my eyes deceive me?" Xaden exclaimed as he rose from his seat. Aaron gave him a one-armed hug, but Xaden pulled him into a bear hug. Freya noticed the difference in their eyes. It was true then, she thought. The oldest brother didn't have the distinct fire rim that the other fire princes had. She wondered why Aaron was different from his brothers. "Has my beloved brother come to rescue me?" Xaden asked. "You don't need rescuing, Xaden," Aaron replied. "But I wonder why you are still here." "Is this your brother?" Jade asked. "And you brought a lovely friend," Xaden said good-naturedly. He looked at Aaron. "Or perhaps more than a friend?" Aaron ignored the question. "Jade came to rescue her sister." "Her sister?" "Her name is Kia," Jade said. "The Ice Queen stole her from my family. She cast a spell to make me, my grandma, and anyone who knew her to forget about her." Xaden blew a whistle. "Kia? Isn't that the future Ice Queen?" he asked. "I wouldn't want to be in your spot, Jade. I am sure that my brother is relieved that the Queen didn't choose me as her heir." Freya groaned internally. Jade looked like she was trying not to laugh. Xaden was like himself, even with his family present. He was still horrible with jokes. "Why are you lingering in the dungeons of the Ice Realm, Xaden?" Aaron asked his brother. "What are you up to?" Freya had been quiet until then, but she couldn't resist anymore. "Is he a nuisance in the Fire Realm too?" she asked. "I am a delight wherever I am," Xaden protested. "I see you met Freya," he added, grinning like a Cheshire cat. "And you wonder why I am still here." "So, she is the reason for your stay in the Ice Realm, I presume?" Aaron asked. His words shocked Freya, but Xaden laughed. "Kanaj may have the cunning, but you have always been the most observant," he said. Freya wanted to ice blast Xaden for his imprudence, but one of her soldiers interrupted her. He came to her side and whispered in her ears, "We got another human." "Another human," she sighed. At least it wasn't another fire prince. There were already too many princes causing her trouble, Xaden especially. Freya signaled her soldier to bring the prisoner in. "I found him snooping around the palace," the soldier said as he dragged the boy in. He was tall, blond, with light brown eyes. As soon as the boy saw Jade, he grinned. Jade gasped. "Who is he?" Freya asked. "Kyle, he is with us," she said. "But he wasn't supposed to be. I can't believe you followed us." Kyle smiled sheepishly. "I couldn't help it, Jade." Freya could tell by her expression that Kyle was in big trouble. Jade was furious with him. "Am I sensing a love triangle?" Xaden asked out of nowhere. Jade sputtered. "No, definitely not a love triangle." Xaden checks his brother's expression, but it is unreadable. He then observes Kyle's face. "Unrequited love, then." "I am sorry, buddy." Kyle shrugged his shoulders. "Jade doesn't feel the same, but to me she will always be my first love." "A hopeless romantic," Xaden said, sighing. "Tragic, but beautiful." Freya rolled her eyes. "Are we expecting any other lovers to barge into our realm uninvited?" she asked. She narrows her eyes, but they all shake their heads one by one. "You just have to deal with the ones already here, my love," Xaden said, smiling. It was one thing for him to flirt with her when they were alone, but doing it in front of others. Freya loses her temper. "Prince Xaden, I will chop off your tongue for your impertinence." "Then you have to cut my heart to pieces, too," Xaden said with a sigh. "My heart is the real culprit. My tongue only follows its lead." Freya couldn't take it anymore. She moved to the furthest corner away from Xaden. Xaden tried to follow her, but stopped reluctantly when his brother shook his head. Freya breathed a sigh of relief.
She didn't want to leave just yet. Luckily, she could still listen in to what others were discussing from her corner of the room. Jade was busy giving Kyle a piece of her mind. "How did you get here?" she asked, fuming. "How dare you risk your life like that after you promised?" "I didn't exactly promise that, Jade. And I might have stolen a snowboard to get here," Kyle said. "A snowboard?" Zayden asked. "One of Callahan's inventions," Kyle said with a knowing expression. "Oh, I haven't seen that one yet," Zayden replied eagerly. "You know Callahan?" Aaron asked his brother, surprised. "Well, I had to know him if I wanted to work with him," Zayden said, shrugging. "You are the spy he was talking about?" Jade asked, surprised. It wasn't just Aaron and Jade that were surprised by Zayden's revelation. Freya looked at him with a murderous expression. "He is a spy?" Freya thought. "Is that why he stays here?" Her heart sank a little. Had Zayden been lying to her all this time? Had he been using her? "How did you meet the rebels?" Jade asked. She hadn't noticed Freya's expression. "Callahan sent me a message," Zayden said. "I got curious about his cause." Freya thought that with her around, he might stop answering their questions, but Zayden didn't mind her listening in. In fact, he was basking in all the attention. "What made you join them?" Jade asked. "Callahan seduced me with lofty ideals, his brilliant inventions, and his stormy gray eyes," Zayden said. Jade choked back a laugh. "Seduced?" Freya asked, irritated. "You don't know the meaning of the word." Zayden grinned. "You speak from experience?" Freya growled. "When I seduce you, Fire Prince, you will beg for mercy." She glared at him. If looks could kill, Zayden would have been dead there and then. Freya left the room, frustrated and furious. It was only when she reached the palace garden did she stop to breathe. She realized too late what she said to Zayden, in front of everyone no less. "What did I just do?" Freya thought in horror. "What possessed me to say that to Zayden?" Freya stormed out of the room and didn't look back. She was so angry that she even forgot to lock the cell behind her. They were all shocked by what she said, but Zayden was most of all. Zayden gaped, his mouth open. "What just happened?" Kyle whistled. "I think Freya just promised you a very good time," he said. "Why did she react like that?" Zayden asked in a daze. "What did I say?" "I think it was after you said you were working with the rebels," Jade said. Zayden was over the initial shock. "So you think she got jealous of Callahan?" "That is not what I meant." "I wonder what Callahan will think about this affair," Zayden asked, returning to normal. "Callahan will probably start by researching the tumultuous history of it first," Kyle said. "You should send him a warning before Freya finds him and kills him." "I think Callahan will be fine. It's me I'm worried about," Zayden said. "What do you think she meant, I will beg for mercy?" "Use your imagination, buddy," Kyle said. "Or just wait to find out." "I think I am going to die," Zayden said dramatically. "I'm sorry," Kyle said. "It was nice knowing you." Jade was trying hard not to smile. "Didn't you want this, Zayden?" "Yes," Zayden said. "It's just happening too quickly." Aaron, who had been quiet all this time, finally spoke. "I am sure that Freya feels the same as you do." Zayden looked at his brother, puzzled. Kyle took Zayden to one side, away so that Aaron and Jade couldn't listen. "Freya looked upset. I think you should go after her," Kyle said. "I know I am not an expert on love, but I thought I would share my thoughts." "You don't need to tell me twice," Zayden said. "I would trust your instinct over any self-professed expert on love. Us hopeless romantics have to stick together." Kyle smiled. "Yes, we do." Zayden made his way towards the exit, but the frost soldier stationed there stopped him. "Where do you think you are going?" "I'm going to find Freya. I need to talk to her," Zayden said. "You can't leave." "Why not?" Zayden asked. "You are a prisoner," the soldier replied. "If I am a prisoner, then why did Freya leave the cell open?" Zayden asked. "That was probably a mistake." "Are you saying that General Freya made a mistake?" Zayden asked. "That is not what I meant," the soldier said, flustered. "You still can't leave." "What will you do if I do?" "I will inform Queen Airless immediately," the soldier said. "Then I will save you the trouble," Zayden said. The Ice Queen wants me to leave. She will be glad when I do. I am not even a prisoner, more like an uninvited guest that won't go away." But what?" Xaden asked, getting frustrated. "Freya left the cell open so she didn't think of me as a threat. It makes no difference to the Queen whether I stay or go. You will waste her time and probably enrage her if you go ask." The soldier looked like he was torn about what to do. "Well?" Xaden asked impatiently. "General Freya headed towards the royal garden. If you go anywhere else, I will arrest you and bring you back to the dungeon." "Thank you," Xaden said, relieved. "What's your name?" "Finn." "Was that so hard, Finn?" Xaden gave him a grin. He then ran towards where Freya went earlier. Finn yelled after him, "Only go to the garden and nowhere else." Odd fellow, Finn thought to himself. But the general has been nicer since the Fire Prince came to our realm. What if General Freya returns to how she was? He shudders. I hope they make up again, Finn wishes fervently. Freya was in a hidden corner of the royal garden near the greenhouse they built together. Xaden had never seen her this upset. She was sitting alone on a bench, her face covered by her hands. Freya didn't look angry, she looked heartbroken. Xaden felt a pang in his heart at seeing her sorrow, and knowing that he was the reason behind it. "Freya?" Freya wiped her tears. "Why are you here?" she asked. "If you are leaving with your brother, you should just go. You don't need to say anything to me." "I came to apologize to you, Freya," Xaden said. "I should have told you the truth." "About what?" Freya asked angrily. "Like how you are working for the rebels?" "Yes, that." Freya couldn't believe his nerve. "When were you going to tell me?" "I wasn't sure how to bring it up," Xaden said. "You were having trouble talking?" Freya asked in disbelief. "I thought you already knew," Xaden said. Freya rose from her bench and folded her arms. "You are an idiot." Xaden opened his mouth and closed it again, smiling. "Well, you got me there." "I just called you an idiot." "I can't fight with the truth. No point denying it." "You agree you are an idiot?" Freya asked, perplexed. "I am the biggest idiot you will come across in your life," he said, grinning. "Can you forgive me?" Freya paused. No, Xaden won't get away with his charm this time, she thought. He betrayed her. "Freya, say something. Tell me you forgive me." She hated the way her heart felt when Xaden said her name. "Don't say my name. You made a fool out of me," Freya exclaimed. "That is what you wanted, didn't you? Is that why you came here?" "I didn't come to fool anyone," Xaden said. "My purpose was to convince the Queen to make peace." Freya was finding it harder and harder to believe him. "Queen Airless will never agree." "Queen Airless might not agree, but I know who the new heir is, and we can try to convince her," Xaden said. "I could have gone back to the rebels with that information, and it would have been enough for Callahan." "Well, you have what you want. You can leave." "I can't leave, Freya." "Why not? What is stopping you?" Freya asked. Xaden looked at her once. He raised his hand and started melting the snow on the ground. He formed a giant heart around them. "My heart is stopping me," he said. "Guess who is in it?" Freya looked into his eyes. "That was horrible." Xaden smiled. "I agree. Completely terrible." Freya couldn't stop her smile. "Let me try again," Xaden said, serious. "I can't leave because I have fallen in love with you." Freya stopped breathing. She wasn't sure she heard right. "What did you say?" He stepped closer. "I love you, Freya." She was stunned. "We can't. We are from different realms. We're at war with one another." "I don't care," Xaden said. "I don't care for a war where the kings and queens have long forgotten what they are fighting for. I just want to be with you, Freya." Freya took a step back. "I can't betray my queen," she said. "I am not a traitor." "But you will betray your heart," Xaden said. "You will deny our love?" No, she couldn't. Freya stayed quiet. "I don't know what to think anymore." She couldn't tell him she loved him. Once she said the words, there would be no turning back. Xaden seemed to understand. "I am not asking you to go against your queen. I just want you to be with me." He took her hands in his. "We could run away, Freya." "If they find out, they will kill us," Freya said. We will find a way to make it together. I know we can, Xaden said. Please say you will think about it. Freya looked into his eyes and saw only love. She loved Xaden with all her heart. She would do anything for him. I will consider it, she heard herself say. Chapter 17. The atmosphere in the dungeon turned solemn when Xaden left. Jade wasn't angry at Kyle anymore, but fell into a gloomy silence. Aaron kept his distance from the two and was lost in his own thoughts. Kyle whistled to himself, but soon tired of it. He couldn't stand the quiet anymore. It was better when Jade was yelling at him. I'm sorry I made you worry, Jade, he said. Jade sighed. I know, you were just trying to help. I forgot to ask about your sister, Kyle said, smacking his head. Did you see her? Yes, Jade said. She was holding back her tears. It wasn't a good sign. Did she remember you? Kyle asked quietly. Not at first. I am scared for her, Kyle. Why? Was she hurt? I think the Queen's spell is hurting her, Jade said. Kia tried to remember me, but then she fainted. Jade was trying to be strong, but he could see the impact it was having on her. Kyle's hands turned into fists. I don't understand. What does the Queen want from your sister? She wants Kia to be her heir, Jade said. In time, Kia will become like her. Her heir? Kyle asked, shocked. How is that possible? I am not sure, Jade said. I have to save her, Kyle. I have to get my sister out of here before it's too late. Don't worry, Jade, Kyle said. We will. We can hide Kia with the rebels. I am sure Callahan will help. Jade nodded her head. We will have to get her out of the ice realm first, she thought. Aaron wondered how long it would take his brother to return. Even more than him, Finn was waiting anxiously for Xaden to come back, wondering if he made a terrible mistake and if it would cost him his job, or worse, his life. Freya would definitely murder him. Finn breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the prince coming down the hallway 20 minutes later. His life had been hanging by a thread until Xaden came back. Finn quickly locked the cell behind him. He didn't want the prince wandering off again, especially not on his watch. If he had been listening to Kyle, he would have been even more alarmed. How can we get Kia out of here? Kyle asked. He didn't seem too concerned about breaking out of the dungeon, but then neither was Jade. The Queen didn't care if they escaped, but she would definitely care if they took Kia with them. Xaden quietly joined the conversation. I have seen the layout of this palace and the grounds, he said. What is the best path out, you think? Kyle asked. There is a thick snow that blankets most of the region, so traveling by foot will be slow and pointless, Xaden said thoughtfully. The Queen or the Frost soldiers would easily catch us again. The only way to escape the Ice Realm is to fly out of here. Fly out of here? Jade asked. That is impossible. No, not entirely impossible, Xaden said. He turned to look at his brother. Why are you looking at Aaron? Jade asked. Aaron can do it. What do you mean? Aaron started paying attention to the conversation when he heard his name. He was shaking his head, trying to stop his brother from telling them more. Aaron has a special ability that none of us have, Xaden said, ignoring his brother's silent plea. He has the power of flight. Well, he did once. I'm not sure if he can still. Jade didn't notice Xaden's hesitation. She just found out there was a way to save her sister, and it gave her hope. Jade grabbed Aaron's hand. Please help me, she pleaded. Fly my sister away from here, somewhere safe. Take her far away from the Queen and her realm. I can't do that, Aaron said. He took a step back. Why not? You are the only one that can help. I can't use my powers, Aaron said. I just can't. You can't keep hiding from who you are, Jade said, tearing up. I wish I had your abilities, Aaron. I wish I had any abilities that I could use to protect my sister, but I don't. So I am begging the person who does. You don't understand. If I use my abilities, I will destroy everything. That is just your fear, Aaron. I know you. You wouldn't hurt anyone, Jade said. You will stop yourself before you do. I can't, Aaron said. He took his hand away from hers. Aaron had to force himself to turn away so he didn't see the disappointment in Jade's eyes. You can't? Jade said, her voice hollow. Aaron's refusal devastated her. He was her last hope to save her sister. "I am sorry," Xaden said in a low voice. "You can't change my brother once he makes up his mind." Jade refused to fall apart. Her little sister was counting on her to protect her. "I will not give up," Jade said. "I will do anything to protect Kia." "What are you going to do?" "I can't take my sister away from the Ice Realm, but I can stay with her," Jade said. "I will talk with Queen Airless again. Can you ask Freya to arrange a meeting for me?" "Yes, of course. I will let Freya know," Xaden promised. "Thank you, Xaden." Jade's concern for her sister touched Xaden, but he was also very concerned. She is getting desperate, Xaden thought. Desperation makes people do desperate things. He just hoped he was wrong. Kyle watched with anger as Aaron dismissed Jade's request. He cornered him and said to him angrily, "I don't know who you think you are, but I would never ignore a friend's request like that. You should be ashamed of yourself." "You don't know what you're talking about," Aaron said. "I know exactly what I'm talking about," Kyle said. "If you cared about her even a little, you would not leave her right now, not when she needs help the most." Aaron looked away. "It's for her own protection." "This isn't about her, is it? It's about you," Kyle said. "You can't do anything for her because you don't want to." "That is not true," Aaron said heatedly. "Then what is it, Prince Aaron? Are you just a coward then?" Kyle asked. "I am glad I am not like you. I'd rather die bravely protecting those I love than live a life hiding and doing nothing to save them." "I don't think you understand the gravity of my situation. If I use my powers—" "No, it is you that doesn't get it," Kyle said. "You only get so many chances in life. Then it's over in the blink of an eye, and you are left alone, wondering and regretting it forever." Aaron had no response. Kyle had left the prince speechless. Kyle leaves to go console Jade, and Aaron can only watch in agony and with despair. "He doesn't understand how helpless I feel," Aaron thought. "I can't help Jade, and it is tearing me up inside. I would gladly give my life to protect her." Queen Airless agreed to meet with Jade on the condition that they meet alone. Freya ordered everyone out of the throne room and silently wished Jade good luck before leaving her with the queen. "Why did you want to see me?" Queen Airless asked. "I want to strike a bargain with you," Jade said. "Take me instead of my sister, set her free, and I will stay in your realm in her stead, of my will, for the rest of my life." "I searched for your sister for 200 years before I finally found her," Queen Airless said. "The spell chose her, but I would have chosen her regardless. Only Kia can be my heir." Jade's heart sank, but she would not give up. "Perhaps if I find out her reason, I can change her mind," she thought. "Why did you choose her?" "You will not understand," the Ice Queen said. "Humans seldom understand what doesn't concern them." "Kia is my sister," Jade said. "I want to know why you chose her." "I saw her play in the snow," the Ice Queen said. "She didn't hate the cold. I thought she would like being in my realm." The Queen, with all her powers and might, wanted to be liked? Jade empathized with Queen Airless. It must be hard being a creature with a heart of ice. "You cannot stay in this realm," Queen Airless said. "Only creatures of this realm with ice abilities can stay here." "Please let me stay with my sister," Jade begged. "Isn't there a spell you can use? Isn't there any way I can become a creature of this realm?" The Ice Queen looked at her with a curious expression in her eyes. "Will you do anything for your sister?" she asked. "Yes." "I dislike empty promises and won't tolerate hollow vows. If you fail this, it will cost you your life," she said. "I speak the truth. I will do anything for my sister," Jade said. "Very well," the Ice Queen said. "There is a ritual you can perform. If you complete it in its entirety, I will know that you spoke the truth, that you are truly devoted to your sister." "Where can I complete the ritual?" "Are you ready?" the Ice Queen asked. Jade nodded. "Follow me," the Ice Queen said. Jade followed the Queen through empty rooms with walls of ice and under bridges made of frost. She walked away from the palace until the Queen stopped in front of a dark pool whose depths seemed endless. The moon shone above them, but none of the silver reflected on the water's surface. "This is where the ritual will occur," the Ice Queen said. "What do I do?" Jade asked. "Get in the water, survive the night, and then you can stay with your sister." "Will you keep your word?" Jade asked. The Ice Queen nodded silently. She hesitates. "This is the most difficult ritual you can face. You can leave now and know that the child will be safe with me." "I will not abandon my sister," Jade said. "I will pass any test that you ask of me." "We shall see soon enough," the Ice Queen said coldly. "If you fail, you will leave my realm immediately and never return." "That won't happen," Jade said, determined. "I won't let that happen." Jade went to the corner of the pool. She stripped off her heavy clothes and stood wearing only her undergarments. The cold dug into her skin like knives, making her shiver. She held onto the locket she was wearing for some warmth. "What are you holding?" the Ice Queen asked. "Is that some kind of talisman?" "It is my mother's locket," Jade replied. "It is the last thing I have of her. She was wearing it when she died." "So it has no magic?" the Queen asked. "Why do you value such a trinket?" "It ties me to my mother. It reminds me of her love." "You would have been better off with a talisman," the Ice Queen said with contempt. "You really believe love has that power?" "Yes," Jade replied. "I believe love can save us all." Jade took a deep breath and stepped into the dark pool. The cold was nothing like she had felt before. All the warmth leached out from her body. She was cold, so very cold. But she had to go through the ritual for her sister. The Ice Queen didn't stay there. Perhaps she didn't believe Jade could do it. Jade stopped feeling her finger and toes. Soon, she no longer felt the cold, but something worse. Fire surrounded her. Fire and ash. Aaron was playing the haunting melody on his violin, but then he stopped. The world keeps burning and burning. It was her mother helping others escape from the Grand Hall. A burning beam falls on top of her and Jade screams. The fire soldiers shoot her father as he runs. He slumps to the ground. Kyle lies in a pool of his blood. Teeman and Yaman are blown to pieces by the blast. Raven weeps as her brother Corvin dies on the battlefield. Her sister Kia is freezing. Jade reaches out her hand, but she refuses to take it. Kia is shivering. Her lips are turning blue. She drifts further and further out of reach. Jade cries her name, but she doesn't answer. The nightmares keep on coming relentlessly. Jade couldn't escape them. She drifts in and out of consciousness, unable to tell what is real. Jade hears the flapping of wings, the same wings she heard in the land of the fallen. It comes closer and closer until the wings are all she hears. Was death coming for her? Jade hears a hoot from the distance. She struggles to open her eyes. Her vision was blurry, but she saw a pair of bright yellow eyes staring at her in the darkness. It was an owl, Jade thought. She was trying to see clearly, but this owl had a woman's face. She met the owl somewhere before, in a garden surrounded by talking flowers. What did the flowers tell her about the owl? They told her a name. Jade remembers. It was the oracle. "What are you doing here?" the owl asked. "You are the one who got me here," Jade said, her voice almost a whisper. She was so tired. It aches everywhere, especially her heart. The oracle hooted sadly. Jade didn't want to hear its pity. "Do you know how it all began?" the oracle asked. "The Ice Queen stole my sister," Jade said. "She says Kia is her heir." "Before that," the oracle asked, "do you know how it all began?" "I remember the story you told me about the missing moon princess and the murdered sun prince." "You remember the story, but did you listen?" the oracle asked. "What are you doing here, Jade?" "I am trying to save my sister," Jade said. She didn't know why she was arguing with such a silly creature. "What about everyone else?" the oracle asked. "Won't you save them, too?" "How?" Jade said, shivering. "I don't even know where to start." "Find the daughter of the moon," the oracle said. "Find my Celine." Jade shivered some more. Her toes were getting blue, and her lips and fingers felt numb. Jade must have blackened out again, but she felt a warmth in her chest when she woke up. Someone was carrying her. A warm jacket covered her body, and someone was whispering to her. "I won't let you die," he said. "Please wake up, Jade." It was Aaron. Jade felt the heat of his body. It warmed her from head to toe. "Aaron?" she asked.
"Jade, you are awake,"
Aaron said. There was something different about his eyes, like some of the sun had broken through the dark clouds. "I am not cold," Jade said. "Put me back in the water."
"You are shivering."
"I need to save my sister." Aaron looked at her intently.
"We will find another way, Jade. You will die if you go back in."
Jade's heart was slowing down, and she felt so weak. She could barely hear what Aaron was saying. He seemed lost in his thoughts, worried etched on his face. Aaron had to make a choice or lose Jade forever.
"Forgive me,"
he said before he lowered his lips to kiss her. Jade felt the warmth spread down to her core. Her lips melted with his. She felt her heart beating again, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Jade realized what Aaron had done. "You used your powers," she said in awe.
"I will never be afraid to use them again," Aaron said. "I can't lose you, Jade."
"How did you know where to find me?"
"Freya sent a soldier to keep watch," Aaron said. "He followed, then came to inform us. I came as fast as I could, but I was almost too late to get here."
"I'm glad you are here, Aaron," Jade said, smiling weakly. She was drifting off to sleep again. Aaron took Jade in his arms and carried her back to where the others were waiting for her. Freya gave Jade warm clothes and a cup of steaming stew to help fight the cold. Jade's teeth were still chattering, but she ate a few spoonfuls of it. They were in Freya's room, which had all the basic comforts but was lacking a personal touch. It seemed like the general hardly spent any time in her room. There were a few books on the history of the Ice Realm on her shelf, but other than that, her personal space didn't reveal anything about her. Perhaps Freya wanted it to be that way? Freya thanked Finn. She sent him to keep watch over the Queen, and thanks to him, Aaron could get to Jade on time. Finn looked like he was floating on a cloud. He was just thanked by the fiercest general of the Frost Army. It was the proudest moment of his life. Freya couldn't believe what Aaron told her. It took her many minutes before she spoke again. "The Queen asked you to do this? Why?" Freya asked Jade. "She said, if I succeeded at this ritual, I can stay in the Ice Realm with my sister," Jade said with some difficulty. Freya looked at her shocked. "There is no such ritual," she said slowly. "Queen Airless uses this pool to punish those who commit the most heinous of crimes."
"What do you mean?" Aaron asked.
"This is Cessair, the pool of endless despair," Freya said. "The Queen created this for witch hunters who burned witches alive. She wanted them to feel the anguish and pain that the witches felt in their dying moments. But Cessair was a far worse punishment. It petrified the witch hunters in their agony, stretching their pain infinitely." Xaden looked at Freya, horrified. Kyle looked like he would throw up. "I can't believe this. I have known the Queen to be cold, but with good reason. I have never seen her be so cruel, so callous," Freya said. "What Queen Airless asked you to do is unspeakable. You only wanted to stay with your sister, but the Queen was willing to take your life in the most brutal of ways and leave you with only pain." Aaron couldn't take it anymore.
"We need to take Jade away from here," he said. "It is not safe for her."
"I agree," Kyle said. "I am not leaving without my sister," Jade cried. "You don't have to," Freya said. "Kia, come inside." "Jade!" Jade nearly wept with joy when her little sister rushed into her arms. "Jade!" Kia cried. I'm sorry, I forgot." "Don't cry, Kia," Jade said, crying too. "I love you so much." "Kia came to me on her own free will," Freya said with some pride. "She asked to be with her big sister." Jade hugged her sister even more. "We don't have much time before the Queen realizes Kia is missing," Xaden said. "But how can we even escape?" Kyle asked.
"I can use my powers," Aaron said. "But I'm not sure how many people I can carry."
"No, that is too risky," Jade exclaimed. "She is right, it is too risky, but luckily I thought of an escape plan," Freya said. "Take the Queen's sled with you. You can all fly out of here together." "The Queen's sled?" Kyle asked. "Who knows how to fly it?" "The animals listen to Kia," Freya said. "Take the sled and hide somewhere where the Ice Queen can't find you. I will try to hold her back as long as I can." "I'm staying with you," Xaden said. Freya shook her head. I can't ask you to risk your life like that, Xaden. You don't have to ask, he said, smiling. Xaden held her hand and Freya smiled back at him. Thank you, Jade said, overwhelmed. You are putting yourself in great danger for us. Queen Airless has changed. She is not the queen I revered, Freya said. She has become full of spite. Take your little sister away from her. If Kia is to be our future queen, I can't let her become corrupted by Airless's hate. We won't forget what you are doing for us, Jade said. Goodbye, Freya, Kia said, tears falling down her cheeks. Go now, Freya said. Go before the queen finds out. She will tear apart the world to find you. May the goddess help you. May the goddess help us all. Chapter 18. They were still in the ice realm when the wind started shifting. Their sled swerved to the right, then to the left and back again. The ice swans could barely fly in this condition, so they stopped the sled near the first shelter they could find. It was an abandoned building, most likely a railway office at one point. The ice swans transformed into reindeers as soon as they landed on the ground, broke free of their rein, and disappeared in the blowing snow. Jade and the others hurried inside for cover and locked the door and windows. Kia hid behind her sister, afraid of what was happening. The building shook and the windows rattled with the force of the wind. Hail pelted the windows until one large icicle shattered the glass completely. The wind gusts in with flakes of ice and snow. They heard the Ice Queen howling outside. Where is the child? Where is my heir? Kia buried herself in Jade's arms and started crying. The snow piled on, filling in the room through every open crack and crevice, blocking their way outside. Soon they would be buried alive. What happened to Freya and Xaden? Jade wondered. Were they dead? Did the Ice Queen kill them? We are trapped here, Kyle said. Jade, are we going to die? Kia asked. No, we are not, Jade said. She had to believe it was true. Freya and Xaden had to be okay. They had to be okay. They couldn't die like this. Jade is right, Aaron said. He was smiling, but Jade didn't know why. Aaron opened the door and stood in the entryway. He melted a path ahead and stood facing the blizzard. Aaron, what are you doing? Jade exclaimed. Something I should have done a long time ago, he said, smiling sadly. It is time I got over my fear. But she will kill you, Jade said. Before I met you, I was dying every day, Aaron said. I was suffocating in the prison I built around myself. It is time for me to be free. Jade watched in awe as two arcs of flames burst out of his shoulders. They unfurled and spread like two giant wings to either side of him. Suddenly, Kanasia's note in the arena made sense. Icarus! Jade exclaimed. When I was a child, people called me Icarus. I rose to great heights, and then I fell, he said. I made myself forget how to fly. But it is time I learned again. He looked at Kyle. You were right, Kyle. I sat back, afraid to do anything while my loved ones suffered. I won't let that happen anymore. I won't let her hurt you, Jade. I won't let the Ice Queen hurt any of you. Kyle was looking at Aaron with newfound admiration and respect. Good luck, buddy. Sorry for being hard on you before. Look after Jade and Kia while I'm gone, Aaron said. Kyle nods. Please don't go, Jade pleaded. I can't lose you. You could never lose me. I am yours, Jade, Aaron said. I will never forget you. Aaron took off to the sky before Jade could stop him. She scrambled in the snow, calling out his name, but he was just an orange speck rising above the brutal sky. She watched in horror as the speck grew larger and larger until the sky was a canvas of fire. The heat was so intense that Jade had to look away. The wind stopped, as did the hail. Small drops of rain fell from the sky, then it was clear. Where was Aaron? Was he okay? Jade frantically searched the skies until she saw a figure hurtling towards the ground. Wisps of shadowy wings behind him. He was like a meteor falling to the ground. Jade screamed. She ran towards the snow mound, and once there dug through the snow with her bare hands until she reached him. His shirt was torn and burnt, with bruises and burns throughout his body. Jade touched him, and his skin burned her fingers.
Jade tried again and held him in her arms, crying. He wasn't breathing. "Aaron," Jade said, "wake up, please." For a few heart-stopping moments, Jade thought she lost him forever. Aaron groaned and then slowly opened his eyes.
"Am I still alive?"
"Yes," Jade said, half crying, half laughing. "You are still with me." Jade noticed Aaron's eyes. They had changed. They weren't dark anymore, but as bright as the burning sun. "Your eyes," Jade said.
"I had been hiding who I was, but no longer," Aaron said. "You removed the shadow over my heart. I finally got over my fear, all because of you. I love you, Jade."
She knew. She knew a long time ago. Jade knew she fell in love with him that day in the forest. "I love you too," Jade said. She cradled him in her arms. He was shaking uncontrollably again. Jade didn't know what was wrong until Kyle pointed her to a solitary figure on the horizon. It was the Ice Queen, battered by her own blizzard. Kyle picked Kia in his arms and stepped back. The Ice Queen reached out her injured hand to Kia and said, "Come back with me, child. Let us go back to our kingdom." Aaron screamed in pain. "What are you doing to him?" Jade asked, but the Ice Queen had her eyes on the little sister. She could see no one else. "My child, won't you come back to me?" Queen Airless asked. Kia shook her head and wiped her tears away with the back of her small hands. She wrapped her hands around Kyle more tightly. "You hurt my sister and her friend," Kia said. "I don't ever want to see you again." "Don't say that, my child," the Ice Queen said. "My little queen." Kia buried her face in Kyle's neck. "Stay away from her," Kyle said angrily. "Kia, please come with me," the Ice Queen pleaded. Her silver blood ran down her tattered dress. "What are you doing to Aaron?" Jade asked. "The Fire Prince used his powers on me. He was the one who destroyed my blizzard and made me weak." "You are lying," Jade said. "Aaron is suffering because of you." Aaron writhed in pain again and called out Jade's name. Jade stifled a sob. She couldn't watch his agony. "Please, stop hurting him," Jade said. "I am not doing anything. The prince repressed his power for too long, and now has lost control over it," the Ice Queen said. "His fire is burning him up from the inside." "Oh, Aaron!" Jade exclaimed. "He is burning alive!" The Ice Queen looked once again towards Kia, but she refused to look at her. The Ice Queen sighed deeply, as if her heart was in pain. She came closer to Aaron, and Jade stood in front of her. "Don't hurt him," Jade said. "He was trying to protect us. Your snow would have buried us all, including Kia. We are still alive because he stopped you." The Ice Queen looked to where Jade pointed and saw the icicle that smashed through the window. She stepped back, horrified at the realization that she nearly killed the child. A tear dropped down her face like a silver raindrop on the face of a marble statue. She reached out her hand towards Aaron again, and Jade covered his body with hers, frightened. "I will not hurt him. You have to trust me," the Ice Queen said. "Let me heal him." Jade looked at her sad eyes and knew that the Ice Queen was telling the truth. She stepped aside and the Ice Queen came forward. She blew a kiss to the Fire Prince. Immediately he stopped writhing in pain. A calm came over him. "What is happening?" Jade asked. "I calmed his fire with my ice. The prince will be fine now," the Ice Queen said. She turned one last time towards Kia and said, "Forgive me, little one, for putting your life in danger." Kia didn't say a word, and the Ice Queen looked at her, heartbroken. "I will wait for you to come back to me in the Ice Palace," she said. "I will not forgive myself until you do." The Ice Queen disappeared in a swirl of ice and snow. Aaron opened his eyes as if waking from a nightmare. He looked at Jade and smiled. "What happened?" Kyle asked, uncertain. "She left?" "Yes, and she saved Aaron's life," Jade said. "I didn't even think it was possible. The Ice Queen saved a prince from the Fire Realm." Kyle whistled. "Callahan had been right all along," he said. "After meeting you, I believe anything and everything is possible, Jade," Aaron said, smiling. "You have that effect on people. You are a shining light, especially to those who are lost. And the Ice Queen is lost, too." "I am not sure I deserve your praise, but you are right about the Queen," Jade said solemnly. "I don't think she is evil. The Ice Queen would not have saved you if she was." "Do I have to go back to her?" Kia asked. She won't hurt us now, Kia. You don't have to be afraid of her, Jade said. I am not afraid, Kia said. The Queen is sad she doesn't have any friends.
Do you want to be her friend? Kyle asked, surprised. She nodded her head.
Kia has an innocent and forgiving heart, Jade thought. Despite what happened, my sister sees the good in the Ice Queen. Perhaps we should, too?
The group split in two directions. They were searching for the Ice Queen's reindeers. The animals ran away frightened because of the blizzard and hadn't returned. Aaron was with Kia while Jade was searching with Kyle. Where do we go from here? Kyle asked. Are we going back to the rebels? Jade wasn't paying attention to his question.
Did you hear that?
She asked. Kyle shook his head. I didn't hear anything. Jade was sure she did. Where are you going? Kyle asked.
I will be right back, Jade said. Help Kia and Aaron with the animals.
She heard wings in the distance and knew it was an oracle.
Oracle, are you there?
An owl hooted in reply. It flew and perched on the tree nearest her. Jade had seen the oracle twice now, but its appearance still surprised her.
You have been following me, Jade said, ever since I met you in the garden.
Yes, the oracle replied.
You are Celine's, Jade said. You are her familiar.
Yes.
How long were you waiting to tell someone? Jade asked.
As long as I have been waiting for my Celine to come back.
Why didn't you tell the Ice Queen? Jade asked.
She wouldn't listen. No one listened, the oracle said sadly. My Celine used to listen, but she is gone. I wanted someone to find her.
Why did you choose me? Jade asked.
You were searching for someone you had forgotten, the oracle said. Everyone but me had forgotten the one I was searching for. I thought if I helped you find your person, you could help me find mine.
But Celine has been missing for thousands of years, Jade said.
It is but a brief spell of time in the eternity of things, the oracle replied. Yet it feels longer than an eternity for me.
I am sorry, Jade said. It must be so hard.
When Kia was missing, Jade thought she would lose her mind. She couldn't imagine the pain that the oracle felt.
What happened to Celine? Jade asked.
She stopped calling for me, the oracle said. One day I stopped hearing her voice and never heard from her again.
When we first met, you mentioned the Sun Prince. Do you think he was involved in her disappearance somehow?
Celine was going to meet the prince, the oracle said. But he made her happy. She was in love with him, and Aurelius was with her. I don't believe he did anything bad to her.
Do you suspect someone else might have done something?
Yes, his guardian, the oracle said. He didn't like Celine.
Jade gasped. This was the proof that Callahan was searching for. He suspected him too. His guardian? You mean Saul? Jade asked. Did Saul ever say something that made you suspect him? Did he say he wanted to harm her?
No, it is just a feeling, the oracle said.
Where did Celine go to meet Aurelius? Jade asked.
I don't know, the oracle said. I can't find her. I can't hear her voice.
Where was the last place you heard her voice? Jade asked.
I was flying near the ice palace when Celine cried out for me, the oracle said. I flew back as fast as I could, but I couldn't find her.
If I find Celine, what will happen? Jade asked.
My journey can finally end, and yours will begin, the oracle said.
Will you come when I call your name? Jade asked.
Yes, I will answer your call, the oracle said. The owl hooted once before taking off again. Jade knew what she had to do. It was a crazy plan, but her instincts hadn't failed her yet.
Jade! Someone cried. It was Aaron. Kyle told me you disappeared suddenly, he said. I was afraid that something happened to you.
I saw the oracle again, Jade said. She told Aaron everything the oracle told her, including about Saul and Celine.
We should go back to the palace, Jade said. I have a feeling we will find the answer there. We can search for Celine from there. What about the Ice Queen? Aaron asked.
I don't think she would hurt us, Jade said. Queen Airless would want to know about the oracle.
Aaron had an uneasy feeling, but he agreed. We should go tell Kyle and Kia that we are heading back. We will tell Zayden and Freya once we see them. I just hope they are okay.
Jade was worried about them as well.
I hope so too, she said. She prayed that Zayden and Freya weren't hurt, but she would meet them safe and sound back at the Ice Palace.
Jade never thought she'd return, but
Everything pointed back to Celine. It had from the first day she met the Oracle. "Where are you, Celine?" Jade thought. "Where can we find you?" Chapter 19. Heart's first beat. Cheeks' first blush. Lips' first kiss. Love's first rush. Celine's beauty took his breath away. Aurelius had seen beauty as bright as the blazing sun, but he had never known beauty to be so soft. Celine was luminous, a glow that could only be described as ethereal, and he had never seen a kinder heart. He saw the love she had for her animals, especially her familiar, the Oracle. The creature had an unusual name, but it was hopelessly devoted to her. Aurelius envied her owl. He would do anything just to be near Celine. When Aurelius came to this world, he didn't expect to find love, but love is what he felt. When Celine smiled, he forgot how to breathe, forgot how to do anything but look at her, helpless against his besotted heart. Aurelius found his courage one day and wrote her a letter. Celine called him to answer his proposal, and he didn't know what to think. "We are rivals, come to conquer this world. How do I know this isn't a trick, Sun Prince?" Celine asked. Aurelius couldn't believe his ears. He wished she had accused him of anything but treachery. "This is Deianira, the destroyer," Aurelius said, bringing out his knife. "I would rather you stab me in the heart than say my love is not true." Celine looked at Deianira with interest, but she didn't take it. "You have proven one thing to me, Aurelius," she said. "Fire runs in your veins." "Are you saying that I am hot-headed?" Aurelius asked in disbelief. "Fires that burn fast die as fast," Celine said. "You wrote me a pretty letter and showed me your knife. Am I to believe you are in love?" "How else can I prove it to you?" Aurelius asked. "Tell me, and I will do it." Celine brought out a mirror and gave it to him. "I want you to look in the mirror and tell me what you see." It was an odd request, but Aurelius complied. He looked into the mirror, and soon an image formed. "What do you see?" Celine asked. "The world as it is, nothing more," Aurelius replied. "I don't understand." "The mirror shows different things to different people," she said. "The reason isn't always clear." Aurelius returned the mirror to her. "Was I supposed to see something else?" "You could look at it again. Do you want the mirror back?" Celine asked. She seems to hold her breath in anticipation. Aurelius shook his head. "No, it is yours. I do not need a magical mirror to show how I feel." Celine smiled, and it intrigued Aurelius. "Why did you give me the mirror, Celine?" "The same reason you gave me Deianira," she said. Aurelius understood. What Deianira meant to him was what the mirror meant to Celine, which meant that she just placed her life in his hands. "You have proven something to me too, Celine," Aurelius said. "What is that?" "I have fire in my veins, but you are the ice to my fire," he said. "I was fiery in my declaration, but you made the same statement in a much more elegant and graceful manner. Your grace has humbled me." Celine smiled, and Aurelius's world came to a standstill. "So we are at a draw?" she asked. "My dear Celine, it was never a fair playing ground," Aurelius said. "One day you will understand the state of my heart and know that I never had a chance." Celine smiled again. "You are a lot different from what I expected you to be, Sun Prince." "Does that work in my favor?" "My mother told me that the sun is egotistical and in love with himself," Celine said. "She said he would never want a light to be brighter than his." "I love my father, and I agree he is as your mother describes him, and perhaps more," Aurelius said, laughing. "You expect me to be the same, daughter of the moon?" "It is hard to trust you knowing who your father is," Celine said. "It is hard to believe you will see any light as worthy other than your own kind." Celine looked away, and Aurelius stepped forward and took her hand. "Is that what you're afraid of?" Aurelius asked solemnly. "I would sooner turn the world to darkness than have you believe that." As he spoke, the sun got darker and darker. Soon, the moon eclipsed the sun, and Celine gasped. She glowed in the darkness, casting a silver light on the Sun Prince.
Aurelius raised his palm and weaved her fingers through his. The sunlight reveals every unsightly corner, crevice, crack, and imperfection. It is harsh and unyielding. It shows the object as it is, not how it could be, he said. The moon's silver softly brushes and makes everything glow, be it an object or living thing, a leaf, a blade, the wings of a bird become divine. Everything is beautiful. Everything is love under your silver light. Celine's heart melted at his words, and then she looked at him. This was the first time she had seen the sun prince under the moonlight. It was the first time she had truly seen him. Your light is what made me fall in love with you, Celine, Aurelius said, gazing into her eyes. He was not like what Celine imagined a prince of the sun realm to be. He was humble and loving and beautiful, and madly in love with her. Aurelius eclipsed the sun so she could shine. She heard the passion in his voice. She felt his beating heart, and knew his feelings were true. How could I not fall for him? I never had a chance. Celine gave in to his love. The daughter of the moon stepped closer and kissed the sun prince. Aurelius and Celine's love grew as they spent more time with one another. They kept their meetings secret, so all but a few knew of their love. Celine didn't even tell the oracle about the hideaway where she secretly met the prince. Despite their precautions, they already had a foe that would do anything to keep them apart. It was the one person the sun prince would have never suspected. It was his guardian and advisor, Saul, the person he trusted the most. Saul grew fearful of Celine when he felt his influence over the prince was waning. He was the first person Aurelius came for advice. Now, he only lived and breathed for the daughter of the moon. The fire guardian looked in the mirror and saw a fire blazing in his eyes. Today will be the day, Saul thought. Today will be the day when Aurelius sees the witch for the conniving temptress she is. He promised to meet the sun prince and the daughter of the moon near her palace. They wanted to tell him a secret, but he already knew. It was all a sham. The sun prince wasn't in love. Aurelius was under a spell, and he would prove it. Once Aurelius finds the truth, he will destroy the moon princess all on his own. Saul smiled. He could hardly wait. Saul reached the witch's palace. He followed the instructions Aurelius gave him and reached the secret hideaway. He cast the spell that would let him through. Once he reached inside, he saw the two lovers in an embrace. Saul cleared his throat, and the two quickly separated. "Saul, you are here," Aurelius said. He was beaming. "Yes, my prince." "You said it was important news," Saul said. "You said it had to do with you and the daughter of the moon." Aurelius gestured to Celine to come closer, and he held her hand. To say she was beautiful was an understatement. Celine was bewitching. Love had given her an extra glow. She shimmered like an early morning dewdrop. Saul was disgusted. "We are in love, Saul," Aurelius said. "You are my most trusted friend. I wanted you to be the first to know." I was the first to know, Saul thought. It is a good thing, too, for I know just what to do now. "That is wonderful news," Saul said. "But am I really the first? How about your parents?" He watched with satisfaction when Celine paled, but Aurelius looked at her encouragingly. "We haven't told them yet," Celine said. "You haven't," Saul said. "I wonder what they would say." "They will be happy for us, I'm sure," Aurelius said. "Celine is the love of my life." Wicked temptress, Saul thought. My poor unsuspecting prince didn't have a chance against her spell. Saul's thoughts didn't reveal on his face what he said. "I have never seen you happier, my prince. Now I know Celine is the reason for this change." Both Aurelius and Celine smiled at one another. Saul didn't know how much longer he could keep up with the charade without feeling sick to his stomach. His poor prince, he had to think of a way to save him. "I don't want to bore you with logistics on such a joyous occasion, but I have a burning question," Saul said apologetically. "You do not need to apologize, my dear friend," Aurelius said. "What do you want to ask? Ask it freely." Saul paused. He had to ask the next few questions wisely. He could not let the witch suspect he was working against this ill-fated union. I was wondering who will stake a claim over this world, Saul asked, or will you divide it equally between the sun and the moon? Aurelius seemed surprised by his question. Who will? The humans, of course, Aurelius said. This world belongs to them, and it shall remain with them. We are visitors here. Selene smiled at her prince and seemed in agreement with his sentiment. The humans? But how can you trust them, my prince? Saul said with disgust. They will waste this precious world with their greed and ineptitude. I am surprised at you, Saul, Aurelius said. You and your city were humans once, before my father blessed you with the abilities of the sun. I haven't forgotten, my lord, Saul said immediately. I remember well, and that is why I asked. Aurelius softened at his apology. Don't address me as lord, my dear friend, Aurelius said. I understand your concern, but I trust the humans because I trust you, Saul. Saul gave a bow. I am grateful for your continued trust in me, my prince. You have done a lot to earn both my trust and respect, Saul, Aurelius replied. Selene adjusted her cloak, and Saul nearly fainted when he noticed the knife she was carrying. Saul's worst fear was coming true. She had Aurelius's most powerful object with his knife under her control, the witch could easily kill the Sun Prince and take over this world. I see Aurelius has given you Dianara, Saul said in a casual tone. Yes, he has, Selene said. I keep asking him to take my mirror, but he refuses to take it. Your mirror? It only seems fair that I should give him my most prized object when he has given me his, Selene said. I cannot take it from you, Selene, Aurelius protested. Why should you be the one to show more love and trust than me, Selene teased. That is most unfair. Aurelius laughed. So you know what Dianara can do? Saul asked. Selene nodded. I am humbled by Aurelius's gift. He is placing his life in my hands. I'm sure there is no one worthier, Saul lied. Is your mirror comparable, your highness? Aurelius answered for her. Yes, I think it might even be more powerful. Even more powerful? That is amazing, Saul asked, curious. What does your mirror do, Selene, if you don't mind me asking? It connects me to my powers in this world, Selene said. It has other magical abilities too, though I do not use it for that. Why not? Saul asked. The mirror is useful but not without its peril, Selene said. But if I ask it, it can show the past and the future. That is remarkable, Saul said slowly. I cannot imagine how that could be dangerous. It is a gift. Saul was trying to hide it, but he was salivating at all the possibilities the mirror presented. It appears like a gift on the surface, but danger lurks within, Selene said solemnly. What kind of danger? The mirror's greatest magic is its greatest danger. It's not wise to use the mirror to see the past or the future, Selene said. It is dangerous to stay in the past because what we did cannot be undone. It is dangerous to dwell in the future, for it hasn't come to pass and it may yet change. It is easy to obsess over both and never think of the present, but there lies madness. You are wiser than most, your highness, Saul said with a bow. Call it curiosity, but I would love to see the mirror at work. Selene hesitated, as the mirror was her most prized object. She hadn't told Aurelius, but her mirror was also called the Devil's Mirror. It was the most dangerous magical object to fall in the wrong hands, but as long as it was whole, the mirror's evil magic could not affect the user. Aurelius read her hesitation and said, I would trust Saul with my life, dear. Selene couldn't object to her beloved prince's request, so she handed the mirror to Saul. You may ask one question from the mirror, just one, so choose wisely. Can I do it in privacy? Saul said. I do not want you to hear my silly question. You are too humble, my dear friend, Aurelius said, laughing. But if it makes you feel better, you may ask your silly questions away from our prying ears. Selene smiled too. Thank you, my prince, Saul said. Thank you, my highness. Selene and Aurelius were locked in each other's gaze when Saul took the mirror to one side. There was one question he wanted to ask above all others. It was his greatest fear. that he would be worthless without Aurelius. They tied his fate with the prince's. If Aurelius failed, Saul would fall with him. But he could be wrong, and he wanted to make sure. Saul whispered, "What will the future be like without the Sun Prince?" The mirror clouded over before forming an image. Saul looked at it mesmerized as the vision of him as a king appeared. He was wearing a crown of gold, and the Fire Realm was calling him their Fire King. "Have you asked your question?" Selene asked gently. Saul broke out of his trance. He cursed the Moon Witch for interrupting the glorious vision. "Yes, Your Highness," Saul said as he reluctantly handed her back the mirror. "Thank you." It must be the mirror, Saul thought. I will smash her wicked mirror, and her spell over the Sun Prince will break. I will do my duty as his guardian. I will save this realm. But then Saul's mind shifted. He still felt the mirror's allure. It was calling him, asking him to see his future again. The mirror made him feel like he was the most important being in the world, even greater than the love-struck weak prince. Why did he even follow the weakling? The witch doesn't deserve to have the mirror or Dianara. She has too much power right now, Saul thought. I need to get this mirror somehow. I would do anything to see that vision again. I would do anything to make the future I saw come true. It will be just me and the Fire Realm, my Fire Realm. Saul's mind worked quickly. He would not get this chance again. Forgive me for being a sentimental fool, but my dearest wish is that my beloved prince have a ceremony for this occasion, Saul said tearfully. We cannot do that until our parents know, Aurelius said regretfully. This has to be a secret until then, my friend. We must break the news to them delicately or face their anger. I know, Saul said. It doesn't have to be anything elaborate, just a simple and meaningful ceremony. That would please my heart greatly. We said our vows to one another and promised to love one another forever, Selene said. But what did you have in mind, dear Saul? The Fire Guardian shuddered. Saul would have burned the witch's tongue for saying his name with such familiarity, for saying it like a friend would. But she was no friend. I thought if you exchanged the knife and the mirror to one another as a symbolic show of love and devotion, Saul said, it would be a temporary exchange, of course. That would be symbolic, Selene said, delighted. And I will get my wish. Aurelius smiled. Yes, perhaps we can do something for my dear guardian, too. Since it was your idea, dear Saul, perhaps you can hand them to us like a ring-bearer? Saul gasped. His lips trembled so much that he could hardly speak. That would be the single greatest moment of my life, he exclaimed. Then it shall be done, Aurelius said. He looked at Selene, who nodded. She took out the mirror and the knife and handed them to Saul. It is such an honor to hold them, Saul said. To have such power in my grasp, I would be a fool to lose them. It took Aurelius a second too late to realize what his guardian said. Saul took the moment to smash the mirror. Selene fell to her knees, and chains erupted from the ground and bound her. Aurelius, she cried out. What have you done? Aurelius said. Something I should have done a long time ago, Saul said. He then took Dianara and stabbed the Sun Prince's heart. Aurelius fell down to his knees. Long live the Fire Realm, Saul said. Saul picked up the mirror shard from the ground and wrapped it with cloth. He took it back with him to his realm. Chapter 20. The Ice Palace was quiet when their sled landed, but Jade's heart was beating fast. They could see the path of destruction through the royal garden. The stone bench where Freya and Xaden reconciled was broken in half. Kia's greenhouse was smashed to pieces on the ground. Where is Freya? Kia asked tearfully. I don't know, Jade replied, her heart sinking. Maybe they weren't in here when it happened, Kyle said, hopefully. They saw movement from beneath the rubble, and then Freya and Xaden came out from underneath it. They had cuts on their body, but otherwise seemed okay. Xaden gave Freya his hand and pulled her to her feet. They were still alive. Xaden! Aaron rushed to his younger brother and pulled him into a tight hug. Xaden groans in pain. Brother, if I had known you would react like this, I would have stayed under the rubble. Now my bruises have bruises. He was braver half an hour ago, Freya said to them, smiling.
Xaden created a dome of fire to protect us.
Xaden sighed. I wasn't strong enough. The Queen's blizzard still came through it.
Thank goodness you are still alive, Jade said with relief.
We barely made it, but yes, we are alive, Xaden said.
Wait, what are you all doing back here? You should have been out of the ice realm by now.
You won't believe what happened. Jade spoke with Celine's owl, Aaron said. She could tell you better than I can.
Jade smiled. She updated Xaden and Freya with what happened, including how Aaron used his powers, how the Ice Queen saved him when he couldn't control it, and what the Oracle said about Celine.
You forgot the part where the animals fled and we had to get them back, Kyle said.
The reindeer headbutted me, nearly gave me a concussion. The reindeer told me to tell you he was sorry, Kia said.
Kyle laughs. I forgot you could talk to them.
I guess I accept his apology.
Jade and Kia both smiled. So you came back because of what Celine's owl said? Xaden asked. Do you think it is important?
The moon gave the first families of the ice realms their powers. They were to serve and protect her favorite daughter, Celine, as she visited this world, Freya said. I imagine it was the same for the fire realm with the sun prince, Aurelius. To answer your question, yes, I believe this is something we should look into. Xaden gawked at Freya, open-mouthed. I know our history, Freya said. She saw Xaden staring at her still. What? She asked with irritation. I had a crush before, but now I am completely smitten, Xaden said, clutching his chest. Curse this besotted heart. Freya rolled her eyes. How can we find Celine? Jade asked. If her familiar cannot find her, there must be a powerful spell that is hiding her location, Freya said thoughtfully. There is only one creature strong enough to break such a spell. Queen Airless, Jade said. But will she help us? If you had asked this question before you left, I would have said no, Freya said. But what you told me gives me hope that the queen I love and admire is still present. Queen Airless could have left Aaron to die, but she saved him. I don't know if she will help, but I hope that she will.
Has she returned to the palace? Aaron asked. How do we find her?
If the queen returns, she will be in her tower, Freya said. I can show you the way. What do I say to Queen Airless when I see her? Jade asked. Will she even listen to me?
All we can do is try, Aaron said. Perhaps you should talk to her first and see how she reacts. Kia and the rest of us should stay behind.
Jade and everyone else agreed with the idea. Jade found the Ice Queen in her tower. Queen Airless was a lonely figure there, staring at the stars through the glass ceiling. There was an opening from where an icy wind blew in, making Jade shiver. You returned, the Ice Queen said when she heard her footsteps. After what I did to you, I didn't think you would. I didn't come back for myself, but I had to think about the others, Jade replied. Others? The Queen said coldly. What have they given me but pain and suffering? Everyone except the child. Is she here? She is around, Jade replied. She still didn't trust the Queen around her little sister. I need to know, will you put another spell on my sister, now that she remembers who she is? I put a spell on her heart so she only loved the ice realm and remembered nothing of her past. I put a spell on her sight so she could only see ice and frost as beautiful, Queen Airless replied. The spell won't work on her anymore because your little sister sees the beauty in everything, and she will never forget who she loves. The child hates what I did to her. I will never put a spell on her again. Jade sighed in relief. I thought my greatest wish came true when I found the child, Queen Airless said sadly. Now, I don't know if that is true. Jade felt the sadness in the Ice Queen's words. What is your wish, Airless? To break hold of the past. Why? Why? So I can live, so I can breathe again. What is stopping you from breaking free? Jade asked. Rage, the Ice Queen said. I cannot forgive what they did to me. You don't have to forgive them, Jade said. Then what could I do? You can start by forgiving yourself, Jade said. Heal your heart so you can stop the anger and the hate. Heal the pain so you can love again. Love? Queen Airless said, mesmerized. Is that even possible for someone with a frozen heart? For someone like me? Your heart was never frozen, it was just numb, Jade said. Your pain and suffering made it numb, but you have love. You love my sister and would do anything for her. Is that love? Queen Airless asked. Why does it hurt when she is not there? Should love hurt? Yes, love hurts, but it also heals. You speak like it is a dream, but it sounds like a nightmare, the Ice Queen said. Hate is the nightmare that stops you from living, Jade said. To love is to dream. I want to heal, the Ice Queen said. I want to dream again. I want to love again. But it won't be possible until I find Celine. Celine? Jade asked, surprised. What has she got to do with it? The Ice Queen gave a grim smile. Everything. She will not tell me, Jade thought. Perhaps it was a secret? But the Ice Queen was looking for Celine, so this was her chance to tell her about the oracle. Have you looked for the Daughter of the Moon? Jade asked. Queen Airless shook her head. I have not. Why not? I need something that belongs to her, Queen Airless said. A lock of her hair or something very personal. What about her familiar? Jade asked. Her owl? It could work, but no one has seen her owl, the Ice Queen said. It disappeared when Celine did. I have seen this creature, Jade replied. What do you mean? The Ice Queen asked. You have seen the oracle? No one has seen the bird in thousands of years. I met the owl when I went searching for my sister, Jade said. The oracle told me about the Sun Prince and the Daughter of the Moon. Celine went to meet with Aurelius and was never seen again, the Ice Queen said. Our people were still looking for her when Saul, the prince's guardian, accused us of abducting their Sun Prince and declared war on us. What happened after that? Jade asked. The moon was furious with our realm. It was our task to protect her daughter while she was in this world, the Ice Queen said. She cursed the Ice Queens with a tragic fate. Until we find her daughter, we would never feel love again. You could end the curse, Airless, Jade said. I will call the oracle now. As Jade spoke, the oracle flew in through the opening in the ceiling and landed on her shoulder. That is her owl? The Ice Queen exclaimed. How did you find it? We found each other, Jade replied. Will it be enough? Let me cast a spell and we will find out, the Ice Queen replied. Could you come nearer? The oracle flew and perched on the Ice Queen's shoulder. Thank you. Let us begin. The Ice Queen concentrated and a strange light emitted out of her. The light became brighter until a single beam glowed on the floor. This light will take us to Celine, Queen Airless said. Aaron came with Jade this time. While she was with the Ice Queen, Aaron changed out of his burnt clothes. Now he was the second Fire Prince that was wearing Ice Realm's attire. The path glowed ahead, and they followed. The guiding light continued into an ancient structure which was falling to ruins with the passing of time. Queen Airless stood frozen in place, unable to move. The oracle shifted uncomfortably on her shoulder. What is it? Jade asked. Why did you stop? I am afraid to go inside, the Ice Queen said. I thought I would only go inside once in my life. What is this place? Jade asked. The Hall of the Past Ice Queens, our final resting place, she said. This is where the spell leads. If we want our answers, this is where we should go. The Ice Queen reluctantly stepped into the building, and Jade and Aaron both followed. There was a great hall, and in it rows and rows of frozen bodies stood in place, ghosts of the past. Once ruling queens feared and revered, now nothing but haunting statues. Their empty eyes sent a chill down her spine. Would this be her little sister's future? This is so sad, Jade said. What a horrible thing to happen. Do not pity them. They were barely living, as they were in their lives, the Ice Queen said, seeing Jade's expression. They had nothing. Death would have been a respite for them. They could have lived. They could have loved, Jade said. Yes, perhaps in a better world, she said. More likely they wouldn't have. I know because I am like them. Jade didn't know what to say. Aaron looked at the frozen statues with sadness. The Ice Queen continued, "In my heart I know my time is running out. I hoped to find my heir before I became frozen like them. I found her at last, but fate is cruel to me. The child that I waited 200 years for never wants to see me again. My sister is not angry with you. She told me so," Jade said. "Kia might not trust you the same as she did before, but she would still like to be your friend." The Ice Queen listened to her with astonishment. "Even after I tried to take your life, you give me hope," she said. "Thank you for your kindness." The glowing light stopped in front of a wall.
"The path ends here," Aaron said. "What do we do now?"
The Ice Queen examined the wall. "There is an ancient spell here. It prevents us from seeing what lies ahead." "How do we break the spell?" Jade asked. The Ice Queen was still studying the wall. "Interesting," she said. "Only those who have Celine's permission can go through. But there is one other way."
"What is it?" Aaron asked.
"It is good that you are here, Fire Prince, for I could not break the spell on my own."
"What do I need to do?" Aaron asked.
"We both use our powers together," the Ice Queen said. "The spell works when a person from each realm works together." "Is my Celine beyond this wall?" the Oracle asked. "Yes, perhaps," she replied. "Are you ready, Prince Aaron?" Aaron nodded. Aaron threw a fireball towards the wall, while the Queen blasted it with her ice. The wall trembled and then disappeared, revealing a secret passage behind it. They walked the tunnel towards the light and emerged in an underground cavern. There were 2 figures on the ground, perfectly still like beautiful statues. She had a locket with a crescent hanging at the end of the chain. Her crown of moonstones sat on top of her head. He had a crown with rays of beaming sun. His robes had the symbol of the fire realm. The 2 figures were separated inches from one another, but that distance could have been an eternity. The Moon Princess was frozen, chains covering her body. Her arms stretched out to reach her lover. The stone figure she was reaching for was the Sun Prince. He was on his knees, crying tears of molten lava, a knife buried deep in his chest. Queen Airless gasped when she saw them. "Celine, my goddess!" the Oracle cried.
"That is Aurelius," Aaron exclaimed. "The missing Sun Prince."
"What happened to them?" Jade asked. "Who did this to them?" Jade turned to ask the Oracle, but the owl had disappeared. Something shone near the back wall. There was an altar with a small gold box on it. The lid had the carving of the sun. "That is the Fire Realm symbol," Jade thought. "I wonder what is inside the box." She opened it and was surprised to see a letter. When Jade read it, she realized it was more than a letter. It was a confession to murder. The last piece of the puzzle. It was the rambling words of a man corrupted by greed and power.
"I killed Aurelius and Celine. I, their most trusted friend, became their murderer. I never intended for such violence. I got afraid and made a terrible mistake. When the Sun Prince and the Daughter of the Moon confided to me that they were in love, I panicked. I feared the sun would snatch my powers away for failing to control his son, for failing my duty as his guardian. Aurelius no longer wanted to claim this world for his realm, and he assured me that neither did Celine. But how could I trust the witch? I couldn't. I begged them to think of what they were doing. They were letting their feelings impede their purpose. I gave them a chance to reconsider, but they didn't listen. So I did what I had to do. I cannot let their spirits go free, for they will surely let their parents know. The sun would incinerate this world and every being on it for harming his son, and as the world burns, the moon goddess will watch with glee. I might have doomed future generations, but I cannot take back what I did. I am already suffering. I feel the witch cursed me with madness before she died. Aurelius said that our powers are not meant to be self-serving, but to serve others. Celine bewitched him, and all he could see was her. He forgot his people. He forgot me. We deserved better. His love for this world was pure, but he put us all in danger. I will spend the rest of my life serving my people, so that on my death they will remember me as their protector.
I did this all for my people. I did it all for the Fire Realm. I will become what the mirror showed me. I will become their Fire King. I am reborn. I leave my old name Saul behind. From henceforth, I shall be Fireborn." These were the two forbidden lovers and their mortal enemy Saul, or Fireborn as he later called himself, the catalyst for the chaos and division of their world centuries ago. Queen Airless removed the chains from Selene while Aaron removed Dianara from the Sun Prince's chest. The daughter of the moon melted before their eyes, her watery form inching closer to her love. The stone statue of the prince crumbled, and the lava slowly made its way toward Selene. The two combined, and a brilliant light emitted, blinding them. When they could see again, there was no trace of Aurelius or Selene remaining. Only a symbol glowed above them. It was a crescent moon, and at the center was a blazing sun. "What does it mean?" Jade asked. "It is a message from the daughter of the moon and the Sun Prince," the Ice Queen said. "They want the war to end. They want the ice and fire realms to be in harmony." Was this the answer? Would this message of love from Aurelius and Selene be enough? "Will you help us stop the war?" Jade asked. The Ice Queen gave a grim smile. "Why would I help you? This changes nothing." Jade looked at her, surprised. "Because both Aurelius and Selene wanted peace," Aaron said. "You should honor their wish." "It was the Fire Guardian who killed the daughter of the moon," the Ice Queen said. "I will not consider peace with the realm that killed our goddess." Aaron shook his head. "You are no better than Fireborn." The temperature dropped with a spike. Jade's teeth chattered with the cold. "You dare compare me to that murderer?" the Ice Queen hissed. "Fireborn didn't want the realms to unite," Aaron said. "He wanted strife between us, so no one could learn about the past, so no one would know the truth of what he did. Selene and Aurelius were in love with each other. They would never want the ice and fire realms to be at war." "Why should the burden fall on the shoulders of the ice realm?" the Queen asked. "Why shouldn't it be on your father?" "He will never listen," Aaron replied, saddened. "The father I knew is gone. Now all that remains is a madman. I lost all hope of ever seeing my father a long time ago." Something about his words seemed to affect the Queen. "You lost hope?" the Ice Queen murmured. The temperature became warmer, but Jade still felt the cold linger. Queen Airless spoke to Aaron with a softer voice. "You love your father and want him back as who he was?" He remained silent, but the tension in his shoulders eased. "What if there was a way to cure his madness?" "You speak of impossibilities," Aaron replied. "I speak of hope." It was the closest thing to humanity the Queen had shown, Jade realized. Something had changed. They made the slow, solemn procession back. Aaron was turning Dianara over again and again in his hands, thinking about something. The Ice Queen was quiet, since she spoke about hope, but said nothing more. They went past the hall where the frozen statues of Ice Queens were, but they were all gone. "We found Selene," Jade thought. "Perhaps her mother finally ended her curse on the Ice Queens." They just arrived near the palace when Freya rushed to them. Jade could tell something was wrong. "Your Majesty, I have alarming news. My scouts inform me that a troop from the Fire Army is near the border," Freya said. "King Cyrus is leading them." "What is my father doing here?" Aaron said, shocked. "It must be my brother's doing. I will go speak to him." "No," the Ice Queen said. "I will go. I want to hear what King Cyrus has to say." Freya bowed to her queen. She looked worried. Jade was worried too. King Cyrus feared the Queen and wanted her dead because of what he saw in the mirror. But what did Airless want? Was the Ice Queen for peace or for war? Chapter 21. From the tower, Jade watched Queen Airless's sled take off. Xaden and Freya were on the sled too. They argued to go with the Ice Queen and succeeded. The sled flew higher and higher until it disappeared behind a cloud. Aaron was looking at their distant figures with a mournful expression. "Why didn't you go with them?" Jade asked. "I am not ready to face my father yet," Aaron replied. "When he finds out I am using my powers again,
He will have certain expectations. I am not ready to go back to court and politics.
Then Prince Kanej will stay as crown prince. Is he the best choice for your people?
I keep hoping Kanej will change, but I have yet to be proven right, Aaron said.
Jade smiled. It is not a crime to hope, and you are his brother.
Some brother I am. I abandoned him and never looked back, Aaron said with a sigh. Kanej hates me, and it is my fault. I never protected him like you protect Kia.
Jade gave a grim smile. Perhaps, but Kanej is not a child. Aaron shook his head.
I am still his older brother. Kanej may not be perfect, but neither am I.
Jade protested. None of us are perfect, but the two of you couldn't be more different. Aaron smiled like something amused him. Why are you smiling? Jade asked, curious.
Xaden will take some offense at not being mentioned, Aaron said. He is part of our crazy family, too.
Jade laughed. Xaden goes by the beat of his own drum. He follows his heart, and ends up falling in love with the general of his father's enemy.
Like I said, we are a crazy family, Aaron said, shaking his head. Not even much of a family.
Jade saw the hurt in his eyes. She held his hand and said softly, We all have our struggles, Aaron, some more obvious than others. You hurt because you care. You care because you love them. Your brothers understand this, or will understand one day. Aaron sighed and nodded his head.
Where is your sister?
Kia was in her room resting, Jade replied. I will go check up on her now.
I will stay here and watch a while longer, Aaron said. Where is Kyle? I don't see him.
Kyle said he was going to get his snowboard. He stole it from Callahan across the valley and wanted to give it back to him. He hid it somewhere outside before the frost soldiers caught him, Jade said, shaking her head. Can you please keep an eye out for Kyle? See that he doesn't get into any trouble?
Aaron smiled. Sure. I will look out for him.
Thank you, Jade said. Jade walked towards Kia's room. Freya increased security in the palace after hearing the Fire King had arrived at the border with his troops. There were frost soldiers patrolling everywhere, but Jade didn't know any of them. She saw the one posted on her sister's door and smiled with recognition. Any signs of trouble? Jade asked Finn.
Not on my watch, Finn replied confidently.
You are doing a great job, Jade said. I wouldn't trust another soldier as much as I trust you with protecting my sister. Finn flushed deeply and swelled with pride.
Thank you, Jade.
Jade smiled and entered Kia's room. As soon as she entered, someone bolted from the door behind her. A hand covered her mouth so she couldn't scream.
Hello, Jade, Kanej whispered in her ears.
His fire-rimmed eyes were ablaze. Finn must have heard something because he knocked on the door.
Jade, is everything okay? I heard a noise.
Tell him you are fine, Kanej whispered. If you don't do as I tell you, your sister will get hurt. Jade saw that Gonan was holding Kia captive. She nodded to show she understood. Kanej let go of the hand over her mouth. I am fine, Finn, Jade said shakily. I just bumped into a dresser.
Okay, Finn said, then after a moment, I am here if you need me.
Jade let go of the breath she was holding. You are as beautiful as ever, Kanej whispered. Did you miss me, Jade? Kanej was still holding her tightly in his arms. Jade shoved him aside with her shoulder. What are you doing here, Kanej? She hissed. Kanej smirked. Why am I here? I came to rescue you from the wicked witch, of course. Jade didn't believe a word he said, but she knew for sure that both her and Kia were in grave danger. King Cyrus was a beacon, his golden robes flowing behind him, his crown a golden silhouette against the first light of the sky. His army of 200 soldiers was ready for battle at his first command. They were at the border, with snow on one side and lush blades of grass on the other, a dividing line as clear as the two realms at war. There was an ancient oak tree caught in the middle, watching over them like a wizened old man. Half of the branches were laden with green leaves, the other glittering with frost and spikes of ice. Queen Airless stood opposite on the snowy bank, meters away from the incensed king. The Ice Queen didn't bring any soldiers, except Freya and Xaden. She meant to come alone, but the pair insisted on joining her. The animals of her sled, sensing the danger around them, were restless. She, however, was as tranquil as the surface of the water that had gone through a violent storm. "Why are you here, King Cyrus?" she asked.
"You are asking this, witch?" the Fire King said, enraged. "One whose lineage has tormented the people of my realm for centuries?"
"My lineage?" the Ice Queen scoffed. "Ever since the time of our beloved Selene, it is us that have faced hate and persecution. We have been hunted for doing nothing but existing."
"You speak of Selene with reverence, but she is the worst of your kind," the Fire King said with disgust. "How can you worship the temptress who killed Aurelius?"
The Ice Queen kept quiet, but there was a death-like chill in her silence.
"That is not true, father," Xaden said.
The youngest Fire Prince stepped forward from behind the shadows. King Cyrus had been so focused on his enemy that he didn't even notice his son.
"Xaden, you are here?"
King Cyrus said, surprised.
"You agree? You agree with the witch?"
"Queen Airless discovered the truth about our past," Xaden said. He handed Aurelius's knife to his father. "This is the proof of it."
"This is Dianara. Where did you find it?"
"The same place where we found Aurelius and Selene," the Ice Queen said.
"Aurelius, our prince? Where is he? Why did Aurelius stay away from his realm for so long?"
"The answer lies in this letter," Queen Airless said. She gestured to Freya, who handed Fireborn's letter to the king. "The truth may be bitter to hear, but it was one of your own that killed the prince. The Fire Realm unjustly put the blame on the witches. But as you read this letter, you will understand we had nothing to do with it." King Cyrus took the letter, but with visible skepticism on his face. As he read it, his expression turned grim.
"How do I know this is not a trick of your kind? You accuse our Fire Guardian of killing his ward. How can I believe that to be true?"
"The truth is before your eyes, yet you refuse to see it," the Ice Queen said coldly. "But is there something that is troubling your mind? I sense an evil around you, something that is distorting your perception, Fire King."
"Is that a threat?" the Fire King roared. "You dare challenge my mental prowess?"
At the king's outburst, the soldiers readied their weapons.
"The letter may be true or it might not be, but it doesn't absolve you of your sins," the king said. "Where is my son Aaron? What have you done to him?"
The Ice Queen seemed taken aback. "I have done nothing. The prince is in my palace of his own will. Prince Aaron stayed behind with the human he came with."
"That is true, father. Aaron stayed behind with Jade," Xaden confirmed. "Did you not attack him, Queen of Frost and Ice?" the Fire King asked.
When she stayed silent, he said,
"I will not believe a word you say until I see him with my own eyes. Bring him to me."
"I will go get my brother," Xaden said. "I have nothing to hide, King Cyrus. Bring Prince Aaron here, and he will tell you the same," the Ice Queen said. "The young prince may use my sled." Xaden bowed gratefully. He tried to get on the sled, but was thrown off of it. The animals were behaving erratically, as if in a panic. They thrashed and broke free of their reins. The reindeers transformed into ice swans and took off to the skies. "What is going on?" Freya asked. Several of the fire soldiers pointed to the sky, which was rapidly turning into a crimson red. A fiery symbol erupted in the sky above where the ice palace was, and the Fire King looked at it with horror.
"That is Aaron! He is calling for help!" King Cyrus said.
"The signal is coming from the palace!" Freya exclaimed. "They must be under attack!" Xaden noticed something that he had missed before. "Where are Kanej and his soldiers?" he asked. "I don't see my brother here." "This was a trap to lure me away from my child," the Ice Queen said, enraged. "You planned to attack while I was away from her. This was your plan all along."
"Stop with your lies. What have you done to my son?"
The Ice Queen was not listening. "The little one, she is in danger," she cried. "I must go to her." She did not wait a moment longer and vanished in a swirl of ice and snow. "Queen Airless!" Freya cried. "Father, you must believe her," Xaden pleaded. The Ice Queen is not a monster."
"Lies! Everything she said were lies," the Fire King said. "I understand now. The witch has put a spell on you. Wake up, son. Don't listen to her. Break free of her manipulation and lies."
"I am not under a spell," Xaden cried, but his father stopped listening. Aaron's distress signal lingered in the sky. The sight of it shattered the king's fortitude completely. His rage grew and grew like an out-of-control forest fire until it was too wild to be contained. The winds were picking up and an intense heat surged around him.
"I will destroy your realm and everything in it," the Fire King raged.
The fire soldiers stepped back, afraid. There was a whistling sound so loud they covered their ears in pain. "Father, what are you doing?" Xaden asked. The winds now roared, the sound getting louder with the swirling wind. Xaden tried to get closer to his father, but there was a sonic boom, and both he and Freya were thrown aside. The Fire King moved like a tornado, destroying everything in his path. The giant oak tree swayed. Its roots peeked out of the ground like monstrous worms. The smaller branches broke and were sucked into the spinning core of the tornado. The fierce winds pulled at the tree, uprooting it inch by inch from the ground. The Fire King disappeared in a swirl of flames, but the tree held on until he did. The giant oak groaned back into its place at a slightly different angle than before. "Where did he go?" Freya asked. "He must have gone to the ice palace," Xaden said. "We must go there."
"Don't move!"
The fire soldiers had them surrounded, their weapons aimed at them.
"We won't let you harm our king."
"I am his son," Xaden exclaimed. "I am your prince."
"We heard what the king said. You are under the queen's spell, Prince Xaden."
Xaden looked at them exasperated. "I am under no spell." The fire soldiers looked at one another, puzzled.
"Then prove it," one soldier said. "Surrender the Frost General to us now, and we will believe you."
Xaden shook his head. "You might as well ask me to surrender my heart."
"The king was right. You are working for the witch," the soldier exclaimed. "Don't let him escape."
Freya rolled her eyes and looked at Xaden. "Are you done explaining to them?" she asked, amused. "Yeah, I think I am done," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "I did all I could. They won't listen." "Good," Freya said with a smile. "It's about time." "Ready?" Xaden asked. He ignited fire in both his hands. "Ready," Freya said. She had an intensity that chilled the hearts of her enemies, but it only made Xaden love her more. There were 2 against 200, but leagues above in strength and skill. The fire soldiers attacked them from all sides. "Just so we are clear, no killing?" Xaden asked, as he blasted the soldiers' weapons out of their hands one by one. "No fun in killing idiots," Freya replied. She freeze-blasted them at the ankles, and the soldiers were stuck in place. They took care of dozens of soldiers, but more kept coming. It was like a surge, and they could barely keep up. "We will never get to the palace at this rate," Xaden exclaimed. "Hold on, I have a plan." To Xaden's surprise, Freya blew a loud, high-pitched whistle. "What are you doing?" "Just wait." Xaden thought he heard a rumbling in the distance. Seconds later, the ground was shaking violently. "Earthquake!" were the cries among the soldiers. The fire soldiers screamed as they scattered. "The witch cast a spell!" "Did you cast a spell?" Xaden whispered, unsure. "I didn't need to," Freya replied cryptically. Most of the soldiers ran away, but there were still 50 remaining. The ground shook even more. Then there was a loud roar, and a giant ice bear came barreling towards them. "It's a monster! The witch called for it! It's coming our way! Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" The fire soldiers fled at the sight of the mountain-sized bear. Freya thawed the ones she froze, and they too ran away screaming. "Careful who you call a monster!" Xaden yelled to their retreating figures. "That's Greta." He looked towards Freya and asked, "Have you two been working together all along?" "No, I haven't," Freya replied. "I called for help, and the ice bear answered it. I wasn't sure if she would. The ice creatures are all linked to one another. She must have sensed our realm was under attack, and that our queen is in danger." Freya bowed to the ice bear. "Thank you, noble bear, for answering my call." The ice bear grunted softly but didn't leave. It sat and stared at them. "One problem solved, but how will we get to the palace?" Xaden asked. Freya raised an eyebrow and looked towards the ice bear. "No way," Xaden exclaimed. "You better hold on fast," Freya said. She climbed on the ice bear's back and held on to its fur. Xaden did the same.
"Take us to the palace," Freya cried. "Hurry, our queen needs us." The ice bear stood on its hind legs and gave an ear-piercing roar. It then thundered its way across the snowy landscape toward the glacial palace of ice and snow. Chapter 22. The war's final hour. A show of might and power. Titans clash for their reign. But which one will remain? Jade surveyed the room quickly. Gonan was still holding Kia captive, so she kept her voice low. "Is it just you and Gonan?" she said. "Where are the rest of your soldiers?" "Those ice creatures killed them in the Valley of Death," Kanej said with irritation. "Gonan only survived because I saved him. He was the one who found that shortcut following you and that tramp brother of mine." Gonan gave her a crooked grin, and Jade wished she had punched him when she had the chance. "I have to keep Kanej talking," Jade thought. "The longer he talks, the more chances someone will come looking for us." "How did you get inside the palace?" she asked. "It's a long story, but the short answer is I used magic." "What is the full story?" Jade asked. "I want to know." Her interest fueled his ego. Kanej's eyes gleamed. "I found Fireborn's book." Jade was taken aback. "His book?" "Yes," the Fire Prince said. "It contained spells he was working on." "Spells? But I don't understand. Fireborn hated witchcraft. He hated all witches, Selene most of all." Kanej smirked. "Fireborn was a hypocrite. He didn't hate Selene, he was obsessed with her. He was obsessed with magic, dark magic especially." "Dark magic?" While Aurelius and Selene were busy comparing whose light was shinier, Fireborn was studying the shadows, Kanej said. "Most of his spells were rubbish, but I found a gem among them. This spell is what I used to get here, and it is the one I will use to get out." There was one detail that was bothering Jade. "How did you know where Kia's room was?" she asked. "You are far too clever, Jade," Kanej smirked. "Not all frost soldiers are loyal to their queen. Beneath the pristine surface of the ice realm, there are cracks, and they are widening. There are traitors lurking here, those who feel neglected by her, those who are looking for a new leadership, where their loyalty will be greatly rewarded." Kanej gave a wicked grin. "They want my leadership." "Your leadership?" Jade asked with skepticism. "Yes, mine," Kanej replied. "I will complete what Fireborn started." "Fireborn was a murderer. He killed Aurelius and Selene," Jade said with anger. "No one should look up to a vile person like him." "My dear Jade, you are right, as always," Kanej said. "I shouldn't look up to him, but not for the reason you think. Fireborn wasn't ambitious enough. He was simply content in being a Fire King of the Fire Realm." "That isn't enough?" Jade asked, surprised. "No, not if I want to be sovereign of all realms." "You are mad, absolutely mad," Jade said. "Your fantasy will never come true, Kanej." "We are all living in a fantasy, Jade, but a few of us can make them come true." "Aaron will stop you," Jade said. "Xaden won't let it happen either." Kanej gets visibly annoyed by the mention of his brothers. "Enough talking, we are getting out of here now." Jade tried to protest, but he grabbed her wrist and they disappeared together like smoke. Jade was outside and she did not know how that was possible. Kanej had taken her deep inside the royal garden where she had been earlier with the others. Piles of debris were everywhere, remnants of the Queen's wrathful blizzard. There wasn't a single frost soldier around. All the soldiers were standing guard inside the palace. There was no one she could call for help. She watched with bewilderment when Gonan appeared before her holding Kia in his arms. Kanej came close beside her. "It is called the Shadow Spell," he whispered in her ears. He looked closely at her. "I impressed you, didn't I? I can show you many great things if you stay close to me, Jade." "Why would I stay close to you, Kanej?" Jade said angrily. "You are no friend." "Friend?" Kanej laughed. "I am not, nor did I ever pretend to be. But there already is someone, isn't there?
That is why you are dismissing me like this."
"I don't know what you are talking about," Jade said heatedly. Kanej grinned. "Don't tell me you have fallen for my brother. You would be a fool to do that." Jade lost her temper. "Who are you to tell me what I can or cannot do?" Kanej grabs her face with his hand. "You would be better off having me as an enemy than pining for my brother's affection. I love as fiercely as I hate. I will despise you or ravage every inch of you, but never ignore you," he said. "You need me, my dear Jade." "I don't need you," Jade said. "I never will." "So you want to be ignored by my brother all your life? He will never open himself up to you," Kanej said with a cruel smile. "You will starve for his love, and he will give you none. Nothing else matters to him besides his own self." Jade didn't reply, but her silence ate away at Kanej. "What does he have that I don't?" he asked, jealous. "Tell me, and I will do it better." "You make it sound like a competition," Jade said. "Love is not a competition, Kanej." "Everything is a competition, my dear, even for me," Kanej said. "You only need to look at my life to see it." At that moment, it all became as clear to her as daylight. Jade finally understood Kanej. "Like how you compete for your father's affection?" she asked. Kanej was stunned for a second, but then he quickly composed himself. "Compete? It was never a competition," he said with bitterness. "There was nothing special about Aaron. All he did to become favorite was to be firstborn son." "You are wrong about Aaron," Jade said. "He is not who you think he is. He cares about everything and everyone." "Oh, really? Prove me wrong," Kanej challenged. "What, if anything, do you know about the real him?" "I know why you call him Icarus," Jade said. Kanej's smile faltered. "Aaron showed you his wings?" he asked, stunned. "But how? When?" "When he let go of his fears and let love into his heart," Jade said. "I don't need an enemy like you in my life. I want a love like his." "Aaron is not the great hero you think he is," Kanej said angrily. "He is a coward who will only disappoint you." Jade heard a whimper. She saw her little sister was crying softly. Gonan was holding her wrist too tight, and it had turned red. "I am making a mistake," Jade thought. "I can't keep incensing Kanej, or he will never let my sister go free." "Kanej, perhaps we can end the animosity between us," Jade said, softening her voice. "Why don't you let my sister go? She is just a child." Kanej laughed. "Let your sister go? My dear Jade, do you take me for a fool? Without the heir of the Ice Realm under my control, how do you expect me to rule both realms? Your sister is essential to my plans." Jade's heart sank. So, Kanej knows, she thought. Kanej pulled her chin up with his finger and stared at her with his fire-rimmed eyes. "Don't be sad, my beautiful Jade. You are still important to me." They heard someone shout from behind. "Hey, let go of them!" Kyle was running towards them. Gonan raised his blaster and aimed it at his chest. "No, don't hurt him," Jade said. "Kyle, stay where you are." "Shoot him," Kanej said in a calm voice. Jade watched helplessly as Gonan fired. She screamed at Gonan. "What did you do?" Kyle dodged the first shot and rammed his body into Gonan's. Kia escaped from his grip and ran into the arms of her older sister. There was a struggle, and Gonan threw a fireball at Kyle. He missed again, but then he fired with his blaster. The shot hit Kyle squarely in the chest, and he groaned in pain. Jade felt the world stop. When Kyle slumped to the ground, she screamed, "Kyle!" He looked so pale, his life was draining out of him. Kia was sobbing beside her. She cried for her best friend. Kyle still hadn't woken up. If he died, she would never forgive herself. Gonan stood over Kyle's body with a wicked grin. He was going to shoot him again, but just then, a shadow fell from above. It was Aaron with his wings of flame and fire. He blasted Gonan, stopping him from attacking Kyle again. The brute fell to the snowy ground, unconscious. "Kanej, stop this madness," Aaron said to his brother. "Why are you doing this?" "Do you even care to know?" Kanej spat. I am taking what is mine, he said as he snatched Kia away from Jade's arms. Jade! Kia cried, frightened. No, don't hurt her, Jade said, please. That will depend on him, Kanej said. You will see for yourself whether he cares for anyone but himself. He turned towards Aaron and said, If you want me to stop, then call the distress signal. Aaron became as still as a statue. Kanej ignited a fire and brought it near Kia's face. Call the signal now, Aaron, or I will kill Jade's sister. Kia was shaking in terror. Jade, seeing her little sister in distress, cried harder. Aaron looked at the sky. He raised his hand and shot a fiery symbol into the heavens. The sky first turned crimson, then a golden symbol erupted above them. I did what you asked, Kanej. I called the signal, Aaron said. Now let Kia go. No, Kanej said. Not until I get what I came here for. Kanej seemed to wait for something, and Jade soon found out what it was. The air grew colder around them, and then the Ice Queen burst from the light in a swirl of ice and snow. Her eyes searched each of their faces and rested on Kanej. She saw Kia in his grip. Help me, Queen Airless, Kia sobbed. Fire, Prince, the Ice Queen thundered. You dare come into my realm and threaten my child? Pretty soon it will be my realm, Kanej said, smirking. The sooner you understand, the better. Kanej threw Kia to one side before launching an attack on the Ice Queen. Fire clashed against ice as they fought. Aaron looked on, unable to either attack or help his brother. Jade quickly grabbed Kia's hand and they ran towards Kyle. He was unconscious. She checked his breathing, and it was faint. Behind them, the battle between Queen Airless and Kanej grew in intensity. The Ice Queen showered icicles as sharp as daggers at the prince. Kanej laughed. He snapped his fingers and melted them to rain. He ignited the rubble on the ground to fire and raised them in the air. Kanej then shot the flaming objects at the queen. The queen moved back and raised a wall of ice. The flying objects crashed into a thick block of ice and then slid onto the snowy ground. One of the burning objects came flying towards them, but Aaron punched it and diverted its path. Chains of fire erupted from Kanej's hands. He threw the chains and wound them around the queen's wrists and neck. The Ice Queen winced as they burned her. She froze the fire chains and broke them into pieces. The queen used her powers to put thick ice manacles on Kanej's wrists, but he snapped out of them. The queen threw ice blasts at him, but he shadow-spelled out of the way each time. Both of them were evenly matched in strength, but Kanej was getting slower. Perhaps the shadow spell was using up his powers, Jade thought. The Ice Queen sent a wave of ice blast towards him. Kanej couldn't move fast enough, and one of his hands got caught in the blast. A block of ice formed around his right hand, and the weight of it pulled him down, dropping Kanej to his knees. Kanej used his free hand to blast fire at the queen, while quickly trying to thaw his trapped one. The Ice Queen sent an icy blast to his other hand, and it too was encased in a block of ice. Queen Airless formed a spear of ice in her hand and moved towards the Fire Prince. Kanej was still on his knees. She aimed the deadly weapon at his heart, but Aaron came and stood between her and his brother. His wings of flame were open at his shoulders, protecting Kanej behind him. Move out of the way, Prince Aaron. My fight is not with you. He is my younger brother, Aaron said. Any fight that involves him involves me too. He tried to hurt the little one, the Ice Queen said. For that he must pay. I won't let you hurt him, Queen Airless, Aaron said. Will you deny me my revenge? The Ice Queen raged. Yes, but I won't deny you justice, Aaron said. Let my brother stand trial. Let the people of the Fire Realm decide on his punishment. Queen Airless seethed. Why would I do such a thing? Because the Fire Realm needs to know who you are, not judge you based on vicious rumors and lies, Aaron said. Let them see your mercy. Don't let them believe you are a monster. You are not one. The Ice Queen was breathing heavily, still holding the large spear of ice in her hands. She is too angry, Jade thought. She won't listen to Aaron. But to her surprise, the Ice Queen slowly calmed down. Her ice spear disappeared from her hands. Jade sighed with relief, but no sooner had one battle ended, another one began. They all heard a sonic boom, and the whole ice palace shook by its foundation.
"What was that?" Aaron asked.
Kia covered her ears. "What is that sound?" she asked, frightened. It sounds like a train, Jade thought, but then she heard a loud whistling noise, followed by an ominous rumble and crackle. The sound was getting closer and louder by the second. Kanej was laughing. "That is Father," he said. "Your reign ends today, Queen of Frost and Ice. From now, a new reign of the Fire Realm begins." He looked like he had gone mad. Queen Airless looked at Kanej with a grim expression, but said nothing in reply. She summoned her frost soldiers, and they came running from the palace. "Take Prince Kanej to the dungeons," the Ice Queen said. "See that he doesn't escape, and take his soldier with him, too." The frost soldiers followed her orders quickly and took Kanej with them to the dungeon. They dragged Gonan's unconscious body behind them. Jade ran up to the Ice Queen. "They hurt my friend Kyle," she said. "Please save him." Queen Airless nodded. "Take Jade's friend to the healing room quickly," she ordered her soldiers. "We should all go inside," she said to the others. They heard a howling wind. The sky was turning a terrifying orange. As soon as they reached the throne room, the palace shook again. "What is going on?" Jade wondered. They heard a roar, but this one wasn't from an enemy. Moments later, Xaden and Freya came running inside. "Queen Airless, Prince Kanej and his soldiers are in the palace," Freya said. "We know and have taken care of it, General," Queen Airless said. "He is in the dungeons now." Xaden was secretly relieved his brother was still alive. "My father is heading this way. We barely got here before he did. There is something wrong with him." Xaden became quiet, too overwhelmed to say anything else. The Ice Queen looked towards her general for answers. "The Fire King has stopped listening to reason," Freya said as gently as she could, in order not to hurt Xaden or Aaron. "It seems as if madness has taken over him." "I sensed an evil around him," the Ice Queen said, "but I don't know what could cause it." The walls shook violently, and through them came a howling sound. It was the most terrifying sound Jade had ever heard in her life. The King's Inferno finally reached the Ice Palace. The winds struck one of the outermost towers, and it shattered like glass. What could cause his madness, Jade thought. Then she remembered the King's obsession with the mirror shard. Wait, didn't Fireborn's letter mention a mirror? "I will become what the mirror showed me. I will become their Fire King." King Cyrus said that his ancestor snatched the mirror from the first witch. The first witch was Selene. But his ancestor? He must have been talking about Fireborn. That meant the shard was from Selene's mirror. "King Cyrus has a shard from Selene's mirror," Jade exclaimed. The Ice Queen looked at her with surprise. "He has a piece of Selene's mirror?" "Yes, he showed it to me when I went to Aurelius's castle." "Have you seen this mirror shard?" the Ice Queen asked Xaden and Aaron. They both shook their heads. "I think I was the only person he showed it to," Jade said. "King Cyrus wrapped it in a cloth and locked it away from view." "That could be it," the Ice Queen said thoughtfully. "That could be what is driving his madness. Selene's mirror was a powerful object, but it had its flaws. It contained dormant magic that was harmless if whole, but devastating if broken."
"What can we do to save our father?" Aaron asked.
"Nothing," the Ice Queen said. "But there must be something we can do," Xaden asked, his voice breaking. "You will do nothing, young prince. You are in my realm and under my protection," Queen Airless said. "I am the guardian of the Ice Realm. I am the Queen of Ice and Frost. And it is I that will face the Fire King's tempest." Everyone looked at her, shocked. Freya looked at her queen with reverence. Kia, who had been quiet, gave a cry. She rushed and clung on to the queen. "Don't go! You promised you would never leave me." "I will never leave you, little one." The Ice Queen had tears in her eyes. "I remember my promise. I just have to do this one thing. It is really important for me to go right now. Do you understand?" Kia slowly nodded her head.
Queen Airless bent down and wiped the tears off Kia's face. My heart is full, knowing that you have forgiven me. She kissed her on the forehead. Kia hugged her tightly and the Ice Queen embraced her back. The Ice Queen stood and looked at the others. Take care of the little one for me. My queen, please don't go, Freya said, her voice shaking. Queen Airless, there has to be another way, Jade said. Aaron and the others nodded to show that they also felt the same. The Ice Queen shook her head. This is the only option we have left. They knew what she was saying was true. The palace shook again, and shards of ice fell from the ceiling. It is time, the Ice Queen said. She vanished in a swirl of ice and snow. They all rushed to the nearest window. The world outside the palace was in chaos. The king's storm had morphed into a raging inferno, a swirling mass of fire and intense heat. The Ice Queen raised her hand, and an ice barrier formed before their eyes. The palace was now in a giant ice dome, which was protecting all of them from the devastating winds outside. Queen Airless walked to the edge of the ice barrier and turned. She was looking at each one of their faces, as if committing them to memory. One by one they each bowed to their savior queen. Remember me as someone who cared, the Ice Queen said, smiling sadly. Remember me as someone who loved. She crossed the barrier of ice and faced the onslaught of the Fire King's inferno. The Ice Queen had left the ice barrier intact, still protecting them. Jade and the others saw an orange sheen on the slick surface of the barrier. Drops of water started as the ice melted. A crack appeared through the barrier, and they could partially see what the Queen was doing. The Ice Queen started a blizzard with hurricane-sized winds picking up snow from the ground. It was a complete whiteout. Another orange blast, and they could see more cracks on the Queen's ice shield. They could feel the heat rising all around them. Kia was shaking in Jade's arms. She was holding on to her sister tightly. I am here, Kia, Jade whispered. We are here together. She wished they had seen Grandma one last time. It felt like the end of the world. Maybe it truly was. The roar of the inferno was deafening, until it was all gone with a hiss. Silence. Complete silence. There were no signs of either the Fire King or Queen Airless. They were gone. The two titans that threatened to engulf the entire world had destroyed each other. Chapter 23. Happiness is fleeting, misery misleading. Hate is infernal, but love eternal. My queen, I don't feel her presence anymore, Freya cried. Are they both dead? Jade asked in shock. Xaden noticed something forming in the darkened sky. Look over there! Something shone above them, its light chasing the darkness away. It hung in the sky like the moon, its silvery light reaching the entire world across all realms. The light reached the ice and fire troops on the front lines of the battlefield. It reached every street and corner of the fire realm. It even reached Jade's remote village. Grandma, Zara, and Zara's mother, and all the villagers looked on in awe at what was happening in the sky. They all saw the same sight. They saw a crescent moon, and at the center a blazing sun. Aurelius and Celine's symbol, Jade said, stunned. An owl was circling it now, the silhouette eclipsing the light, moving towards the ground like a giant shadow. The oracle had returned. That's the oracle! They heard cries from all around them. People were watching the sky with both fear and wonder. Someone else besides Celine's owl had also reappeared. As soon as it was light again, the Fire King stumbled into their view. Father! Xaden cried. The youngest son ran to help him, and others followed. Everything outside the ice barrier had been destroyed. The mostly intact ice palace looked surreal among the destruction. She saved me, the Fire King said in a frail voice. Xaden and Aaron were holding him upright by his arms, fearing the king would collapse again. Queen Airless! I despised her and wanted her dead, yet she saved me. She saved all of us. The king's eyes were clear. Any trace of madness that inflicted him was gone. We must get you to a healer, Aaron said, looking at his father's injuries.
Freya nodded, and they hurried back to the palace. Kia clung to Jade. She was mumbling something. "What is it, Kia?" Jade asked, concerned. The Queen promised she wouldn't leave me." Jade didn't know what to tell her, so she held her little sister tightly. "I am sure she tried, Kia. She would have done anything for you." The two sisters slowly made their way to the palace, lagging Freya, Aaron, Xaden, and King Cyrus. An owl swooped in and blocked their path. It was the Oracle, but it had grown much bigger. Now it was almost as tall as Kia. "I have a message for the young Ice Princess," the Oracle said. "Do not despair, little one. The Queen will return." "She will? When?" Kia asked. The owl lifted one of its claws. "Take this seed and keep it inside your home. When the plant grows, plant it outdoors. When the flower blooms, that is when you will see her again." Jade looked on, stunned. Kia took the seed and held onto it like something precious. "Thank you," she whispered. The Oracle looked at Jade. "I have a message for the Frost General. She will be in charge of the Ice Realm until the Queen returns." "I will let Freya know," Jade replied. "Thank you, Oracle." The owl bowed to them. It spread its wings and took off to the skies. "Did you hear that, Jade?" Kia said, excited. "We will see Queen Airless again." "Yes, I heard," Jade said, smiling. "Let's go tell the others." They took King Cyrus to the healing room. Kyle was already there, lying still on his bed. Jade teared up at the sad sight of her childhood friend. "Can we talk to him?" she asked the healer. The healer nodded his head and smiled. "Kyle, it's me, Jade. Can you hear me?" It was a long few moments before he stirred. "Am I alive?" he asked. "Yes," Jade said in tears. Kyle opened his eyes. "If I am alive, then why does it hurt so much?" "Because you were an idiot who put his life in harm's way," Jade said. Kyle groaned. "I thought I was brave, definitely deserving of a hero's kiss." Kyle was okay. Jade was so relieved she gave him a bone-crushing hug. "Ouch! Guess not," he said, smiling. "Maybe it was too much to wish for a kiss. I am not the prince of your story, Belle." "You are Kyle Kingsbury, and you are as good as any prince," Jade said. "I am just not the Belle you are looking for." Kyle nodded his head. "It sucks, but I get it." "You will find her one day, I promise," Jade said. "When I do, I will still love you, you know," Kyle said. "I know," Jade said. "I will still love you, too." "Jade?" "Yes, Kyle." "Do you still have a spot open for a best friend?" "No one can take your place, Kyle. No one can ever be the friend you have been to me." "Best friend forever?" Kyle asked. "Best friends forever," Jade said, tearing up. "I am so lucky to have you." "How are you feeling now?" Xaden asked. Jade had been so overwhelmed with emotion she forgot others were standing behind her. "Yeah, about that," Kyle hovering his hands over his body, checking his vital organs. "I can't believe I survived." "How did you survive?" Xaden asked. "The healer said you hardly had any burns." "The body armor must have worked," Kyle said, grinning. "What body armor?" Jade asked. "The one that Callahan gave me," Kyle said. "It works even better than the snowboard." "He gave it to you?" Jade asked. "I thought you said you stole the snowboard." "I might have lied." "Okay, I definitely lied," Kyle confessed. "Callahan gave me the snowboard along with the prototype body armor. He will be happy to know that it works." "First, I will thank Callahan for saving you," Jade said. "Then I will kill him." "Don't kill him," Kyle begged. "It was me. I forced Callahan to do it. I was ready to go to the Valley of Death empty-handed, but Callahan stopped me and gave me those things. Callahan said you will never forgive him if I died because of some stupid reason, like an ice monster." "Callahan was right. That would have been stupid." Jade shook her head. "Fine, I won't hurt him, but he is still going to hear from me." Kyle chuckled. "I think he would rather face an ice monster." "I want to meet this genius inventor. His name is Callahan, right?" Freya asked, to the surprise of everyone, especially Xaden. "My love, are you curious about his inventions?" Xaden asked eagerly. "No, but I have heard great things about him," Freya said, "especially his stormy gray eyes."
Xaden looked at her, shocked, while everyone tried to hide their smiles. Xaden looked like his world was in chaos. "That was cold," Kyle whispered to Freya. Freya smiled. "It might be. But he will think twice now before mentioning Callahan and his fancy inventions." "I think Xaden will think about it thrice," Kyle said, giving her a wink. Freya smiled. "The comment about Callahan's eyes?" Kyle asked, curious. "Did you mean it?" "His eyes may be like the storm, but there's only one pair of eyes that fires up my soul," Freya said. "I have no interest in another." "Poetic," Kyle said, impressed. "Can I tell Xaden you said that about him?" "Not if you want to die, human," Freya replied calmly. Kyle gulped. "Noted," he said. "I can see why Xaden respects you, General Freya." Freya gave him a deadly smile. "Thanks, man," Kyle said to Aaron. "I might have been dead if it weren't for you." "I should be the one thanking you," Aaron said. "I am always a step behind, it seems." "I have been friends with Jade for longer. You will learn to keep on your toes the longer you are with her," Kyle jokes. "No, I just got lucky. Finn found me first and told me Jade and Kia weren't in their rooms." Aaron nodded. "Finn was the one who told me, too." "I have to thank Finn. He saved our lives," Jade said. "He saved my life twice." "Finn definitely deserves a promotion," Freya said. "Or a better position than guarding the dungeons. I am sure he had enough of sulking, dramatic fire princes." "But the dungeon is where all the fun happens," Xaden said cheekily. "Surely you haven't forgotten that already, darling." Everyone laughed. Freya looked like she would either punch Xaden or pull him into a passionate kiss. "Kanej is in the dungeon?" Jade asked. Freya nodded. "Yes, but he is not talking," Aaron said. "I tried." "I would like to meet him before heading for home," Jade said. "I will ask," Freya said, "though I am not sure he will meet anyone." Kanej agreed to meet Jade, but he asked her to come alone. She went down to his cell. He was sitting comfortably on a chair, the same one she saw Xaden in first. He didn't have any restraints or chains on him. "I thought you would have disappeared by now," Jade asked. "Aaron is the one who likes to hide, not me," Kanej said haughtily. "The Witch's General is going to send me back with my father, so it saves me a trip, anyway." "I heard you were going to have a trial," Jade said. "Are you ready for it?" "I have already been through a trial. This one can't be any worse," Kanej said, bored. Jade looked at him with surprise. "I thought your attitude would have changed." "Why would I change?" Kanej asked. He then looked at her expression. "I want to know what you are thinking." "You have no remorse for what you did. I hate you for sending your soldiers after Aaron and me, and for kidnapping my sister," Jade said. "I knew they could never harm you, Jade. I knew you would survive," Kanej said. "How would you know that unless you had a magical mirror?" "Because I know you," Kanej said. "You are a survivor, like me, Jade. We both only have ourselves to rely on." "You have a family, Kanej," Jade said. "Family relationships are so fragile, so hard to repair once broken. Aaron is your brother. He cares for you." "Aaron?" Kanej said, laughing. "He always hoped his family would simply disappear, since we embarrass him so." "He loves his family. He even loves you, Kanej," Jade said. "Though I am not sure I would be as forgiving." Kanej stands up. He boldly takes her hands into his and gazes into her eyes. "I don't believe that, Jade. I believe you are the most forgiving." Jade snatched her hands away from him. "I don't forgive treachery," she said. Kanej gave a sad smile. "Then you and I are more alike than you think," he said. "My dear brother Aaron had all but forsaken his kingdom, his family. My other brother Xaden disappeared without a trace. My father was getting closer to madness with each passing moment. I was the one remaining to pick up the pieces. Forgive me if my methods were unconventional, but I never deemed myself to be a perfect creature." Jade was stunned at his speech. Kanej was lying through his teeth, but there were grains of truth scattered throughout his lies. "Don't worry about me getting away with it," he said. "My father will decide my punishment soon enough." He was looking behind her, where Freya had arrived with half a dozen frost soldiers. "Prince Kanej, it is time for you to go back to the Fire Realm," she said. Come with me. Kanej gave Jade a bow. He quietly followed Freya out of the dungeons. Someone had been watching her, but it wasn't Aaron, but his younger brother. Kanej and Aaron are only a year apart and acted like twins throughout their lives, Xaden said, surprising her. They were inseparable until Kanej became the evil twin. He said it in such a matter-of-fact way. Jade smiled. And what are you in all of this? She asked. Xaden grinned. I am the youngest, the wild child, the one who will marry the coolest woman in the world. Does Freya know? Jade asked in disbelief. Did she say yes? I will win her over. It is only a matter of time, Xaden said, giving a boyish grin. I am like a wildflower, too stubborn, too persistent, and too pretty to be ignored. Jade doubled over laughing. You and I have one thing in common, Xaden said. We do? Yes. What might that be? Jade asked. Wait, I'm not sure I want to know. Too late. I am afraid we both fell for the tall, silent, brooding types, Xaden said with a smile. Jade gave him a confused look, but he winked at her. Stop denying it. I think you are the one in denial, Jade joked. Freya will melt one day, Xaden said. You have better chances with my brother, just saying. But I don't... It's okay. He gave her a piteous look. A heart's call is hard to ignore, you will see. Jade smiled, but didn't refute his words. You are worried about something, Xaden observed. What is bothering you? I wonder what will become of Kanej. I think I know. Father will banish Kanej to Fire Mountain until he learns to behave, Xaden said. Knowing my dear brother, it could take a while. He might take up knitting as a hobby to pass the time. He knits? Jade asked in disbelief. No, but wouldn't it be nice if he did? Xaden asked. He could make me a nice sweater to wear for the Ice Realm. To impress your girlfriend, Freya? Freya is not my girlfriend, Xaden said seriously. She is the Dark Lord of my heart, but never my girlfriend. Jade laughed. Does she know about the title? No, but don't tell her, Xaden said, winking. Jade smiled. I think she already knows, Xaden. Xaden gave a hearty laugh. I heard you have a new job, Jade asked. You are now the Peace Ambassador? How does that feel? It feels just right, Xaden said, sighing happily. I never thought I just belonged to the Fire Realm, so it is a dream come true. It wouldn't have come true to a more deserving person, Jade said. Well, as my future sister-in-law, Aaron deserves his dream coming true too. The one he never even thought about, Xaden said. Jade felt a warm glow in her heart. She didn't talk lest she start crying. Xaden understood, because he patted her on her shoulder. I better report to my Dark Lord, or she will punish me, Xaden said. On second thought, perhaps I should wait so she punishes me? He waggled his eyebrows, and Jade laughed. I can't believe how opposite you two are to one another, she said. Do you know the story of how we met? Xaden asked excitedly. No, how? She saved me from Greta. Greta, the ice bear? Jade asked, surprised. So you met Greta too, Xaden asked. I wonder if I should invite Greta to our future wedding. She is the reason Freya and I met. Jade listened, eyes getting wider. Then she laughed and laughed. Freya and Xaden stayed back to look after the Ice Realm, so Jade and Kia made the long journey back home with Aaron. Jade's heart beat faster as they came closer to their village. It soared when she saw their small house. She couldn't believe they were finally home. Jade stood at the threshold, unable to knock on the door. What's wrong? Aaron asked. What if she doesn't remember? What if Grandma doesn't recognize Kia? Jade whispered. Her little sister was standing a few feet away. It was you that taught me to hope, Jade, Aaron said. Just have hope she will. Jade took a deep breath and knocked. Who's there? Grandma asked. It's Jade, Grandma. Grandma opened the door. Jade! I had been so worried, especially with all that was happening because of the war. Grandma stopped talking suddenly. She was looking past Jade towards Kia. Jade's heart sank when she didn't say a word. Grandma, this is... Kia! Grandma exclaimed. Grandma! Kia rushed into her arms. My dear child, where have you been? I was so worried. They were both hugging and crying. Jade felt the tears falling down her cheek. You brought her back to me, Jade, Grandma said. She pulled her in for a long hug, too. Aaron was hovering awkwardly in the background, and Grandma noticed him. Who is this handsome young man? She asked. Grandma, I would like you to meet Aaron, Jade said. He helped me find Kia. He is...
Honored to meet you, Aaron said quickly. Grandma smiled. Jade looked at him with surprise. You can tell everything later, he whispered. At least get me in the house before telling Grandma I am the prince of the fire realm.
Afraid she will kick you out? Jade asked in a low voice.
No, but I'd rather not take any chances, Aaron replied, smiling.
Aaron has changed, Jade thought. He never joked before, and she had never seen him smile so carefree. He looked even more stunning. Jade fell in love all over again.
Kia guarded the gift that the oracle gave her and didn't let anyone touch it. As soon as they reached home, she planted the seed in a small pot. She watched and waited for any signs of the plant to grow. She waited minute by minute, then hour by hour, then days, then weeks, then months, but nothing grew. Just when Kia was giving up hope, a single leaf curled overnight.
"Jade!" she cried. Her older sister rushed over, alarmed. "What is it, Kia?" "Look at the plant," Kia said, excited. "It is growing. The oracle said that we should plant it outside when it grows." "But Kia, it's December."
"There is a metre deep snow outside," Jade said, looking out the window. Kia wasn't listening. She already had her jacket on and was opening the back door.
"Wait for me," Jade said.
She hurried to get her winter coat. By the time Jade got outside, Kia had removed the snow with a shovel and was putting the plant on the ground. Kia stopped.
"I am scared," she said.
Her sister's fear touched Jade's heart.
"Let's do it together," Jade said.
The two sisters lowered the plant on the ground. Over the next few days, the plant grew in size despite the cold weather. On the eve of the winter solstice, a single bud appeared. Kia watched and waited all night. Just as the moonlight hit the bud, the flower bloomed. Kia rushed outside. The flower looked just like the one from the Ice Queen's garden, glowing softly in the silver light. She touched it, but it didn't break like the ice rose.
"Do you like the flower, little one?"
Kia heard her voice and turned around. The Ice Queen was standing there under the moonlight, as real as the flower on the ground. Kia rushed into her arms.
"Queen Airless, I missed you so much."
"I know, little one," Queen Airless said. She kissed her forehead. "Sorry for keeping you waiting." Jade heard their noises and quickly slipped out, trying not to wake Grandma.
"You are really here, Queen Airless," Jade said.
"Yes, the moon granted me this wish for saving her daughter, Celine," the Ice Queen said. "But I can only stay until winter ends."
"Will you disappear forever?" Kia asked, tearing up.
"I will return each winter solstice if you plant a flower for me," Queen Airless said. Kia nodded her head.
"I will, I promise."
"I wish you could stay longer," Jade said. "I wish it too," the Ice Queen said sadly, "but I am grateful for the time I am granted."
"Will Kia still become the Ice Queen one day?" Jade asked.
"Yes, but she has many years before that happens," the Ice Queen said. She smiled at Kia. "Do you want to go see the Ice Realm with me, little one?"
"Yes, can I go, Jade?"
Kia asked, her eyes beaming with excitement. Jade nodded. The Ice Queen summoned her sled and her animals came flying in. The glittering ice swans turned into majestic reindeers as soon as they touched the ground.
"Are you coming, Jade?"
the Ice Queen asked.
"Maybe next time," Jade said. "I think Kia has a lot she wants to tell you."
Kia eagerly got in beside the Ice Queen and she smiled. Jade watched the sled take off to the skies, this time knowing that Kia was in safe hands. The Ice Queen had returned for her little sister, albeit her time in this world would be as short as a winter day. Winter passed and Queen Airless was gone again. Kia and Jade would wait for the next winter solstice to see her again. Spring was in the air. It was Jade's favorite season for a multitude of reasons, but this year she had an additional one. Aaron came to visit her from the Fire Realm. He held a ring in his hands.
"What is this?" Jade asked.
"It's a promise ring," Aaron said, his voice low. "Jade, I promise no matter what the future holds, I will be there by your side." Jade nodded her head and Aaron slipped the ring on her finger. It was simple and beautiful. A gold band with a single yellow stone in the center. The color of sunflowers, the color of the blazing sun, the color of Aaron's eyes. Jade had never loved an object as much as she did at that moment. She looked up to see Aaron looking at her intently.
"Thank you," Jade said with tears in her eyes. "It is beautiful."
Aaron leaned in and gave her a gentle kiss. Her body trembled at his touch, and she felt a warmth spread in her heart. "I have one more gift," he said. Aaron surprised her again when he brought out his violin. "You got your violin back?" Jade asked, delighted. "Yes," Aaron said, smiling. "It is time I stopped punishing myself. It is time I live again." Aaron was playing the violin. Jade's heart felt it would burst with happiness. The music that he played wasn't sad, but one full of hope. "I am learning about happiness," he said. "I never feel it as much as when I am with you, Jade." Jade smiled. Her tears were flowing freely now. Aaron gave her another kiss. "I will meet you back home," he said. The house was in better shape now that King Cyrus sent fire soldiers to help. It was strange seeing the soldiers in black uniforms working diligently on repairs. They were even working on fixing the train near their small village. It was a vastly different scenario from when the fire soldiers were here last year, Jade thought. No more hiding, no more running. Their village was a safe place again. Home was home again. It was not just her home. Aaron saw her small house and her little village as his home, too. Home was more than just a place now. It was wherever they all were. It was with Aaron in the Fire Kingdom to the east. It was with Freya and Xaden in the Ice Realm to the west. It was with Kyle, Callahan, and the rebels to the north. It was here in her small village with Kia and Grandma. It was quiet except for the rustle of the leaves in the soft breeze. Jade felt a set of eyes staring at her. Surely enough, the oracle was perched on a branch looking down at her. "Who are you?" the oracle asked. "Who am I indeed?" Jade replied in an amused voice. "I am not as lost as when I first met you." "Do you know how it all began?" the oracle asked, tilting its head. "Yes, I know it now," Jade replied. She looked at the ring Aaron had given her. "But I don't know what will happen next." "Two sisters, two kingdoms, peace and harmony in all the realms," the oracle said. "What do you think?" Jade looked to where Aaron was and felt her heart flutter. She turned her gaze back to the house and saw Kia talking animatedly with Grandma. Kyle was in the north with Callahan and the rebels, but promised he would visit soon. "Yes, that could be the future," Jade said. "I hear Celine," the oracle said. "She is calling for me." "You'd better go to her then," Jade said, smiling. "Don't keep her waiting any longer." The oracle hooted happily. It spread its wings and flew off into the horizon. This has been Queen of Frost and Ice, written by Aisha Urooj, narrated by Walter Ford. Copyright 2023 by Aisha Urooj. Production copyright by Aisha Urooj.